hard. Then make your decision. We cannot put someone in charge of the Office of Management and Budget, which, by the way, has now become a household word, an agency that many people had never heard of in my state, but they're now writing in letters in droves about the fact that they don't understand why an unelected bureaucrat could issue that memo and why we could put someone in place that devised this strategy, someone who has already demonstrated that he will abuse his power. Article 1 of our Constitution, which so many of my constituents are now reading up on, makes it clear that decisions about federal funding belong to Congress, not the president, and certainly not the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought has showed blatant disrespect for the Constitution and the American people. He is not the man for this job. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Oh, yeah. Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today because we have a crisis of confidence in our government. It's a crisis that's being driven by the Trump administration with one goal in mind: to let the well-off and the well-connected play by their own set of rules, while you, the American people, continue to scrape by. It's a crisis that puts us at a crossroads. Will we take the steps necessary to address the corruption and restore trust? Or will we break our institutions even further and usher in a golden age of corruption? In order to answer those questions, we need to have a real understanding of a few things. One, how deep is this crisis in confidence? Two, in what ways is the Trump administration putting their thumb on the scale for the well-off and the well-connected? Three, how is that impacting the rest of us? And how will it impact America's future? Four, and finally, how can we fight back? Now let's start with the crisis that we're in. When I talk about this crisis in confidence, what we're talking about is the belief that your government is working for you, that it's working for the American people, all of its people. A belief that no matter the challenge you face or the ambitions that you have, that your government has your best interest in heart. That is the fundamental credence of our democracy. It is of, by, and for the people. And that belief is always important. But when times are tough, it's even more critical than ever. Now let's be clear. These are tough times. I don't think there's a single person in America that would disagree with that. We have challenges before us. We have challenges with the high costs of living, affordability problems. It's a top issue that I hear about in my home state in New Jersey. We have a lot of crisis of confidence in this moment about whether or not we can step up as a nation and be able to rise to the challenges that we face. And the challenges we face are significant. We have to acknowledge that. Over the past couple years, as we've recovered from a generationally defining pandemic, I've heard from so many families who just don't believe that they can get ahead. They don't believe and think that they'll do better than their parents, and that their kids won't do better than them. And I think about that in my own family situation. My parents coming here, immigrating to this nation 50 years ago. And I remember asking them why they did it. And my parents, they said to me just one simple line. They said, we did it because we felt that here in America, we could guarantee that the family that we raise, that you and your sister would have a better life and more opportunities than we did. That was it. That was that simple. They weren't driven by greed. They weren't trying to take it all for themselves as if this was some zero-sum survival of the fittest. It was a sense of America and a sense of the opportunity that it can bring for everyone, including 2 immigrants from South Korea who were born during the Korean War into poverty and came to this nation. And now, as they get older, the challenges that they face, being seniors, the elderly, their health care, and other challenges that they face with their budget fixed. And now myself, as a father of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, wondering what kind of America are my kids going to grow up in? And I know it's not just my family that worries about this. Because when the costs of basic goods go up, it makes it harder to save for everybody. And when families can't save, it makes it harder to achieve that crown jewel of the American dream, owning a home. Something that my family has struggled with over the years. Something that so many other families are facing right now as we see the cost of owning a home skyrocket. It puts that dream even more out of reach. And for those that can't own, even the cost of rental prices are going through the roof. Demoralizing people. I mean, I remember hearing from this young man, a recent college graduate, and he just came to me with just feeling so deflated. He said, I don't think I'm ever going to own a home, is how he put it. And I have to tell you, just hearing that from him, just how pessimistic he was, just how demoralized he was about his place in our society. But it wasn't just about his place, it was about this moment for this country and the fact that he doesn't see us moving in a trajectory where someone like himself and people in his generation are going to be able to have that opportunity and that chance that generations before had. So you throw in that rising cost of higher education that he's struggling with, trying to pay off the bills, trying to keep up with student debt. And you have that general sense that we're losing, that sense that we're part of something bigger than all of us. And it's easy to understand why people just don't think the system that should be working for them is working for them. And that's the place that we're in right now. That in this moment, we find ourselves living through the moment of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history. Even worse than the robber baron age that we studied about in history books. That somehow we see just such extraordinary wealth, but for just a few. Whereas the vast majority of Americans are struggling paycheck to paycheck, won't be able to step up if they face some type of crisis, a car accident or something else that could just lead them into catastrophe. That lack of trust is very clear in the numbers that we see from the American people. A Pew study from last summer showed that public trust in the federal government is at approximately 22%. And in 2023, only 16% said that the government, quote, always or most of the time is something that you can trust. According to Pew, that was amongst the lowest tally in nearly 70 years. That number was reflected in a survey conducted by the Partnership for Public Service in the spring of 2024. Their research shows that only 23% of Americans trust the federal government. That's down from 35% the year before. We're just seeing it go down and down and down. Only 15% think the government is transparent, down from 21% the year before. this erosion that we're continuing to see in our country and in the public trust has to be at top of mind. Because how can a government function? How can a democracy function with that much distrust? Alarming in that group is trust amongst people age 18 to 34, that age group of that young man I told you about who had such pessimism about his future. And in that group, we saw trust decline by half, from 30% to 15%. Now, you might think this is just maybe a red state problem. But let me tell you, it's a massive issue in my home state in New Jersey as well. In May of 2023, a poll by Fairleigh Dickinson University showed that over 80% of New Jersey residents, believe that their state's politicians are corrupt. That shows you just such a devastating number, the distrust that is out there, and how widespread it is. I remember, we've certainly had our challenges of late in New Jersey, and when you see the corruption, when you hear about the news of indictments and convictions, I remember one time I went to a neighbor of mine, asked him what he thought about the state of corruption in New Jersey, and he just said, "That's New Jersey." Just threw up his hands. This sense of helplessness, this sense of apathy, this sense that that's just how things are now. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, there are a variety of reasons why this is the case in New Jersey, but it all comes back to the same thing. A singular question: are the people in your government working for you, or are they working for themselves? Are they trying to lift up their own personal wealth, or look out for their friends or their associates, their families, for special interest? I always often felt like one of the most important questions you can get a sense from the people is this question of, do your elected officials, do your government officials care about you? Because sometimes it just feels like we're in this moment in this country where we have this crisis of empathy right now. That we are losing touch with that idea that we're part of something bigger than all of us. We're having trouble. We're struggling to be able to see the world through someone else's eyes and walk in their shoes. And in this nation of over 330 million people, how can we continue if we continue to only think about ourselves and lose sight of that which is around us? Now, obviously, this is all the more important in times like these, when we need our government working to solve the problems that we face. And as we said, we face significant challenges. So what happens when we have a government where the people aren't working in the public interest, when those that are charged by the people to take up the public common good are not following through? What happens when we have a government where those people working to protect the public interest are fired, are pushed out, or marginalized? Luckily for us, history may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. The Founding Fathers established the federal workforce to be one built on merit. It was something that they took quite seriously. So seriously, in fact, that during debate in the weeks after Washington's first inauguration, James Madison stated that, quote, "wanton removal of a meritorious officer is an impeachable offense." George Washington himself wrote that appointments into public service would be the most difficult and delicate part of his work. In A History of the Federal Service, a report published by the Office of Personnel Management, the evolution of this debate from one of merit first to one of political gain becomes very apparent. As political parties grew, so did the pendulum swing of retaliation and actions that further politicized public servant positions. But the dam broke just a generation after the founding of the Republic. The Tenure of Office Act of 1820, not exactly a household name, was one of the first dominoes to fall that led to what was eventually called the spoils system. By limiting the terms of many officials to 4 years corresponding to the president, it basically meant that public servants would come in and out with the tides of the presidency, and not based on need or qualifications, just the pendulum swing of partisanship, the qualification being that of loyalty rather than skill or merit. And the impact of the spoils system became very apparent, which was wholesale patronage and corruption, and a rejection of the status quo that looks very familiar to what we see today. Senator Henry Clay on the Senate floor called it, quote, a detestable system. George William Curtis, one of the leaders in the fight to reform the civil service, said that the spoils system, quote, presents a most ridiculous, revolting, and disheartening spectacle. He said that through it, the United States, quote, seethes with intrigue and corruption. Over time, the pushback against this system and the damage it did to the United States government and its people built a reform movement that eventually resulted in the passage and enactment of the Pendleton Act in 1883. In many ways, the Pendleton Act brought our public service back to its original roots, codifying it, protecting it, by calling for an open selection of government employees and creating a civil service commission, our modern civil service. And it required that the applicants pass the civil service exam. The bill was the first domino in several that helped to restore trust in government by ensuring that those that served the people and not themselves. Serve the people and not just some loyalty test. In so many ways, the battle that led to the passage of the Pendleton Act continues today and answers the first question I posed. How deep does our crisis in confidence in our government go? In short, it goes back to a friction we've seen for most of our history. It's a friction between those who want to use power for their gain, to enrich themselves and their party at the expense of other Americans. And on the other side, those who seek only to swear an oath to the Constitution and to deliver on the promise of making the next American generation more prosperous and secure. To have that sense of progress as a nation, which we know we cannot take for granted. We have to work for it. So when you look at Donald Trump or look at Elon Musk, you're not seeing something new. You're not seeing the disruptors they tell you that they are. You're not seeing an innovator. You're seeing something that's very old. Just another power-hungry politician, elite figure seeking to hoard power at the expense of real American families. In this moment right now, as I said, that is a moment of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history. And doing that by attacking the very people who work for the people. They are not beholden to the well-off and the well-connected. Another person leading the charge to bring us back to the golden age of corruption of the 1800s is a man named Russell Vought. Now, Russell Vought was born to make corruption safe again. As a staffer in the House and the Senate, he worked members of both chambers who attacked and demeaned civil servants in order to get them out of the way and let big corporate interests through. He worked for nearly a decade at the Heritage Foundation, taking dark corporate money and translating it into a systematic takedown of the same protections those corporations were lobbying against. When the Trump administration came into office in 2017, Mr. Vought was one of the first in the building at the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. Then, like now, senators had serious concerns when he was nominated, then for deputy director, and eventually director of OMB. Now, this brings me to my second question. In what ways is the Trump administration putting their thumb on the scale for the well-off and well-connected? Well, let's look at it. Let's look at Project 2025, Mr. Vought's guidebook for attacking the core of the very principles that our founders wrote into the Constitution. Our founding fathers wanted to ensure checks and balances. They wanted to make sure we didn't swap one monarch for another. Vought believes that the president has the right to stop funds that Congress has approved from getting to the places we approve them to go. That means that even if your elected officials approve money to go towards building a road, or investing in a school in your community, or trying to get your kids childcare, Russell Vought believes that Donald Trump should be able to just stop it from getting to them just because. Now, I say Donald Trump because Russell Vought is a champion of something called the, quote, unitary executive theory. Now, I know that may sound like a half-baked physics idea, but Vought believes that all of the power in the executive branch belongs to the president and the president alone. Mr. Vought even said in an interview just a few months ago that, quote, there are no independent agencies. Now, warping the power of the presidency to supersede Congress and the independence of agencies that have massive authority given to them, by the way, by Congress. They have these massive authorities to protect the American people. This is core in clearing the field for the well-off and the well-connected by warping that and trying to change the fundamental balance of our government across three branches. Finally, by weakening the ability to fund the work that they do and to operate independently, it is Mr. Vought's attacks on civil servants, the very positions put into place more than 140 years ago to stop rampant corruption and patronage. It is his attacks that threaten to bring us back in time. In a speech last year, Mr. Vought said he wants civil servants to be, quote, traumatically affected. He said, quote, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. He went on to say, we want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them, our public servants, in trauma. Trauma. Use that word, trauma. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. This is an American who is asking for our vote here in the U.S. Senate to be confirmed as a senior government official. Someone who will lead an incredibly important part of our executive branch, be a top advisor to the president, an American who will take an oath to support and defend the Constitution, an American who is actively saying he wants to traumatize his fellow Americans, other Americans that have also sworn that oath to our Constitution. Now, Mr. President, I may disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but I don't wish to traumatize them. I don't wish them harm. How is it that we have found ourselves in this place where Americans call and see other Americans as the enemy? I talk with Democrats and Republicans across New Jersey. They may have disagreements, but they don't want to traumatize each other. This is not who we are as Americans, but it's what Mr. Vought wants to inflict on the people who show up to work each and every day to serve you, the American people. These are people who are trying to serve you, not themselves. But they're being demonized. They're being attacked, disrespected. And for those he can't traumatize out of a job, he's going to try to change their status as employees of the federal government so that he can push them out. Maybe you heard of something called Schedule F. Even if you haven't, let me put it into simple terms. Russell Vought wants to basically bring back the same policies that started the chain of events that led to the spoils system. He wants to make it so that civil servants have their protections removed, giving partisan leaders the ability to fire them and put in their own political staff. We're already hearing and seeing this. Reports that those at the White House and elsewhere are asking civil servants, asking those in jobs or seeking jobs who they voted for in the last election, about campaign donations, about party affiliation, rather than just their commitment to the Constitution. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say that a president should have the ability to appoint their own staff, and I have agreement with that in broad strokes. But there's a reason why we have different kinds of government workers. It's because the government is meant to do the work of the people, not be completely bent to the will of a particular political party. I speak from personal experience. I was proud to be a civil servant. I believe I'm actually one of only a handful of members of Congress that currently serve that worked as a civil servant. I worked under President Bush and President Obama. I served a nation, not a party or a specific president. And that's the way it should be. And frankly, the oath that I swore as a civil servant is the same as what I recite here in this chamber. And we could all be better off if we take the mindset and approach of our civil servants. And if we just let President Trump fire civil servants and replace them with people like Mr. Vought or the people that Mr. Vought deems loyal enough to the president to bring on board, the protections our founders envisioned to prevent the corrupting influence of power and the corrupting power of that influence will completely override any ability to make change for the rest of us. And we are seeing this in real time right now. This leads me to my third question. What is the impact of this corruption and these attacks on our neighbors and our national security? Mr. President, the number of calls and emails and visits to my office I've gotten over the past weeks has been overwhelming. First of all, I want to thank everybody who has reached out to express their opinions and their concerns. We would be better off if we have that kind of consistent engagement from the American people, paying attention to the work that is being done in government and having their voices heard. And I want to thank my team for their service in being responsive to those concerns. Now, starting with a memo from OMB freezing federal funding, there has been panic across New Jersey and, frankly, the country about the funds that we approve as Congress, funds that are your funds as taxpayers. And they have been taken away from you by the Trump administration. I want to share a couple examples of the notes I've gotten from people in my state who are being hurt by the systematic attempt to fire civil servants and strip away programs that help working families, to clear the way for the Trump administration to let the well-off and the well-connected take control. As they get ready to plan for their big tax giveaway to the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations, taking that away from the rest of the American people. I got a letter from Julia, a community leader who runs an organization in Central Jersey that helps kids and seniors and people just trying to get by. She said, quote, "The new administration's pause on all activities related to obligations or disbursements of those funds for federal grants to non-governmental organizations would have an immediate and negative effect on the low-income working folks we all serve across New Jersey." She went on to say, quote, "Children in Head Start and early Head Start, quality child care and after-school services improve the physical and cognitive development while their parents pursue employment and training, that these programs would struggle. WIC, nutrition programs that provide essential access to healthy foods for pregnant women and young children, leading to lifelong health benefits, that this would be on the chopping block. Pregnant women in our maternal health programs are less likely to have preterm or low birth weight deliveries with immediate and sustained health benefits and cost savings, that would be a detriment. Medicare navigation services for seniors on fixed, low incomes are helpful and enable them to live independent and longer. And that's something they won't be able to count on. For every child raised by a kinship caregiver, our state saves thousands in foster care payments it would otherwise incur with public dollars. It matters that these programs are delivered by nonprofit organizations that provide a continuum of services that support economic activity and make our whole community more resilient. This is one organization helping tens of thousands in our state. And I want to share one quick figure that stuck out to me. One of the approximately $13 million in grants they received, they estimate an economic benefit to New Jersey of around $52 million saved. So for my colleagues not convinced by our attempts to feed children and provide health care to seniors, you might be interested to hear that providing these services is the fiscally responsible thing to do as well. Let's look at the other impacts these draconian cuts could have on New Jersey families. We should work to keep our communities safe. If these cuts persist, grants to law enforcement and homeland security activities will be cut off, putting us in danger. We should work to be prepared for disasters like wildfires and hurricanes. Public assistance and hazard mitigation grants from the Disaster Relief Fund help communities quickly respond to, recover from, and prepare for major disasters. It might not go to the many communities that are struggling after severe natural disasters. As our neighbors in New Jersey continue to recover from storms from even more than a decade ago, as Superstorm Sandy shattered so many lives, continued to wreak havoc, and many of those families still not back in their homes, our government should never abandon them. We should work to build the best infrastructure, roads and bridges and public transit and more. Take it into the next generation with universal broadband and connectivity on so many fronts that are necessary for all families. We should be able to work together to build that infrastructure so that your families can get to work and your kids can get to school and our businesses can thrive. But that funding is at risk. We should work to combat the fentanyl crisis and the mental health crisis by investing in proven programs that save lives, programs that could be on the chopping block if these cuts persist. We should invest in life-saving medical research so that this is the last generation that will have to suffer through cancer, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes. Cutting this funding means cutting clinical trials at NIH clinical centers all across the country. The American people deserve better than that. We should work to provide the best education for our next generation. As a father of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, I see every day the impacts a good education has on them. I'm myself a public school kid from New Jersey, something that we're proud of in New Jersey. But knowing that we still have so much more work to do to make that available to everyone, this is a process we have to continue. You cannot take it for granted. Right now, Head Start programs that provide comprehensive early childhood education for more than 800,000 kids are being frozen. With teachers and staff not getting paid, programs may not be able to stay open. Child care programs could also be next to close without funding being delivered. And our K through 12 schools will lose critical funding from Title I, IDEA, Impact Aid, and other programs that can keep their doors open, lights on in the middle of the school year. From healthcare to small business support to protecting our veterans and providing support to those suffering through hunger, the examples of the kinds of impact and the people impacted by these cuts are almost endless. And they're a reminder of who is on the losing side when corruption and corporate greed win out. And beyond the impacts of our communities, on our communities, the impacts on our national security is real. And these stories of Mr. Musk and his band of 20-somethings raiding government agencies and making threats to workers isn't some example of brave tech disruptors innovating their way to efficiency and better results. In fact, what we're seeing from this administration is quite the opposite. Stories of dangerous incompetence. Late yesterday, the New York Times reported that the White House ordered the CIA to send an unclassified email listing all the employees hired over the past 2 years. Many of these new employees were hired to help us deal with the rising challenges of China and Russia, of other threats that we face out there. Now they're effectively being exposed, made vulnerable to our adversaries because Trump administration simply wants to traumatize public servants. We are doing the work of our adversaries for them. One example of this are the attacks that we see against USAID. And as I've seen what's unfolded this week at USAID, it actually reminded me of my first moments in public service. A little over 20 years ago, I started my very first day working for the U.S. government. I remember walking up to the doors of the Ronald Reagan building because I was starting my first day at USAID. I had just graduated college, and I was proud to have a chance to serve this nation and proud to serve at a place like USAID. And it was the public servants there that showed me what community meant. Showed me that someone like me has every bit as much right to represent and to work and serve our country. Because it was something I wasn't sure about. When I first showed up to this town, I remember stepping out at Union Station, seeing the beautiful dome of the Capitol. And I was simultaneously inspired, but also terrified. I felt an imposter syndrome. Who am I to be able to represent and serve this country? I'm a son of immigrants, from a family of political nobodies. Serving this country, working in government, wasn't for me. I worked alongside public servants at USAID who helped with the rehabilitation of ex-child soldiers in Uganda. Others that worked on combating malaria and helping save millions of lives. I was working at USAID around the time of the Indian Ocean tsunami, if we remember that catastrophe, a 9.1 magnitude earthquake, killing an estimated 240,000 people in 14 nations across 2 continents. And USAID stepped up, helping support those families living in dire conditions, having faced a catastrophe unlike anything we had seen in generations, but also building towards the future, creating early warning systems across the world. It was USAID that helped deliver that to countries all across this world to help better prepare for the next disaster. Later in my career, I worked at the White House National Security Council. I was working on helping coordinate the counter-ISIS fight about a decade ago. I remember one particular moment in August 2014 where we saw ISIS going and attacking a religious minority of a people called the Yazidi people. And the Yazidis were forced out from their communities, and they fled up on top of a mountain called Sinjar Mountain, trying to take refuge there while they were surrounded by ISIS terrorists, who were hell-bent on committing genocide and a mass atrocity. And we in the U.S. government were trying to figure out, what can we do? What can we do to try to help save these people, tens of thousands of people trapped on a mountain deep in enemy territory on the other side of the world? Can we help them with humanitarian airdrops? Is there a way we can build a humanitarian corridor off that mountain? Are there ways in which we can try to protect them from being annihilated? And you want to know who the first Americans were that went there? Under dangerous circumstances, deep in enemy territory. It was a USAID DART team, a disaster assistance response team, there with alongside our military, that helped the President of the United States make decisions in the Situation Room about what to do next, about whether or not we were going to decide to protect these people or not. And the president, based off of the information provided by USAID, made the decision to conduct humanitarian airdrops, be able to provide overflight coverage and be able to provide support and security to those people when we were able to get them off of that mountain. And it was one of the finest moments I had ever seen in government. On those days, I saw the best of us, and I saw a government that can inspire. We see USAID working on disease eradication, on agriculture, global health, humanitarian aid and economic growth, food security, clean water, helping with the eradication of smallpox, saving countless lives through simple oral rehydration therapies, things like that that had immeasurable countless benefits. It was a legacy that excited me when I walked up on my first day of work as a recent college grad. And then just this past Monday, I walked through those same doors at the Reagan building yet again, only to find it empty, apart from a security guard who I went up to, and he told me that he had instructions to bar and prevent any USAID employee from entering the building that day, to bar public servants from going to the office to do the work that they are entrusted by the American people to do. It was just despicable, the demonization of public servants. Now let's remember why USAID exists. That American global leadership has always been hand in hand with our foreign assistance from the Marshall Plan forward, under both Democrats and Republicans. Kennedy in 1961, he said, quote, "The program requires highly professional, skilled service, attracting substantial numbers of high-caliber men and women capable of sensitive dealing with other governments, with a deep understanding of the process of economic development." He went on to say, in the face of these weaknesses and inadequacies of the previous system, that is it proper that we draw back and ask with candor a fundamental question, is a foreign aid program really necessary? And the answer to that is that there's no escaping our obligations, our moral obligations as a wise leader, a good neighbor in an interdependent community of free nations. And he said, to fail to meet those obligations now would be disastrous and in the long run more expensive. For the widespread poverty and the chaos lead to a collapse of existing political and social structures, which would inevitably invite the advance of totalitarianism into every weak and unstable area. Thus, our own security would be endangered and our own prosperity imperiled. So Kennedy went on and called for an effort to, as he said, unified administration and operation, a single agency in Washington and the field, equipped with a flexible set of tools. And this was going to be drawing upon the most competent and dedicated career servants, now in the field and attracting the highest quality from every part of the nation. And he went on to say that he wanted to ensure that this was separate from our military assistance, for instance, because he said our program of aid to social and economic development must be seen on its own merits, judged in the light of its vital and distinctive contribution to our basic security needs. And he was clear in saying this was a bipartisan legacy, one that had moved forward under the leaderships of two great presidents, Harry Truman, Dwight Eisenhower, drawn its support from forward-looking members of both political parties in the Congress and throughout the nation. And he said it's about American global leadership. Now, there's a reason why the USAID headquarters is at the Reagan building. Reagan continued that emphasis on development and humanitarian aid. He said, quote, the ultimate importance to the United States of our security and development assistance programs cannot be exaggerated. Another quote that's actually quite apt for this moment, he said, you know the excuses. We can't afford foreign aid anymore, or we're wasting money pouring it into these poor countries, or we can't buy friends. Other countries just take the money and dislike us for giving it. Well, all these excuses are just that, excuses. And Reagan says they're dead wrong. Now we have a Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying USAID takes taxpayer funds and, quote, spends it as a global charity, irrespective of whether it's the national interest or not the national interest. But you know who else said that the work of USAID isn't charity like Kennedy, like Reagan? It was Marco Rubio just a few years ago. Quote, foreign aid is not charity, he said. We must make sure it is well spent, but it is less than 1% of budget and critical to our national security. Rubio went on to say, quote, we don't have to give foreign aid. We do so because it furthers our national interests. That's why we give foreign aid. He said, quote, anyone who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us balance to our budget is lying to you. Foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget. It's just not true. Look, there can always be space to review our foreign assistance. I worked in these organizations. I know there are places that we can try to fine-tune, make more efficient, make more effective. If there are programs that Congress and members of Congress have questions about, that's ripe for our oversight role. But to undermine USAID as a whole is flat wrong. We see this with Secretary Rubio's first trip this past weekend. He went to Panama, complained about Panama accepting support from China through the Belt and Road Initiative. Yet he then goes on to help Trump and Musk gut USAID, a critical tool that we have to counter Chinese influence. And it very much exposes that this America First foreign policy really means America only. And if we continue down this path, we will find ourselves alone. Over the years of our global power, our strategic advantage has always been in building coalitions. And in this dangerous global environment, this America First approach leaves us distracted from the real threats and challenges. This is about American global leadership. I think about my own family. My parents, born during the Korean War. They grew up, the very first Americans they ever met were American service members and other Americans that were there to try to help Korea rebuild. It wasn't just America's resolve in the war, it was about what happened afterwards in terms of helping provide assistance. Americans taking action to feed kids like my parents. As I said earlier, 50 years ago, my parents decided to come to America. They knew nobody here. Not a single person. They didn't know anybody in the entire Western Hemisphere of planet Earth. But my parents moved here to America because America meant something to them. It's because they met the best of us. Americans abroad, willing to work in dangerous places, in tough circumstances, wanting to try to live out the values of our country. And we learn it's not just the GDP of our nation that makes us a leader. It is the projection of our values, and ultimately, it is our people. Now we are pulling back our foreign assistance. We're closing the door to immigrants like my parents. This is, unfortunately, a moment of American withdrawal. That is not what the American people want. They wanted a government that was focused on them instead of billionaires and the biggest corporations, but they understand the importance of American leadership. When I talk to leaders and officials in other countries, I remember there's one situation where I talked to one, and he said something to me that really just stuck in my mind. He said, I just want you to know, when I talk to other leaders around the world, when we talk about America, this official I was talking about, he said, we ask ourselves the question, is America a reliable partner? And he asked that question knowing full well what the answer is, and we know what the answer is, which is we are not the reliable partner we should be. And this isn't just about USAID. We know USAID, that these attacks, it's only just the beginning. It's the canary in the coal mine. Next, it'll be the Department of Education or Justice or FBI or elsewhere. Schedule F, an effort to kill the civil service, return to the spoil systems of 200 years ago. And it goes back to Russell Vought. I want to emphasize that quote I said earlier because it's worth emphasizing in this moment. He said, quote, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. When you listen to those words, doesn't that sound like exactly what happened over the last week? When I get these phone calls and texts from people at USAID, people that I worked with, texting me, telling me, quote, things are very grave, talking about how disrespected they feel. And it saddens me greatly to think that Trump and Musk and Mr. Vought and others are relishing in that anxiety, fear, and pain that they are purposefully trying to create. In an interview with Tucker Carlson, Vought says Trump, quote, has to move executively as fast and as aggressively as possible with a radical constitutional perspective to be able to dismantle that bureaucracy and their power centers. Now, why do you think they need to move so fast? It's because when you want to grab as much power as you can, you want to do it before the American people understand and see what's happening. They feed off the apathy and the helplessness. They want people to be disengaged. They are intentionally using terms like shock and awe, a term of war that we had used. Now they're using that against the American people. I've been saying this line a lot lately where I say I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. We have to stay engaged. There is a massive division in our country, no doubt about that. It's not just between Democrats and Republicans, it's between those who are engaged and those who aren't. These actions are built to paralyze you with anger, fueled by disinformation and distraction to make you disengage. But don't let them. So what comes next? All we have to do is look at Mr. Vought's past statements to know exactly what's coming. He said, quote, "What we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence and seize them." When he was talking about the Federal Reserve, he went on to say, quote, "It's very hard to square the Fed's independence with the Constitution." That quote of his led me to ask him directly in a confirmation hearing if he believes that the president has the right to set interest rates in our country, and Mr. Vought refused to answer. Couldn't answer something as simple as that. The answer should be very easy. It should be clearly no. And I talked to a number of leaders at the Fed recently. They really emphasized the long-standing bipartisan agreement that we do not want someone approaching critical decisions about fiscal stability in America based off of what's best for the next election for that leader. We don't want to see that kind of politicization. The goal always needs to be towards the stability of our economy and the responsibility towards growth and prosperity. Vought. He just believes in power, not just any kind of power. He believes in an all-powerful president, something our founding fathers specifically avoided. We don't want a monarch. We have co-equal branches of government. But is that what the American people have seen since January 20th? No, we've seen blatant power grabs, illegal actions, disregard of laws passed by Congress, chaos. But remember, as you see this, chaos is their plan. It's Trump's plan. It's Mr. Vought's plan. It's the reason why they're going after public servants, and it's the same reason that happened 200 years ago, because public service is about serving the people, while corruption, we see, is about serving themselves. Public service was the answer to countering corruption in the 1800s, and it is my belief that it is the answer to the current threat to our democracy. When you see these attacks on public servants, when you see what is unfolding before our eyes, that's not the golden age that Trump tried to talk about in his inaugural address. It's not the "Make America Great Again" slogan that he's been using. It goes back to another phrase that he used over the campaign where he talked about, quote, "the enemy from within." Those three words, "the enemy from within." That's what this is all about. Painting our public servants who swear an oath to protect our Constitution as the enemy. Earlier, I talked about my parents coming to the United States 50 years ago. Now, my family, we think about the next 50 years. Now I'm a parent of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, 2 little boys. And I'll be honest with you, I worry about what kind of America my boys are going to grow up in. What will it look like? What will this country look like when they are my age? So that's why I'm here. That's why I stand here on the floor of the Senate. I'm here because I refuse to believe that my kids and their generation are doomed to grow up in a broken America. I still believe in the America that inspired my parents 50 years ago to travel halfway around the world for. And I know we're not the only family out there that believes in this. There is a hunger in this country for reform and change. People don't want to see the status quo, but that doesn't mean they want to hand over our country to corruption, hand it over to patronage, hand it over for another generation of the worst inequality our nation's ever seen, where every day it gets worse. As I mentioned before, we just took on and fought against machine politics in New Jersey. I heard it straight from the people. They don't want to see that kind of rise of broken machine politics across our nation. Corruption is the quickest way to take the strongest, most powerful nation in the world and send it into decline. In just a little over a year, we will have our 250th anniversary as a nation. And as I close here, I want us to reflect on that. 250 years. I hope we can commit as a nation to have that more than just about fireworks. That we use that as a moment to try to rededicate ourselves to the mission of this country, to the purpose of this nation, and why it began. After the January 6th riots, the way I framed it is I said I was going to dedicate the rest of my life to trying to solve one singular question, which is how do we heal this country? I believe the answer to that question is service. That we need a new ask not what this country can do for you moment, a reminder that we're part of something bigger than all of us. Instead of attacking public servants, we should be promoting and encouraging this. And I hope on our 250th anniversary, we rededicate ourselves to this project. Build a national service program. Invest in civics education. We need to reject the divisiveness that is infecting our nation and restore a sense of trust. We start by rejecting this dangerous nomination to do just that. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say how much I have come to admire in a short period of time the junior senator from New Jersey. That was a real speech. You know, we're obviously spending 30 hours on the floor to oppose Russ Vought's nomination, and you know, a lot of people have to come here and speak for 60 minutes or 30 minutes or 90 minutes, and we'll take anything, right? You know, some people just read whatever they've got, and we appreciate all of it because we have to take the floor and we have to maintain presence on this floor. But that was a beautiful, well-crafted speech about American democracy, about his life story, about his dedication to public service, and so I'm very honored to work alongside him. Last week, without any advance notice, OMB issued a memo freezing all federal funding in order to end, quote, wokeness, Marxist equity, transgenderism, and a Green New Deal social engineering policies. Like, I just want to, we can pause right here, right? This is not the kind of thing that the OMB is supposed to say, right? It's the Office of Management and Budget. They're not supposed to have an opinion about wokeness or not wokeness or anything like that. It's just it's a very odd way to view what is otherwise a kind of technocratic position. And that's what's very important about this particular OMB and this particular OMB director. He does not view it as merely administering the budgets and the spending bills within the government. He views it as a power center through which all of his ideology and all of Project 2025 is going to be implemented. Like, to think of the Office of Management and Budget as a place to fight wokeness and Marxist equity, I don't even know what any of that means, but I think a lot of us know the previous OMB director. She was really well regarded by both sides of the aisle. I think the presiding officer actually knew her from Louisiana. And, you know, like, she was left of center, but she would never say anything other than what is sort of straight down the middle as it relates to the Office of Management and Budget. And that's why would we take the floor for the OMB director? Well, it's because he's the author of Project 2025. He's essentially the architect behind the federal funds freeze. And in Project 2025, among all the things that they talk about, they also devote a huge passage to how important OMB is and how powerful the next OMB director should be. Just so happens that the author of that section saying the OMB director should be like pretty close to all powerful and essentially representing the president in all things, policy and budget. So happens that the guy that wrote that passage is the guy that's going to be in the job to do that. So, I mean, that seems kind of neat. I think OMB should be all powerful. Also, I think I should run OMB. So that's what we're talking about. But just understand what happened last week was not some attack on wokeness, whatever the hell that actually means. It was an attack on all of us. It really was an attack on all of us. All federal funding was suspended. Millions of Americans around the country were in the dark how they would access basic things: healthcare, education, childcare, small business loans, VA loans, disaster relief, opioid treatment, everything from road repairs to cancer research were shut down across the country. And you have to ask, aside from the very obvious fact that withholding funding from Congress that has already appropriated funding is plainly illegal, you have to ask, what on earth does so-called wokeness have to do with repairing a road? Or letting people fill their prescriptions at a community center? Or helping survivors of a flood or a wildfire to try to rebuild their lives? Is a child having a healthy meal wokeness? Is that DEI? Is that, I don't know, gender ideology? Or is that the Green New Deal? Like, seriously, what the hell are we doing here? A president is allowed to make policy. A president is expected to make policy. But they can't take a law and repeal it by executive order. And especially as it relates to a spending law, those laws are not actually optional, right? And there's a very simple way for a president to get his way in the spending context. They can influence. Listen, the Republicans control both chambers of the Congress, the House and the Senate, and the presidency. They had a big victory. I didn't love it, but they had a big victory. So if they want changes in spending policy, they can just do it the American way. And so this is like a combination of laziness, impatience, a not inconsiderable splash of illegality. But, I mean, this is amateur hour. You want to change something, you want to fight wokeness, whatever, again, whatever the hell that actually means. If we gotten to the point where shutting down a construction project is like attacking wokeness, then the actual word has ceased to mean anything. And DEI is this other like epithet that they throw at things, but the dragnet has caught all of Indian country, most native people everywhere. And you know what they did? They literally Control F, searched for keywords, and then pulled those things out. If they don't know anything about these programs, they pulled these things out if it said gender in it, or if it said equity, or if it said inclusive, or if it said climate. And they just like pulled it out and said, we're not funding that. First of all, what a goofy way to make policy. Seriously, what a goofy, like childish way to make policy. Second of all, just to reiterate, you don't get to do that. If you want to make a change in a law, you have to make a change in a law. You can't just write a memo saying, I don't like the law, therefore it no longer exists because I won. It is true that the president won. Free and fair election. Absolutely a free and fair election. I didn't like the result, but I was absolutely prepared to tolerate policy outcomes that I didn't like. But this is not that. This is then like skipping a step. And by skipping a step, I mean literally skipping the legislative branch. And so there's been a lot of consternation on the Republican side. I mean, a lot of consternation. Right-wing Republicans, moderate Republicans, all of them are a little like, I don't know about this. But you can't stand up for the legislative branch in secret. You can't uphold the Constitution privately. At some point, you have to stand up for your prerogatives. And I mean, listen, there's a lot of very talented people here, actually. I don't agree with them. Some of them I don't even like. But super talented people, high-achieving human beings who could be doing something else. And my view is, like, if you're going to forfeit your constitutional prerogatives, like, go be a, I don't know, whatever. Do something else. Do something more interesting. Do something more lucrative. Do something more easy. But if you're going to be here and you're going to go through all the pain of running for election, of getting beat up by everybody left, right, and center, of people complaining about you, of putting your family through challenges. I'm serious. Why would you do that and then forfeit, like, I'd say 2/3 of the power that you're in possession of? You ran presumably to achieve some measure of influence so you could actually change things. And now there's just a collective shrug of the shoulders. So the problem with Mr. Vought is twofold. One, we have a government with 3 co-equal branches, and Congress, as the Article I branch, holds the power of the purse. And we decide what to fund and at what levels. And in the face of an illegal action, the courts can step in and strike it down, as several judges did with the original funding freeze memo. And this is one of the things, to the extent that there are at least 20 or 30 people still watching. Donald Trump and his team are running a huge bluff. It's not that they're not causing damage. I know they're causing damage. But understand that what they want to do is multiple illegal things and then see if they can get a few of these things to stick. They have articulated that pretty clearly. Mr. Vought has said that. J.D. Vance has said a version of that, and just say, we're going to defy the federal law and see whether we can come up with some judges who will give us a different interpretation. And so the reason that that's an important thing to say is not just for me to be another Democrat saying, I can't believe he did this, but to understand Donald Trump is not the only person in the world who's not constrained by federal law. We saw last week the federal funding freeze was found to be illegal, and it was suspended, and there's an injunction against it. Last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, the birthright citizenship nonsense was rejected by a federal judge. Even what's happening with the access to the Treasury payments is being constrained in the court system. So I'm not like Pollyanna about the status of the court system. I'm very frustrated, especially with the Supreme Court, and I do not expect, if it's at all a close call, for it to break our way. But these are not close calls. These are clear violations of federal statutory law. And so we don't want to give up in advance. The roots of democracy are still strong. And like my old, now friend, one-time adversary, the former Speaker of the House in the state of Hawaii, Calvin Say, he used to say, be like the bamboo, bend but don't break. And so we all have to understand that Donald Trump is a disruptor, and it's going to be rocky. But this idea that he's just going to rack up wins and there's nothing anybody can do about it is a dangerous premise, because it can become self-fulfilling. People out on the streets, people in the courts, people in the legislature. We are out of power, but we are not powerless. And so everybody needs to understand that Russ Vought represents a very specific view of presidential power, which is essentially unitary executive, whatever you want to call it. But it's this view that once you win, you're basically a monarch. And that all those niceties, rules, I mean, literally rules, right? You make a law, and then usually the agency has to make rules to kind of explain specifically how to implement any law. And they view that as just an impediment to the inherent constitutional power of one man. And this is also consistent with the way that the tech bros view government, right? They view government as like unnecessarily slow, right? Too many checks and balances. Why doesn't the government run like a business, right? And let me tell you why. Because if you ran government like a business, you would shut down every rural hospital. If you ran government like a business, you would actually not have a national transportation network. You wouldn't have a library in Keao. If you ran government like a business, by the way, most of the money would be spent in the cities. And so we have a system of government that we all have to be committed to defending. I want to spend a little bit of time with some letters that I received from constituents last week. And I just wasn't expecting it all to go sideways so quickly. After the OMB memo came out that said federal agencies must temporarily pause all activities related to the obligation and disbursement of all federal financial assistance. What a crazy, can you imagine being a person who previously was at OMB? This person is not new to this. Issuing a memo saying, pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of funds. I knew immediately, I was like, oh my God. There's these portals, right? Then they're basically websites. And if you're the Department of Hawaiian Homelands or the Hawaii Department of Transportation, almost daily, you're doing draws. You have your little code words, you send your little invoice, and then there's an electronic transfer of money to a clinic or a construction project or the Veterans Administration or whatever it is. And those portals were shut down and everybody was in an actual panic. And I'm not exaggerating. People voted for Trump for all sorts of reasons, but one of the reasons that kept coming up over and over was they thought he would bring down the price of eggs, the price of groceries, the price at the pump. What they did not vote for was their ability to lose their ability to get a home loan or health care or child care or a healthy meal or a good education for their children. I want to read a couple of letters from constituents. I'm reaching out with a heavy heart as a program planner and student advisor who works directly with students across several Maui County schools. I also want to include representation of our sister programs, which collectively provide vital support for low-income, first-generation, and Native Hawaiian students. This year has been one of the most difficult in recent memory for our students and their families. The devastating Lahaina wildfires have left deep scars in our community, and many of our students are still working to recover from the emotional, physical, and financial toll that disaster caused. For many of them, this catastrophe was a breaking point where they saw their homes, their schools, and even their sense of safety and stability go up in flames. Despite overwhelming loss, these students are still resilient. They are fighting to stay afloat, to keep their dreams alive, and to continue their education, despite the trauma that they've endured. These support programs have been there for them every step of the way, offering them emotional support, academic assistance, and a safe space for students to process their grief and focus on the future. Through our programs, they have found a sense of community and hope. Our academic advisors and mentors have been working tirelessly to ensure that even in the wake of the fires, these students know that they are not alone, that there is a path forward. But now we face a crisis that could further jeopardize these opportunities for these young people. OMB has imposed a federal freeze on funds set to take effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. This freeze will halt the disbursement of federal funds, including those essential for our programs. Without access to these funds, we will be unable to continue providing services that our students need to heal, thrive, and succeed. The support that they so desperately need, academic tutoring, mentorship, college prep, and a strong network of peer support will be in jeopardy. For many of our students, this isn't just a program, it is a lifeline. These students are not just looking for a way to finish high school, they are looking for a chance to rebuild their lives, to break the cycles of poverty and hardship, and to find their footing in a world that has been turned upside down. To take away the programs that have supported them through the wildfires, and their ongoing recovery would be devastating. Is this program woke? Is it DEI? Is it Marxist? What the hell are we doing here? What the hell are we doing here? Why would we cause this amount of pain? Some sense of like fiscal discipline? We're not saving the money. On top of everything else, thousands and thousands and thousands of employees, not just at USAID, but at the Small Business Administration, at the CIA, were sent home. And by the way, because of civil service law, we can't lay them off. It's not a private sector situation. You can't lay them off as a matter of law. So we sent them home to not work. We're shutting people out of their emails to not deliver service to the public. Awesome. Let's run the government like the worst business ever, where we're just going to pay people not to work. I'm an 8th grade student at Halau Kumana in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am writing to ask for your support in protecting federal funding for Native Hawaiian education. The proposed freeze on federal financial assistance under Executive Memo M2513 puts programs like ours at risk. Without them, students like me will lose access to the cultural education that connects us to our identity. At Halau Kumana, our learning is different from other schools. We don't just sit in the classroom all day. We malama our aina, meaning care for the land. We learn from cultural experts and study through real experiences. Programs funded by federal grants allow us to go on educational journeys, restore fish ponds, grow food in lo'ikalo taro patches, and learn traditional skills. These experiences teach us about our past and prepare us for the future. I guess it was too woke. As your constituent, I'm writing to express strong opposition to the White House order to freeze federal funding across all federal agencies. Millions of families will lose access to services provided by SNAP, TANF, and HUD housing assistance. Millions of students in Head Start, grade schools, and colleges will lose access to classroom funding, school resources, federal loans, and Pell Grants. Millions of local firefighters and public safety officials would lose federal grants and resources needed to protect communities. Millions of veterans would lose access to VA mortgages and home loans and suicide prevention services. Is that woke Marxist ideology? See, what's happening is they want to dismantle the public services that we all rely upon. Can you imagine a week ago, a little more, I guess it was a little more than a week ago, air traffic controllers were told to quit. And we got I think it's a 30% vacancy rate. We are short of air traffic controllers. And this is not look, I understand, I've been in politics, I've been an appropriator for a while. Sometimes people cry wolf. If you don't give us this money, it's going to be dire. But the air traffic controller situation is quite dire. And we saw the impact of being understaffed last week. And so the language about woke and Marxism and all that stuff is a smokescreen. What they truly want to do is dismantle whatever the federal government does. If it's firefighting, if it's the CIA, if it's the National Weather Service, if it's VA home loans, their Project 2025, is to, they call it dismantle the administrative state, but really what they want to do is provide less service to people. And the reason that they want to do that is they got a yawning $1 to $1.5 trillion gap that they have to fill because they want to provide a $1 to $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthiest corporations that have ever existed, literally have ever existed. And they've got a bunch of kind of hardcore fiscal conservatives on the House side that just won't do it on a deficit finance basis, so they have to find savings, and that's what this is. They really are cutting the stuff that matters to regular people, and then they're going to book that as savings, and then they're going to shove it in the direction of billionaires and billionaire corporations. I see my friend Senator Murphy is here, and you know, it's a little bit like old times to see you on the floor at 2 a.m. And it used to be easier when I was on Hawaii time, but I've been here for a couple of weeks, so this is actually late for me. And I just want to recognize that, you know, we've got most Democratic senators speaking at some point through this 30-hour period, but Murph decided to take the 2 to 5 a.m. shift, so I hope you haven't had too much Mountain Dew at this point, but I'd be happy to yield to the senator from Connecticut, and with the permission of the chair, I ask unanimous consent to engage in a colloquy without having to go through the chair every time.
Without objection.
Just for the record, Senator Schatz, it's Diet Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is disgusting. Diet Mountain Dew is acceptable.
Can I just say one thing about I did not know that this whole Senate is powered on Celsius. I've never had Celsius before, but I was walking around offering people coffee, and everyone had a Celsius.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 times the amount of caffeine that a Red Bull has. So there's a reason why the conversion is happening. Not that I have an intimate understanding of which beverages have which amounts of caffeine, but I am motivated to get up at this point because I think you hit on something really, really important. There are a number of different lanes that the policy we're talking about and the agenda of Russ Vought occupies. But I thought you just talked about a really important one, which is the effort to take anything left in the common space and shift it off to the private sector to become a commodity, right? So much of what we are discussing today is an effort to raid services that help poor people and kids and middle-class families and just bank that money so that they can afford this giant tax cut that's going to go primarily to the very, very wealthy and the corporations because Mr. Vought and the other folks who wrote Project 2025 and the other people that are populating this administration still believe in this long discredited theory of trickle-down economics in which if you just give a ton of money to the very, very richest, then eventually that money will trickle its way down to everybody else. That's not how economics work. It was a fraud from the beginning. It's just intellectual window dressing for the rich and the powerful to get more rich and powerful. But there's this other lane that you're talking about, which is finding the last remaining elements of public services that we decide to do together, not for profit, and turn it into a source of profit. TSA is one of those targets. So Project 2025, written in part by Russ Vought, says TSA, this is the Transportation Security Administration, this is the agency responsible for the security at our airports, should just be outsourced to the private sector, that some private equity firm should be running security at our airports. To a lot of Americans, that idea is frightening. The idea that we would just turn security at the airports over to an entity that is doing it only for profit. It seems like we should have a public mission at the heart of airport protection. But you are reading this letter from, it sounded like a student, who may not see what's coming for our school system. This is, I was going to talk about this later, but I'll bring it up now. And without objection, I'll enter this article called Back to School, Investors Are Bullish Again on Education into the record.
Without objection.
This is a pretty long article on a massive play being made by private equity into education, and in particular into elementary education. It's kind of hard to think about this, but it may be coming. And that is a private equity firm or a hedge fund or an investment firm owning your child's elementary school. Right now, private equity investors are lining up to put money in funds because they believe they are going to have a chance to bid on your child's elementary school, to bid on your child's middle school, that we are literally going to outsource the education of our kids to investment firms. And if you read this article, it is absolutely chilling because the folks that cover the private equity industry, they're kind of, used to being unapologetic about the fact that the only thing that matters is money, right? So if you read this article, there's not a single word in here about quality or about making sure that, there aren't 50 kids in a classroom. It is just about the private equity industry realizing that, oh my gosh, there is a ton of money that we can pull out of our elementary schools and our middle schools. This is a wonderful source of profit for us. They're not mission-oriented, they are profit-oriented. And so, in addition to this agenda about stripping bare services in order to create the illusion that you're saving money so that you can pass along a tax cut to the very wealthy, this is also just a simple play to take every element of public services that haven't been commoditized and turn them into a commodity so that somebody can get rich. And I don't know. I get sick at the idea of my kid's middle school becoming a source of profit. I'm a capitalist. I believe this country is great because we allow people to get fabulously rich off of entrepreneurship and great ideas. But man, I just think there should be like a couple things that we don't do for profit. I just think there should be a few things that we do because it's just the right thing to do. Whether it's police protection or fire protection or building a road or educating our kids or protecting our airports, like not everything has to be for profit. And so I just wanted to pick up on this really important element of the 2025 plan and the Trump administration's agenda. Well,
let me just, I just want to drill down on why the profit motive is so dangerous to public service. If you're in the business of trying to figure out where to drop a Starbucks or whatever, you got to figure out where the people are, right? And you would not drop a Starbucks in a place where it's a 300-person town. Fair enough. You don't have to drop a Starbucks there. But you do need a health clinic somewhere around there. And you do need a public library somewhere around there. And you're going to want a fire station somewhere around there. And if everything becomes a question of profitability and arithmetic and ROI, what's going to happen is that rural communities are not going to get what they need. Because if you do that arithmetic as if you were a private sector investor, I promise you the only place anything makes any sense to do it is in the cities. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to eviscerate public service across rural America. I think the senator from Connecticut knows this. I care very much about about NOAA and the National Weather Service. And part of Project 2025 is this idea that we should privatize NOAA. Like, these people launch satellites, provide us with data, and then people can make, basic plans, what they're going to do that day, but aviation depends on it, farming depends on it, shipping depends on it. And the backbone of this is like a pretty expensive data collection enterprise and satellite launching and maintenance enterprise. And in the back of that, right, like there's AccuWeather and these private sector companies, and they'll put a skin on it and give you an app that tells you what the weather is, but they're all using the NOAA data. They're using the National Weather Service data. What they want is to be able to monetize this public service, and it is always that. It's socializing the losses and privatizing the gains. And I think that's what these folks want to do. But they've always kind of wanted to do this. They've always had this point of view. And some of our Republican colleagues have a point of view where at the edges we could have an argument about what ought to be a private sector enterprise or what ought to be a public-private partnership. Like, those are all kind of within the bounds of normal political discussion. But that's not what this is. This is like arson.
Yeah, and to your point, when profit is the only motive, somebody loses out. Your example about a health clinic in a rural area is true also of education, right? I mean, it's pretty costly. It is not monetizable to have a school in a very rural area where teachers have to drive long distances, where there isn't a high volume of kids. And so if you live in a world in which the private sector gets to run our schools, then you're just going to have haves and have-nots. You might have in-person education in the cities or in the suburbs, but those private equity firms will figure out pretty fast that it just doesn't make a lot of sense to run a bricks and mortar school in a rural area, and those kids will just be constantly telelearning. Those kids will just be staring at their screens all day long.
If there's any internet.
If there's any internet. And so, there are places when it comes to government and government services where there's a proper role for the private sector. We have long had public-private partnerships inside the Department of Defense. I think we have very well married together a fundamental public mission, right? We don't privatize the Army, right? With a private sector mission. The technology for the Army gets developed a little bit faster if the private sector has a role to play. But what we have realized is that there are limits to the degree to which the private sector wants to own unprofitable services. One of the grants that got turned off before the court injunction was issued was grants to community health centers. And community health centers, which are not-for-profit healthcare centers that are primarily funded by the federal government, often exist in the places where there is not a profit motivation to run healthcare, either in rural areas or in very low-income areas of cities. They run on very, very thin very thin margins at all. They don't make profit, very thin margins. And so when they miss one payment from the federal government, they are talking about immediately laying off workers.
I used to run a social service agency. We had a couple hundred employees. We delivered mental health services, and we were a Medicaid provider. And it was back in the day when we weren't yet receiving electronic payments. And I would I would wait for the mail every Wednesday and Thursday to see if we had to dip into our line of credit to make payroll. And we ran a successful agency, and we were one of the bigger social service agencies on the island of Oahu, the most populous island in Hawaii. But that's what this is like. Even if you're a pretty solid social service agency or health clinic, it's always hand to mouth. You don't have some like cash reserves. And so when they turned off that spigot, it was instantaneous, right? And I think part of what's happening with 2025, and excuse me for maybe diverting our conversation slightly, is that there's just a lot of very ideological people in cubicles that haven't been outside of Washington, D.C., and are actually thinking in abstractions, and they truly believe in their heart of hearts. It's the billionaires, first of all, but it's also some other people who wrote the document who believe, deeply, that no one's going to miss the federal government if it doesn't deliver these services. And I think one of the things that has given me some comfort in the last couple of weeks, and it's been a rough couple of weeks, is that, boy, it was instantaneous, right? People were freaked out across the country, red states, blue states, rural, urban, suburban, exurban, like everyone was like, what the hell, right? Like I might have voted for Donald Trump, I might not have, but like nobody wants this. You're at the helm of the federal government. You're at the helm of the federal government, and then you just like within the first 2 weeks go like, I'm going to destroy this place. Isn't that what you wanted? No, people didn't vote for Donald Trump so he could destroy the federal government. They like that he's a disruptor. They like that he, doesn't talk like the rest of us. They were pissed about the cost of eggs and groceries and gasoline and all the rest of it. I understand all that. But I don't think this is what people signed up for. Like, I would like this guy to shut down the Medicaid portal. I would like for Head Start to have difficulty making payroll. I would like for construction projects to be staged and then send everybody home because there's no money to pay them. Like, this is not the kind of disruption that people thought they were getting. They thought it was going to be like, I'm going to make those Democrats uncomfortable, or I need a businessman to like not, to quote unquote think outside of the box. But this is not that. This is arson, and people saw it for what it is. And it wasn't one of those things where we're arguing about the impacts, and then 3 years from now, everybody figures out what the impacts were. It was instantaneous, and it was pretty violent, right? I don't mean physically violent, but I do mean like, whoa, what are you doing to us? Across society, right? And all under this like Marxist ideology, woke DEI, like it's just like you put a bunch of like, please say cliche stuff about Democrats into ChatGPT and it like spit out an executive order.
And listen, we, if not for lawyers who brought lawsuits, if not for judges that issued injunctions, we would be in a different kind of crisis today. So we are talking about public outrage at an executive action that was midwifed in part by the nominee, that only existed for about a day before it was enjoined, before it was stayed. But if that executive order had actually been fully implemented, there literally would be today rural health clinics that would be shut down. There would be hundreds of thousands of children who would not be in preschool tomorrow morning. There would be a national catastrophe because whether or not these billionaires who don't need many government services unless their house catches on fire, even though they don't understand that people actually rely on government-funded services sometimes, this would have been an absolute nightmare and disaster. So we need to remember that, well, we feel like we are in a constitutional crisis right now. That crisis would be fundamentally different if not for the courts stepping in at this moment. And let me, just raise another issue with you, because I think you started by talking about the assumptions that, the young men in these cubicles made when they were writing Project 2025, when they're implementing these orders. I mean, there is this wild assumption about people who do public jobs, right? The contempt that this administration and these billionaires and the authors of Project 2025 have for public employees is just extraordinary. And who are public employees? Okay, you can, envision somebody sitting in a cubicle at a desk in Washington, D.C. pushing papers. That's a public employee, but so are teachers, and so are police officers, and so are firefighters. Here's what Russ Vought said about the federal workforce. He said, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. Like, he's talking about researchers at NIH that are trying to cure cancer. He's talking about, people who are trying to just get special education funds to our schools to make sure that our kids get a fair shot at learning. He's talking about the people at NOAA that are, just showing up to work every day, trying to make sure that we're prepared for natural disasters. The contempt that they have for people that get up every day and don't go work for a bank or a hedge fund or a private equity company, but instead go to work because they just want to make the world better, or their community better, or their country better, is absolutely extraordinary. It's if these folks have never actually spent any time with a teacher or a firefighter or an NIH researcher.
I think about my constituents in the IFPTE who work at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, right? Like about 20 years ago, I guess, the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard was low performing. Like, it was not great. And there was the BRAC commission to determine, if we were going to get rid of some of these bases and installations. And quite reasonably, people were looking at Pearl Harbor as one of those to possibly get rid of it because it was so low performing. They have, in the great tradition, by the way, of after Pearl Harbor was bombed, and they quickly built a fuel storage facility and rebuilt ships in like months when they were expected that it would take a couple of years. What they did was literally like miraculous and caused us to win the war. Without it, we wouldn't have won the war. And those guys dug in, understood that there was a need for improvement, and now it's the best performing naval shipyard. Are they woke? Are they DEI? Like, what are we doing here? And I really just, I want every American to share our sense of outrage on behalf of the nurses and the firefighters and the technical workers and the welders and the boilermakers and the TSA agents and the Coast Guardsmen and women. These are patriots, right? And by the way, someone also in a cubicle pushing paper, that paper probably matters. It might be your VA benefits. It might be your Social Security benefits. It might be your ACA subsidy. And so, nobody likes a big bureaucracy. I'm a Kaiser member, and God bless everybody who works there, but I have my frustrations, getting through to someone, navigating the system. And so it's easy to hate anything that's big, whether it's, Verizon or Comcast or Kaiser or the federal government. You don't have to love everything that happens in any big organization, and you don't have to think it's perfect. It's not perfect. Federal government needs reform. I actually think there's some really interesting opportunities to provide better service using AI. I'm all in if you want to make the government work better. But DOGE is kind of dressing up what they're doing as some sort of effort at efficiency and a better delivery of service. That's actually not what they're doing. You don't terrorize your employees. Anybody who's run an organization larger than 2 people knows that if you're going to get stuff out of someone, then you can be tough, but you can't actually terrorize them.
We want to put them in trauma. What CEO says that about their workers?
They'd get, I was about to swear. It's the Senate floor. I will not. But they'd get canned. They'd get immediately sacked.
Their board of directors would get rid of them.
Like, this guy's nuts, get rid of him. Yeah.
Right.
Even in the private sector, just so we're clear, because there are also differences between the public and the private sector in terms of civil service protections and unions and all that, and I'm happy for that. Because, by the way, the unions are some of the people that are standing up, not just for the rights of the workers, but the services they provide. And I think this is a little bit of a, look, I know not everybody's paying super close attention to all aspects of this. But I think in the abstract, people might have gone like, yeah, maybe you should cut the federal workforce by X, and there's probably a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. And like conceptually thinking, yeah, who cares? And then suddenly you realize, oh, no, that's a VA home loan. Oh, I actually don't want a shortage of air traffic controllers. No, I don't want a private company collecting my biometric data as I go through the airport, right? And so there's kind of a broad recognition, there's a waking up to the idea that destroying the federal government is doing damage to the United States of America. It's not doing damage to woke something. It's not doing damage to the left. It's just the federal government has an important role in society, whether you like it or not. And we can argue about the size and the scope of that federal government, but that's not what we're arguing about anymore. They're out to destroy it. They don't want to make it 4% smaller over a period of time or 20%. They want to commit arson. They came in, I mean, I just want to talk about USAID. And I understand USAID is not an animating issue for like most voters. Fair enough. You've got your own problems, and imagining money going elsewhere is sometimes hard to swallow. But I want to set that aside, whatever your view is of foreign aid, which you and I both strongly support because instability elsewhere is dangerous to the United States of America. But set all of that aside. They literally just shut everybody out of their email, told them all to go home. Like, we were standing there trying to enter USAID to just conduct some oversight and say what's happening, and we were told by the security guard that no one's there. No one was there. So this isn't like some efficiency effort. They're sacking everyone. And now I think it's 1,400, it might be more, Foreign Service officers across the planet got an email. They're everywhere. They're at the embassies in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in Central America, everywhere. And they just got an email saying, come home. You have 30 days. If you want an exception for any health reason or any specific circumstances, you can submit to us, but otherwise, you're out. These people have their kids in school. These people are there to respond to disasters. These people are there to build relationships on behalf of the United States of America. Like, imagine the kind of person who takes the Foreign Service exam and then says, I want to work in Ghana. I want to work in Ecuador on behalf of this country. Like, those are legit patriots. And they get deployed wherever they get deployed, or sent, I shouldn't say deployed. They get sent wherever they get sent, and they try to dig in, and their kids go into the American school in whatever city it is, and it's challenging, but it's exciting, and it's important, and then they just get an email saying, we're recalling you, and there's no choice. That's not an efficient way to do anything. That's just arson.
Well, and they dressed that up for like 2 days, suggesting that they were reviewing USAID for efficiencies. For 1 day, they said they were folding it into the State Department because it would be more efficiently run inside the State Department. That was never the plan, right? I mean, we just sort of have to call out the fabrication, right? The plan clearly from the start was to eliminate USAID, and they willfully pretended for a handful of days that the agenda was efficiency, when the agenda was, in fact, the wholesale elimination of the agency. And the stated on-the-record reason for the elimination of the agency is bananas. Bananas. They are calling USAID a, quote, criminal organization. I mean, it's extraordinary. I was on a radio program the other day, and the interviewer wanted to talk to me about the constitutional crisis and whether legally the president can dismantle USAID. The answer is no, he cannot. But the interviewer was like, they say it's a criminal organization. Let's just set that aside for a minute. And I was like, no, wait a second. Like, don't let them get away with the idea that USAID has to be shuttered because it's a criminal organization. Apparently, the conclusion that they have come to, the allegation that they are making, is that because many of the USAID employees on their free time may support Democratic candidates for office, that it is a criminal enterprise because you are apparently not allowed to have any political views. There are certainly many other agencies and departments and public functions in which the majority of employees support Republicans. Public services are staffed by people who have a variety of views. But the rationale on its face for getting rid of the agency is just absolutely
too many Democrats.
Is absolutely absurd that it's too many Democrats. And so I guess we're going to shut down any agencies that have 50% plus one Democratic affiliation. We're going to hold on to agencies in which the employees are 50% plus one Republican. It shouldn't matter. I don't care whether a Republican or a Democrat is teaching my kid. I don't care whether a Republican or a Democrat is staffing the domestic violence shelter or putting out the fire at my neighbor's home. And most Americans don't care, but this war that has been waged, that's what woke means, right? Woke really just means that a service is being provided by somebody who's got views or a lifestyle that I don't agree with. And we have never approached public service like that. We have decided as a country that we're going to have these people called civil servants that get up every day to serve the country, no matter what their background is, their ethnicity, their race, or their political views, or their religion, right? That their reason for getting up in the morning and going to work is to just serve everybody, to serve everybody. And we are now retreating to this world in which, no, the only legitimate people to work for the federal government are people who share the political views of the president, right? Because the purge is happening so many different ways.
Well, I just want to just sort of pause on that because, Chris, you're right. This is a purge. And I was sort of yelling in the press gallery, maybe not the best idea, but it was at a press conference. And I just basically pointed at all these people, whom I have a lot of respect for in the media. But I'm getting quite frustrated because this is actually not that hard to see if this were happening somewhere else, right? Like, we're both on the Foreign Relations Committee. We do a lot of travel. And a lot of times you sit down with some foreign leader, a minister or the prime minister or another legislator from another country. And if you can see like autocratic behavior like that, then it's literally on your talking points to encourage them to, not engage in purges, to maintain a free media, to the importance of an independent judiciary, blah, blah, blah. But when it happens to our own country, we just can't see it, right? If this were happening in Belarus, we would be like, creeping autocracy, right? If this were happening in a Middle Eastern country, we would know what this was. And so I think you're really, hitting the right point as it relates to public service. And I think about the United States military, which has been always a bastion for integration, right? And for
all sorts of integration.
Right? And now we're deciding some people are not eligible to serve, not because they can't meet the requirements, but because somebody finds it weird. Like, we're going back not 5 years, but 20 or 30 in terms of, and by the way, this anti-DEI and anti-woke thing, I just want to drill down on it just for a moment. If what you don't like about DEI is like the whole consultancy where someone comes into your workplace with a PowerPoint or whatever and makes you feel guilty for your personal ethnic background, I've been in some of those meetings and there's a lot of eye rolling and they are very ineffective and they do not increase diversity, equity, or inclusion. I'm sure there's good versions of it. But there's a lot of people who got frustrated with DEI because when they think of DEI, they think of a kind of goofy, like, consultant guy telling everybody how to divide everybody in the workplace and how to be sensitive in the workplace. And a lot of people are thinking, I'm fine. I'm nice to people. I don't harass anyone. I don't discriminate. Why are you hectoring me about this issue? But what DEI has become is anything that's related to civil rights, right? And so as these people, mostly kids, are getting access to the federal payment system, they're clearly just looking for words like gender, right? So I think in the NSF, National Science Foundation, or CDC, I forgot, research, they're like no longer allowed to say gender, and
they can't use the word female.
Yeah, so the problem is, though, you got to do research on females in order to understand what's happening with females.
No. That's DEI.
Yeah. Well, so this is the crazy thing. And by the way, different people of different. I'm Ashkenazi Jew, right? I do actually have. There's a thing called, I think it's Tay-Sachs or something, that I have a proclivity to having it. So we got to have a special check. And the reason we know that is we actually do the kind of medical research to know how people of different ethnic extractions and different sexes will respond to medicine and what they may need. African Americans need certain things that Jewish Americans don't need, and this isn't some woke DEI thing, it's like a biological fact. But now, because these guys are, childish, right? They're not just saying, hey, we should have a colorblind workplace. They're saying you can't say sex, the word sex, in medical research.
You can't say female, you can't say gender. I have the list here. It's absolutely patently absurd, right? Do you remember, so that's an element of DEI, but there's another element of DEI. So when that tragic plane crash happened, within hours, Donald Trump was hustling to organize a press conference for one purpose and one purpose only, to blame the crash on DEI. Now, what did he mean in that context? It's crystal clear what he meant. He meant that if you employ women or black people or Latinos or Asian Americans, the country is maybe in jeopardy. Maybe the country's not safe if white men aren't in charge. And so sometimes DEI means the consultancy that legitimately some people think has gone a little bit overblown. Sometimes it means we just can't discuss the differences that we actually have with each other. But sometimes it just means real old-fashioned misogyny and discrimination and prejudice, right? It stands for a lot of things, most of which are pretty sick and creepy and outdated.
And we have fair housing law, we have equal employment law. Like, you're not allowed to discriminate in housing. And so just to understand, they're not trying to just cancel these programs related to DEI. They're trying to cancel the civil rights movement, in statutory law, and defund anything that mentions a woman or mentions gender or mentions civil rights, right? And these are long settled questions. And so everybody we don't need to spend all night talking about this, but we do need to, to me, when I saw that thing where it was maybe DEI was the cause of a plane crash, I thought, this is when the DEI thing jumped the shark. And as I see these pages, you can Google jumping the shark later on. Yeah,
I don't think they know jump the shark.
No, don't Google it. Google doesn't work anymore. But anyway, but this is the end of this as a useful way to understand stuff. It is now just an epithet that you hurl when you're not sure what else to say, right? And so I look, back to Russ Vought for a moment. He's part of a crew, right? And it's Homan, it's Brandon Carr, who's now trying to intimidate, at the FCC, who's now trying to intimidate the media. The Project 2025 crew is, they are really rolling. They are populating the cabinet of the president. And the president was clever enough during the campaign to disassociate himself with Project 2025, but that did not last long because about 2/3 of his senior staffers are like closely affiliated with 2025. This isn't some like ancillary thing. They're like in it. Let me read to you something from my local Fox affiliate. Hawaii's rural health care at stake in federal funding freezes. The freezing of federal funds has thrown many nonprofit organizations in Hawaii, especially those providing healthcare services, into a state of uncertainty. Amongst these organizations, the Maui AIDS Foundation, which serves some of the most vulnerable populations on Maui. Linda Popolo, executive director of the Maui AIDS Foundation, is deeply concerned about the potential consequences of this freeze. Many clients fear being exposed in other healthcare settings due to stigma, which would make Maui AIDS Foundation's discreet, non-judgmental environment crucial. We have quite a lot of clients who are terrified right now because they feel like they'll be exposed anywhere else. The foundation's operating budget is about $2 million, but a significant portion of that comes from federal funding. Some grants are directly administered, while others flow through state agencies. One of the most at-risk programs is the housing subsidy for people living with HIV. And Popolo fears the worst. Without the housing grant, that's over $1 million of our housing subsidies right there. People are going to be homeless. In addition to the financial strain, Popolo expressed frustration with the lack of transparency. Quote, there's a gag order on federal employees, and we can't get any straight answers. And by the way, this has been the case. I'm sure, Chris, you've seen this in Connecticut. Like, people are actually, Russ Vought has already done it. He's not even confirmed. He's not even a government employee, but he's clearly already at the helm, and he's clearly already achieved his objective, which is to terrify and terrorize public employees. And so one of the things I've been saying, and it's like easy for me to say, I understand that, but I will tell you that the federal employees I've talked to who got that email saying fork in the road were like, now I'm not going anywhere. Right? And I know 20,000 people say they signed up for it, but I was thinking about this. 20,000 people out of 2 million, first of all, I don't know if that's true. And I'm certainly, it's unclear to me whether that will be honored. But that's actually 1% of the workforce.
It's pretty normal attrition.
That seems like normal attrition in a 9-month period. So yeah. I think what we just did is, of the people who were planning on retiring anyway, we just gave them like a 6-month payout. So we get nothing because they get paid through September, if this thing sticks. Very unclear. But if this thing sticks, they get paid through September, but just retire early. And we don't achieve any sort of turnover savings. So I just think these people are trying to terrorize the workforce.
And all the federal employees who have been furloughed, from the USAID employees to all the folks who are doing DEI to the FBI agents, they're still getting paid right now, right? So for the last week, all those USAID employees were sent home. They were doing nothing to protect America, and they were still getting paychecks.
And just to be clear, they don't even have their email accounts working. So they're like, think about that. If you want to send people home, first of all, it's a little weird to send people home and say, we're still operational, and then they can't even get their .aid.gov email to work, and they're not permitted to use their private email to conduct public business. And so I know someone who said, like, I'm reading spy novels. Like, I'm just killing time.
It's like almost, yeah, it's like almost like the agenda isn't efficiency.
Right.
It's like almost like if you read about all the people who were going to quit anyways, but quit and got a payout, and the people who are home locked out of their email but still getting paid, it's almost like there's a different agenda. And listen, you are right that the agenda is to terrorize public employees. They have made it absolutely clear to try to keep them silent and to try to make everybody decide that there's a different line of work that would be better for them. But you know what? I know the folks that work at Prudence Crandall Domestic Violence Shelter, and they didn't go into that line of work because it's lucrative. right? They didn't go into that line of work because it's an easy job and, you know, when they get home every night at 5 o'clock, it's just really easy to unplug. That's like the hardest work in the world, to show up every day and work at a domestic violence shelter, dealing with women mostly at the worst moment in their entire life, having just fled a home in which they were regularly abused, often to the brink of death by their spouse or their boyfriend. And so, yes, they are scared today because they got told a week ago that their funds were being cut off. And that domestic violence shelter in New Britain, Connecticut, it can't run for more than a week or so without federal dollars. Guess what? Our domestic violence shelters in America do not make a profit. They do not make a profit. Newsflash, your taxpayer dollars actually do pay for domestic violence shelters. We need to actually fund that publicly because that's not something that you can make a big profit on. The women who are fleeing violence don't show up at the door with a check to pay for the shelter that they need for a couple days. Those people are scared. They are feeling harassed. They don't know whether the doors will remain open, but they are not going home. They are not going home because they have decided to live their life in a way devoted to a mission, And so this is a moment to just say thank you, frankly, to all of the folks who work either for not-for-profits that rely on government funding, who are public employees doing the good work, who are staying on the job. I don't begrudge anybody who decides that, listen, I'm better off if I just go and do something else amidst this harassment campaign. But I'm thankful on behalf of abused women in Connecticut that there are people who are deciding to stay on the job despite the fact that they are getting threatened and harassed by the Trump administration and in particular the nominee that we're discussing today.
Well, I think, you know, I've been on one level trying not to overreact, but I also think there's a little danger of underreacting. And I've been talking about this a little bit with my brother, who's a professor with an expertise in former Soviet Union countries, Kazakhstan in particular. And so, you know, in this town, and you know this, Chris, in this town, the worst thing is to be overreacting. Like, that's just very not cool for the cocktail party and pundit circuit. Everything is always going to be fine. And if you are alarmed, you're shrill, that means you're not savvy. And the savvy thing is always that this will land fine. And I feel like we're sleepwalking into a very dangerous place. And so as I think of my theory of change, just mine, I don't presume to know exactly what we should do, all of us. I know in the legislative context, we've got to do a couple of things. We've got to find opportunities. We only have 47 of us, so we have to find opportunities to find 3 or 4 Republicans. And I had some very constructive conversations with Republican appropriators who are super uncomfortable with what's going on. Now, they might not be quite ready to go public, but they are certainly trying to figure out how they're going to exert their authorities and reestablish that, you know, it's co-equal branches here. So part of our strategy has to include find Republican support where we can. I think part of our strategy has to be where we can't to not make it easy for our Republican colleagues as they try to march to the beat of Donald Trump's drum. I think we also have an obligation to just speak out and explain to the public, especially when we're powerless to stop things, what exactly is happening and why it's bad. But the rest of society has a role here too. I think the media has an obligation to stop underreacting, stop treating like super unconstitutional, illegal, thuggy acts as if it's just like the president proposed there be a AI commission or something. Like the way these things are talked about, it's like president attempts to reform U.S. aid. It's like, no, that's not what happened. They stormed in and they took over the servers. They stand over people and tell them what to do. And if those people don't do exactly what the Doge folks say they are relieved of their duty on the spot. And then they sent everybody home, and then they got into the secure conference facility, the SCIF. Like, this is not to be characterized as something kind of mundane and, oh, this week there's a markup on the social media bill. Like, this is different, and we've got to treat it differently. And there also is a role for the federal employee, and to your point, where they can, because I don't presume to know anybody's personal situation, and a lot of people, you know, got other personal stuff going on, and I can't ask for them to be brave on my behalf. But there are some people who are deeply committed and deeply patriotic and care about the mission and care about public service, and all I would ask you is stay if you can. Stay if you can. And if someone tries to shove you around, and if someone tries to tell you to do something that feels like it might not be permissible, don't do it. Talk to your union, ask them whether this is authorized by law. Stick, because they are counting on you sort of vanishing from the scene. And then the other thing, and Chris, you and I have talked about this, you're the one that pointed it out to me. The difference between this week and last week is that individual citizens are physically showing up to protest what's happening all across the country. I mean, we've been here in Washington, D.C., and we've seen it at the Treasury Building and at the Senate, you know, they call it the Senate Swamp and elsewhere. But it's been a minute since people have showed up in person this organically. And I think that's a really important aspect of any mass movement to preserve democracy. It can't just be your legislators fighting in the legislative context. We only get credibility if there are people behind us. And now, I think we were in a bit of a slumber, frankly. And I think the American public was in a bit of a slumber. There was this sense of, you know, some people were excited about the election, some people were sad about the election, but everybody was kind of not animated in the same way that they were prior to the first Trump term. And over the last week, people said, oh my goodness, this is real. And by the way, even Republicans who were sort of imagining that this was all going to be manageable and you're going to just get your conservative outcomes with some mean tweets. That's what people thought they were going to get. I really believe that. Good people that I know thought, this guy's going to be good for the economy, he's going to be provocative online, and that'll be that.
Well, and listen, and you had Trump's first term as evidence, right? Obviously, President Trump says a lot of things that he has no intent in doing. Like, newsflash, we aren't going to invade and occupy Gaza. But he says a lot of things that he doesn't.
No on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say 99% of Americans are no on that. And in his first term, he said a lot of things that he never even tried to do. He said a lot of reckless things that he never actually followed up on. And during the campaign, he said many things that sounded a little crazy to folks. He said, I'm going to be a dictator on day one. He said that, you know, the number one enemy of the people are Democrats, and I'm going to use the military to take care of the enemy of the within, which he referenced as his political opposition. And I think many Americans said, you know what, I heard him say a lot of stuff like that in his first term. He's not going to really do it. And so you're right. After the election, you know, we had an election. He won. And people assumed that things were going to be different. Things were going to be a little bit more topsy-turvy. Maybe this country needed to be shaken up a little bit. But they actually didn't believe he was going to act like a dictator. They actually didn't believe he was going to violate the Constitution so brazenly in the first month. They didn't believe that he was going to shut down funding for preschools and for medical research.
Pardon everyone in the January 6th event. And you know this, and you've talked about this on the floor. They recommended that he pardon essentially the people who improperly entered the building. Now, I would have opposed that. But then he just said, you know what? Pardon them all. Because
it was too hard, as he explained, to try to pick out the really violent ones from the nonviolent ones. Later tonight, I'm going to read through some of the very easily accessible stories of the really violent protesters. It wasn't that hard to just pick out a handful of people who literally beat police officers over the head with poles, that stuck tasers into the necks of police officers until they had a heart attack. Like, it wasn't hard to identify those people and say, you know what, those people should stay in jail, those people should complete their term. The American public didn't think that he was really going to absolve everyone who invaded the Capitol and beat the hell out of police officers that day. And so the reason that it has taken a minute for the people to rise up, and by the way, we've seen big crowds in D.C., but you know, that doesn't really mean much if there's nobody out there in the American public. Today, there were pretty big rallies in all 50 states. This weekend, there are going to be many more. It's because people, even many who voted for him, but many who didn't, and, you know, just wanted to respect the choice of the electorate, are now realizing that this is so much more dystopian than the first term was, and a crisis that is going to immediately impact them in a real way. It's not somebody else's problem. It now seems to be my problem when a billionaire has access to my Social Security, Medicare, and tax refund data. That sounds like something that actually potentially hurts me.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right that we are. And every day I try to sort out, of the 20 outrages, how many can I even focus on? And to your point, like, the Gaza thing was deeply offensive, right? Deeply offensive, but also probably not worth devoting a ton of bandwidth to, because by some accounts, people I think who do know, it's pretty clear to me he does not have a plan. He was just literally talking. And so sometimes we're going to have to not quite pull a punch, but not hair on fire freak out, because that's not, to your point, that's not happening, right? That's not happening. They would need an appropriation. They'd probably need a war authorization. And by the way, occupying a country in the Middle East it often doesn't usually work.
Often doesn't go well.
Yeah.
But here's the difference, though, getting back to the nominee, right? Russ Vought is a serious person with the ability to execute on plans.
Yep.
Right. And so his plan, which is to destroy elements of the federal government and state governments and the nonprofit sector that help regular people, his plan to try to intimidate and harass federal workers, his plan to try to make folks who work in government pass a loyalty test to the administration, his plan to destroy access to reproductive health care. I mean, all of that is being put into place as we speak. So, you know, what makes this moment so dangerous is that they kind of learned their lessons. They wanted to do a lot of these things in the first term, but it all kind of snuck up on them really fast. They had 4 years to put into place a plan called Project 2025 so that they could, starting on day one, destroy services for the middle class and poor people, root out of government anybody that doesn't swear a loyalty test, and endorse violence in a way that hopefully suppresses political dissent. That's not working right now, and I don't think it will work. But Russ Vought is dangerous because he's got radical ideas, and he actually has the means to implement them very quickly.
Yeah, he's a smart dude, and he's a serious guy, and he actually knows the government. I mean, part of the problem with the Doge folks, they don't really know what they're even looking for, so they literally just like Control F. Oh, does it say gender? Maybe this is bad. Maybe this is woke. Like, that's terrible and irresponsible, but it's also incompetent. But Russ Vought is not incompetent. Like, he has an actual project. Not just Project 2025, but he's been like this for a while. He has a view of the government, which is that the bigger the government is, the less freedom you have. And like, I mean, Ben Sass, our old friend and colleague who's now retired from the Senate, like, he had that sincere view, right? And it was a kind of radical view, but it was sincerely held that, I mean, I would go to him and go, what about rural health clinics? And like, he was consistent. Nope. right? What about federal firefighters? Counties can take care of that, right? I don't want to characterize all of Ben's views, but what about the Federal Emergency Management Agency? Nope, got to get rid of that. And like FEMA is a really good example of there are just some things that if you're going to have a country that your federal government has to do. Because I think of two examples. When the town of Lahaina burned down, the county of Maui is kind of small. It's a couple 100,000 people. It's not a poor county. It has some tax base and all the rest of it. But it's not capable to respond to a disaster where a whole town burned down, was incinerated to the ground in like 3 hours. 2,200 structures. 2,200 structures, basically between 6 and midnight, all of them gone. 109 lives lost. And so the federal government comes in when this is how a disaster declaration works. The county or the state submits something to the President of the United States and basically says, we can't handle this. This disaster is bigger than our ability to handle it, right? And then the President signs the disaster declaration, and then that releases FEMA to go and be on the scene. And if there's no FEMA, there's no recovery. FEMA prevented, I got in some fights with FEMA about the way they were doing it, but they're good humans, trying their very best to alleviate suffering. And in the immediate wake of those wildfires, nobody went hungry, nobody lacked a place to live, and it's going to be a long recovery, but people's most basic needs were met. And when I think about Western North Carolina in particular, on some level it's worse. It was bigger, it was more structures, it was actually more property damage, and it was so vast. I mean, just the portion that got flooded is like the size of some small states. And these little towns are not even as big as Maui County, right? These are 500 people, 700 people, 2,000 people, 75 people. If the federal government doesn't come in and help folks like that through FEMA, then you're just leaving people, really to fend for themselves. And over the last year, these disasters keep getting worse and worse. I suppose we can pretend it's not climate change. Even if you want to pretend it's not climate change, you have to concede that something is out there that is causing us to have more frequent and more severe disasters. Okay? So let's set aside the question of climate and what we ought to do about it. Everybody knows my view and everybody knows your view. But the fact is we had about $150 billion worth of damage last year. And so I am not prepared to tell small states, small counties, little towns that they are on their own. But that's what Project 2025 wants to do.
So one of the things that's confusing for everybody, including us about this moment, is that it's not clear whether there is consistency or inconsistency. So you may be right that they are going to try to just destroy FEMA writ large and just erase from existence the ability for our country to come together in a patriotic way to try to help out our neighbors when a natural disaster hits. But it can't be coincidental that they launched the idea to destroy FEMA in California when a very blue state was responding to a terrible disaster, right? That doesn't seem coincidental. It doesn't also seem coincidental that the first big infrastructure project that the president came out and said that he would be defunding was also in California. Well, an equally big city-to-city high-speed infrastructure project in Florida is on no one's radar screen. And so this may be a consistent nationwide assault on public services, but it also may be, or in addition may be, simply a grift in order to provide services and grants in states that are loyal to the president, meaning they voted for him, and to deny services to states that are not loyal. We have not historically cared at all whether a natural disaster hit a state that sends Democrats or Republicans to the United States Senate. We have, sometimes had fights over how much money and when we're going to authorize disaster assistance, but we have never fought over whether a blue state or a red state should get it if the other party is in charge of the United States Senate. But all of a sudden, that seems very relevant. That seems very relevant. And part of the reason why the Constitution does not allow the president to have power over spending decisions is because that leads to a fundamental potential for corruption.
Yeah, I mean, so before you came on, Senator Kim talked about taking on the New Jersey political machine. Mm-hmm. And just, political machines everywhere work pretty much the same. If you behave well, you get your stuff, right? And pork is distributed based on political alliances. And so I think you're right to notice that the President of the United States wants to sort of create a Tammany Hall vibe nationwide. I will say, just to take your own advice, that on, say, withholding disaster aid from California, that feels like he's just ranting. And he's not actually in a position to do that because the Stafford Act provides that this is a disaster and that once we fund it, they have to help, and they will help. They're not permitted not to help. Now, he may stretch the boundaries of the law, but I do not think he is in a position to withhold aid. Now, do I think Mike Johnson is going to initiate a disaster supplemental for California? No. But the terrible fact of the matter is there will be disasters going forward, and they hit blue states and red states equally. You can just never know.
But what Trump says, whether or not he ends up implementing it, sets the agenda for his party. And so what is the speaker talking about, and what are many of our colleagues talking about with respect to aid to California? Yes, they are very worried about setting a precedent in which a state doesn't get aid if they are of the opposite party of the party in charge. But they know that they have to be loyal to the basic premise of the president. And so they're talking about conditions, right? That California is going to have to change its laws to, I would assume, more align itself with Republican priorities in order for it to get money, which would be a perversion of federal law and precedent, and very dangerous.
It's not changing laws regarding disaster preparedness or infrastructure. It's changing laws on voter ID.
Right.
Like, it's just pure, and that is one of the things I've noticed about this president is, just the unapologetic, I've got leverage and I'm going to use it aspect of it, and nobody bats an eyelash. If you behaved like that, you'd get lit on fire appropriately. And so I think, one of the things that I have noticed over the last couple of weeks is there's people, look, Democrats need to understand this guy is unusually talented. And we used to think, oh, what a buffoon and whatever. Maybe, but he's a very talented politician in a very unconventional way. But he is also not infallible. He is capable of making incompetent decisions. He's capable of being beaten legislatively in the court of public opinion. Right now, he's in the saddle because he has all these EOs, all these executive orders. But eventually, events overtake. And a president usually is responding to events rather than creating conditions on the ground. And so part of the thing that I want everybody to kind of understand as they feel their frustration, as they kind of process and try to metabolize the flurry of nonsense coming at the American people, is just to understand it's not always going to be like this. They don't have 1,200 days worth of executive orders ready to go. And that as these things are, some of them are just like wishes and could have been a tweet. Many of them are illegal. And then in some cases, the president does have pretty raw authority. Tariffs, he can do, right? And there's not much the legislature can do about it. But a lot of these things are, I mean, my favorite EO was I think it was a presidential memo, not an EO, but after the plane crash last week, they did a memo that was like, this was Joe Biden's fault. Right. And I was like, okay, now we're cooking. He's like, I want another EO to just say it was Biden's fault. And so that's kind of like when they admitted that what they're doing is when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. They understand that their agenda is so unpopular. Their agenda is so unpopular that they can't even get it through the Congress of their own party, right?
As happened in 2017.
As happened in 2017. They couldn't even do the things that they promised they were going to do, except for the tax cuts. And so I think they understand the fundamental weakness of their position, which is we got a president who's likely to do very unpopular things. And although he's not unpopular at the moment, he is relatively speaking very unpopular for a newly inaugurated president, historically unpopular for a newly inaugurated president. And this is only going to get worse because everybody knows the way he conducts himself does not age well. And so they're in a hurry. But it's not always going to feel like this. It's not always going to be like this. They will lose in court. They will lose in the court of public opinion. I'm not suggesting we're not about to experience some bad public policy outcomes and that people will not suffer. A lot of bad stuff is about to happen. But the roots of democracy are deep. And like my friend Calvin said, bend but don't break. So I just want everybody to understand, bend but don't break. I'm so proud of Chris for coming here and staying from 2 to 5. I may go get a little more coffee and come and join you, or I may take a nap. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Yep. Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Brian, thank you very much for your work in organizing this effort, and always great to be with you on the floor today. I will not hold it against you if you go take an actual nap and get some rest. You exerted a lot of effort to make sure that we were all here united, Democrats on the floor, raising the alarm. Listen, I'm going to try to go through the case as to why I do think this is a red alert moment, the reason why I was so glad to jump in and join you this evening, and why I volunteered for the 2 to 5 shift tonight. And I'm very grateful for Senator Welch. We had a gap from 5 to 6, and I may not have to go the full 4 hours. But I've certainly got 2 hours of material here because I think something really, really dangerous is happening to this country right now, something that is worthy of an overnight session on the floor of the United States Senate, something that every American needs to be talking about. And I first want to just go through all of the events and developments of the last 2 weeks that matter, because Senator Schatz was referring to a phenomenon that I think is important. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Stephen Bannon and other people that advise him are pretty unapologetic about the strategy. They call it flooding the zone. The idea is that they are just going to make so much news, they are going to make so many outrageous statements every day, that it becomes really hard for Americans to understand what's real and what's not real, what's important and what's not important. I'm not saying that the president's comments last night on Gaza won't have deep impact. They will. I can guarantee you that Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups in the Middle East right now are using the president's comments to recruit. The idea that the United States is coming to Gaza to invade, occupy, cleanse, and level Gaza, that is bulletin board recruiting material for terrorist groups. Our country is less safe today than it was yesterday because that is easy recruitment material for the groups that we are fighting. It keeps them alive at a moment when they were on the run. It separates us from our allies because despite what President Trump said last night, that everybody agrees with the plan, that was not true. Not true. Nobody agrees with that plan. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want America coming in, invading and occupying Gaza. No Middle Eastern leader wants that. The president said it. It's not true. He says a lot of things that aren't true. It makes America just look like a laughing stock around the world because everybody knows we are not invading Gaza. So when the president announces that he's come up with this brilliant plan that everybody supports and every world leader knows that he's not telling the truth and that he's never going to do it, it undermines American credibility and reputation around the world. So I'm not suggesting that the president's absurd statements last night about Gaza don't hurt America. They do. But he's not going to do it. He won't get support from Congress to do it, and nobody in the American public wants him to do it. I can't get into the president's brain, but I suspect it was part of this strategy, this articulated, purposeful strategy to try to confuse people about what's real and what's not real. I don't think it was coincidental that the president was making this outrageous, outlandish statement about Gaza last night on the first day that you really felt like the American people had figured out the game. The people turning out to protests were bigger than they had been since the election. And all of a sudden, the president comes up with a new plan to invade and occupy Gaza. So I think one of the exercises that I want to go through in my time today is just to tell you the pieces of the agenda. An agenda set by Russ Vought that matter, that are the most dangerous, are the ones that you should pay attention to. I wouldn't spend a lot of time worrying about the drama over the Panama Canal or Greenland, just like I wouldn't worry too much about the president's statements on Gaza. But here's what I would worry about. And I'm clearly going to cover ground that has been covered here today, but I just want to lay it out because I've got more time to do it than anybody else, so I'll be a little bit more thoughtful and comprehensive about it. At the top of my list is the president's decision to seize control of federal spending. So this was his executive order from a few days ago that suspended all federal spending. For that day, everything seemed to be turned off. Even the Medicaid program was not open for reimbursement. Head Start programs were not getting money. No state in the country could access dollars for different projects that they run. Not-for-profits weren't receiving funding. Now, the order was for 90 days, but, if you believe that, I've got some bridges to sell you. But even if it was for 90 days, that's patently illegal. That is patently illegal. So the Founding Fathers spent a lot of time wrestling with a foundational question: how to preserve democracy in America and prevent what up until that point had been an inexorable retreat to despotism in countries that had tried to engage in some kind of self-determination. The Founding Fathers thought relentlessly about the kind of tools that would be available to a president that could allow him to take control and rule as a king or as a monarch. Now, some of the things they spent a lot of time thinking about feel today a little anachronistic. The Founding Fathers, for instance, were really focused on not giving the president a standing army. Now, we have moved beyond that belief that a standing army is a threat to our liberty, but that was one of the things that the Founding Fathers worried greatly about. They didn't necessarily write that protection into the Constitution, but they thought a lot about it. The protection they did write into the Constitution was the protection to reserve spending power for the branch of government most directly connected to the people. That's Congress, the branch that gets elected every 2 years, the branch that has different factions, different geographies represented. They wanted the spending power to be invested in the most democratic body so as to make sure that the compromise on spending ended up benefiting the whole country, every geography, but also every political affiliation. So they said Congress has the power to spend, Congress has the power to decide how money is spent. And so for 240 years, courts and the Supreme Court has broadly recognized that a president cannot decide by himself what money to spend and what money not to spend. A president also cannot decide for himself to apply new conditions to spending beyond what the democratically elected Congress selected. And the reason for that, the reason why that power is vested in Congress, is primarily a check on despotism. Because if a president has the ability to unilaterally decide how to spend money, then of course the natural temptation is to only spend money in a way that benefits, preserves, and advances your political power. Spend money on people who support you, deny money to people that don't support you, in order to pressure more people to support you. I wasn't here for Senator Kim's speech, but it sounded like he laid out the corollary that still exists, unfortunately, in some closed political systems in this country, where you have party machines that give out favors and money and privilege based upon loyalty. Okay, we decided in this country the president is not going to get to do that because it is inherently subject to fraud and abuse and corruption. And as we have talked about, as Senator Schatz and I talked about, this president has been pretty unapologetic. Russ Vought has been pretty unapologetic in their insistence that, yes, in fact, people that are loyal to the president should be treated differently. It isn't as if we don't understand what the president is trying to do by capturing federal spending power. He's criticizing projects in Democratic states. He's saying we may not fund disasters in Democratic states. They are targeting agencies that they believe are populated by people with different political affiliations than the president. They are firing FBI agents that engaged in any kind of law enforcement action against Republicans. And so maybe this conversation would be a little bit less frantic, the moment would feel a little bit less urgent if you thought that the president was seizing control of federal spending for some halfway legitimate reason. But in fact, it looks as if President Trump is trying to seize control of federal spending for the exact reason that worried the founding fathers so much that they were explicit in the Constitution: no, the president cannot seize control of federal spending. It will lead to fraud, corruption, and ultimately the erosion and perhaps destruction of our democracy. The founding fathers worried every single day about writing a document that prevented a slide to despotism. And you can laugh that off as hyperbole. You can say that Democrats are crying wolf. Of course, America is always going to be a democracy. Every democracy dies. It does. Every democracy has an expiration date, just like every civilization has an expiration date. There is an end, and there are a series of events that lead to that end. Maybe this isn't it, but boy, when you package the list that I will give you together, it looks suspiciously like the roadmaps that caused other democracies to fall, and it looks suspiciously like the set of things that our founding fathers were clear about protecting against. The second thing that matters is the president's decision to shutter certain departments. It has started with USAID. We spent some time talking tonight about what has happened at USAID. Absolutely extraordinary. This is the nonpartisan agency that fights for the United States abroad. Our military leaders, I suspect, most of which are Republicans, I don't really care, are fond of saying, if you get rid of USAID, if you were ever to stop paying for foreign aid, you'd have to double the number of bullets you buy us. Our military leaders consistently make the case for USAID because USAID is a partner with our military in preventing chaos and instability that ultimately leads to war and threats to U.S. troops. The Army and the Navy, the Air Force, they chase Chinese influence. They try to protect us from Russia, but so does USAID. China's power in the world is not just military power. Every nation's power is multifaceted. China, frankly, gets more influence in the world from its non-military tools than it gets from its military tools. China doesn't have the number of military partnerships that the United States does. In fact, it has very few. Its partnerships are information partnerships, technology partnerships, economic development partnerships. Those are the kind of tools that USAID has. And so when USAID just vanishes from the playing field, China wins, Russia wins, non-state terrorist groups win. One of the things USAID was doing in Lebanon was running a bunch of programming trying to depress Hezbollah's influence and trying to help stand up a government that was independent and free of terrorist influence. What was USAID doing in Mexico? Trying to build up the capability of law enforcement so the drug gangs that send fentanyl to the United States didn't control areas of Mexico, which allow them, without interruption or harassment, to be able to send fatal drugs like fentanyl to the United States. So there are things our military can do to advance U.S. power, but they can't do everything. And so USAID was doing those other things. And now that they are off the playing field, America is fundamentally weaker. That's the merit-based case for why it is a disaster for the United States and a gift to China and Russia and terrorist groups that USA has disappeared. But there is a clear legal and constitutional case. USAID is an agency established by statute. We passed a law establishing USAID. We pass a budget every year funding not just USAID, but specific accounts in USAID. A president of the United States cannot, by fiat, eliminate a statutorily authorized agency. That's what a monarch does. And you are already hearing that the Elon Musk crowd that so happily got rid of USAID is now talking about USAID as a verb. They're going to USAID the Department of Labor. They're going to USAID the Department of Education. They can't eliminate those departments from the statutes, but they could just send everybody home. That would be illegal. But they could just send everybody home. What a disaster it would be if the people that make sure that our factories are safe, that workers aren't abused by greedy corporations, all of a sudden don't show up to work. That's great for the companies and the corporations. That's terrible for workers. Pay attention to this effort to shut down agencies, because these agencies, well, certainly you can have a conversation about making them more efficient, provide essential services. The Department of Education provides essential services. 2/3 of our schools run on funds from the Department of Education. Disabled kids are protected because of laws administered by the Department of Education. The Department of Labor protects workers to make sure that they don't get run over and abused by companies. USAID protects America all over the world. There is a cost to Americans' pocketbooks, to the quality of life, to the defense of America when these agencies get shuttered. So you should pay attention to that. The third thing that you should pay attention to is the corruption that's happening inside the Department of Treasury as we speak. The Department of Treasury pays the bills of this country. And those bills range from contracts we have with companies and non-for-profits to, your tax refund or your Social Security check or your Medicare benefit. That's really sensitive stuff. And so we historically have had totally non-political people running that payment system. Congress decides how that money is spent, what the level of your benefit is, but a bunch of civil servants, people who are not loyal to Democrats or Republicans, who just want to make the payments, run that system. What really caused this public tempest in the last few days was the disclosure that Elon Musk, a billionaire with all sorts of interests when it comes to the federal government, he became a billionaire based off of federal policy and federal contracts, has been given access to the Treasury's payment system. Not just him, but a bunch of kids that work for him. So a bunch of 20-somethings fresh out of college with absolutely no expertise in payment systems have gotten access to these payment systems, and they are apparently inside these payment systems right now fiddling around with them. They broke one payment system as soon as they got access to it in the Medicaid system. Now, I'll be honest with you, we don't know why they want access to the payment systems. We don't know what they're doing inside the payment systems. But there aren't a lot of benign possibilities. Are they getting ready to turn off payments to individuals and entities that they don't like? Are they just sort of looking under the hood so that they can get your tax information or get the tax information about Elon Musk's competitors? I mean, this is unheard of. This is a private sector individual, an individual who actually cannot get a security clearance because he is deemed to be a security risk, who is inside the most sensitive part of the Department of Treasury with access to every single American's personal data. That is a corruption. That is a perversion of norms and rules. And it matters. That matters. You should pay attention to it. The fourth thing that matters is the darkness that is descending over the federal government. So a few hours, maybe it was a day, 2 days after President Trump was inaugurated, he fired, I believe, every single inspector general. What's an inspector general? An inspector general, again, is an independent, nonpartisan individual who's got an office and staff that work for them that sit inside each of our agencies. Our federal agencies are big. They are. They spend billions of dollars. They do really good work, but there is always the chance for fraud and abuse. And so we historically, Congress historically, has authorized a little bit of money inside every department to have a watchdog. We call them inspectors general because they're inspecting how taxpayer dollars are being spent to make sure that the dollars are being spent in accordance with the law. And the inspectors general normally have the power to intervene when something has gone wrong. At the very least, the power to issue a report to tell the public and Congress, hey, guys, the money was supposed to be spent on, trying to fight wildfires, and instead it's being spent on something else. Those inspector generals are gone, and Donald Trump didn't get rid of them because he thought they were doing a bad job and he wanted to replace them with somebody else. He just got rid of them illegally. You can't do that. You have to, at the very least, give notice to Congress. At the same time, they have begun issuing what we call gag orders to federal employees. The most notorious one happened at USAID as the purge started beginning at USAID, when they started at first just sending all the supervisors home, when they suspended all USAID programming all around the world. A corresponding order went out to employees saying, do not talk to anybody about what's happening. Now, I can understand being sensitive about rank and file employees talking to the press, but they didn't just say the press. They said, don't talk to members of Congress. Don't talk to elected members of Congress who are in charge of spending the taxpayers' money. Don't even talk to them about the purge that is happening. And so that all sounds a little suspicious, right? Like, that's a little worrying when, with intention, all the watchdogs are fired. With intention, an order goes out to employees, shut your mouth, don't say anything. That probably doesn't mean that good legal stuff is happening inside these departments. That probably doesn't mean that this administration is really focused on rooting out fraud and corruption and tackling inefficiency. When you get rid of the watchdogs, that normally means that you are preparing to engage in some pretty bad stuff. Pay attention to the fact that the watchdogs are no longer there. The fifth thing that matters, and I wrote it on my list here, is the fifth thing, but it probably matters the most. And I'll spend some time later talking more about this, is the legitimization of political violence in this country. There's something special about force. The thing that matters most to us in life is the physical safety of ourselves and our kids and our family, right? I talk about this a lot because I do a lot of work on gun violence, and I try to explain to people that, this is the issue that matters the most to people, the physical safety of their family. I mean, you would give up anything in life to defend your family from physical harm. You would give up your house, you would give up your savings, you might even give up your life to protect the life of somebody that you love. Physical harm is really, really scary. And the threat of physical harm, because physical harm is so traumatic, the threat of physical harm is impactful. It makes people do things and change behaviors if they think there's a chance that they are going to be hurt. Every single person knows this because at some point in your life, you were threatened with physical harm. And yeah, maybe once or twice, or maybe for some people more often than once or twice, you stood up to that bully or you fought back. But for most people, there are plenty of other times in which you just changed your behavior. If the bully was on this street, you went the other block. I stood up to bullies a handful of times in my life, but I also changed my route home a bunch of times as well. There can be no place for physical violence in politics. There just can't. Because it does change behavior. When somebody is subject to the threat of physical violence, you are no longer making a decision based on what is best for the country or for your constituents. You are instead making a decision based upon what keeps you physically safe and what keeps your family physically safe. Democracies do not exist when the party in power, when the individual in power gets to use the threat of physical violence as a tool to try to influence behavior. That is, by definition, not a democracy. I am pretty confident none of my colleagues really thought that Donald Trump was going to pardon every single January 6th protester. But he did. But he did. And I will just tell you, subsequent to that decision, the threats of violence to my office, and I suspect the same is true for Democrats, have risen. Republicans have been subject to threats of violence before. They will continue to be, but this is different because Donald Trump has not immunized violence writ large. Neither has he immunized political violence writ large. What Donald Trump did by pardoning all of the January 6th protesters is say, if you commit violence in my name against people who are trying to stop me from advancing my power, it's cool. It's cool. What were the police officers doing? They were defending the Capitol from an attack that was designed to keep Donald Trump in power. Those people were storming the Capitol because they believed that the election had been stolen from Donald Trump. They were coming here to install him in power permanently. The police officers who were defending the Capitol, they weren't political, they weren't Democrats, but they were engaged in an effort to try to stop the seizure of power by Donald Trump's supporters. And when every single one of those rioters got pardoned, the message was clear. If you commit violence against people who are trying to stop Donald Trump's political agenda, it's cool. Do it. There will be no consequence. And so it is not shocking that threats of violence have increased to me and my Democratic colleagues, because right now we are trying to frustrate or stymie President Trump's political agenda. And Donald Trump has said, if you beat the hell out of people that are trying to stop my political agenda, I will let you off the hook. The legitimization of political violence, the endorsement of political violence, that matters. And the final thing that has happened over the course of the last 2 weeks, really it's been happening since the election, that matters, is the effort by Donald Trump to try to co-opt and control the media. Obviously, the Founding Fathers thought a lot about the independence of the free press. They knew that one of the bulwarks against despotism was a free and independent press. And so even though they didn't get around to it until a little bit later in the Bill of Rights, they guaranteed the freedom of the press. And as we have watched other democracies fall in the last 240 years all around the world, as we've watched countries like Hungary slide away from democracy, a key facet of that slide, that purposeful slide, engineered by a would-be autocrat, is the seizure and control of information. And it's obvious why you would want to do that, because if you can control information, then you can make sure that the dominant narrative is your spin, and you can suppress any criticism. Already, one of the nation's biggest information platforms, Twitter, is effectively an organ of the White House. Donald Trump announced that he wanted to take a 50% ownership stake using taxpayer dollars in TikTok, maybe the most influential of platforms today. He has apparently cut deals with the owners of other platforms, most notably the CEO of Facebook right after the election came down to Mar-a-Lago, and Trump openly bragged that Facebook had decided to do what he wanted, which was to stop fact-checking all of the lies that get put online by Trump's supporters. And Trump said, yeah, he probably did that because I threatened him. He was probably worried that I was going to do something to hurt him. Maybe not coincidental to the fact that there's a FTC lawsuit pending against Facebook. We'll see what happens with that lawsuit. But would it be surprising that that lawsuit disappears after the owner of Facebook said, yeah, Mr. President, I'll do what you want. I'll take down my fact-checking to make sure that your misinformation, and all misinformation, frankly, because the misinformation doesn't only come from the right, misinformation gets to exist freely on my platform. So pay attention to the hard work that Donald Trump is engaged in to try to control, to the best he can, the information infrastructure in this country. I mean, it wasn't a coincidence that not every billionaire was sitting up there on the dais with Trump during the inauguration. It was primarily the billionaires who control information companies. Facebook is an information company. Apple is an information company. Amazon is an information company. They have other business lines as well, but they are controlling huge amounts of information in this country. It's not a coincidence that those are the companies that Donald Trump is trying to gain the most influence over. So those are the 5 things that I've identified as the things that should matter. The seizing of control of federal spending, the illegal shutdowns of departments. And by the way, I mentioned USAID, but as I said, labor and education seem next on the chopping block. The infiltration of Treasury's payment system by Elon Musk and private sector individual who can't get a security clearance. The firing of the IGs and the gag orders shedding darkness on our agencies. The legitimization of political violence, the endorsement of political violence, and the attempt to put the president in a position to control the flow of information in this country. And why this matters tonight is that Russ Vought is going to occupy a space at the nerve center of all of those policies. That's what OMB is. The Office of Management and Budget is essentially the government's nerve center. It's the place where all the departments of the federal government and all the accounts and all the policies, they all connect. In many ways, the director of OMB is the most powerful person in government, often one of the least well known. The job tends to exist behind the scenes, but OMB is the place where all the pipes connect, where all the regulations and policies and executive orders have to be vetted, the place where all the department's heads have to get sign-off before moving forward with policies. And so none of this can happen or will happen, the seizure of federal spending, the shuttering of departments, the infiltration of the Treasury payment system, the firing of the IGs, the legitimization of political violence, or the influence of information platforms without the director of OMB being in charge. And by the way, it isn't coincidence that that comprehensive document that Trump swore he had nothing to do with, Project 2025, was authored in part by Russ Vought. Russ Vought was one of the primary authors, one of the primary organizers of Project 2025, which was this document that explained exactly how you would do many of these things to push American democracy towards autocracy. It isn't a coincidence that one of the primary authors of the Project 2025 document is now the nominee to run the agency that perhaps has more influence than any other agency in the federal government, the Office of Management and Budget. Okay, so having talked about the things that matter versus the things that don't matter, I want to talk about the why. And I want to talk about how all of the 6 developments that matter fit together. Because this isn't a random set of priorities, events, or developments. All those things that I mentioned serve 2 major purposes. And this is what I want to spend the remaining time that I have on. The first goal is to enact a massive, massive transfer of both money and power from poor people and the middle class to the corporations and the billionaires and the millionaires. Senator Schatz and I talked about this long discredited economic theory called trickle-down economics, in which if you just cut taxes for the very, very wealthy, the economic elites, the masters of the economic universe, eventually all that money will spill down to everybody else. That was a fraud as a theory. It was a fraud. It was essentially made up in order for rich people to just pretend like there was some intellectual underpinning to their greed. When people get really, really wealthy, they tend to just want to get more and more wealthy. For many people, being a billionaire is not good enough. You have to have 2 billion and 3 billion. And so they came up with this idea that if you just continue to give us money, it'll eventually find its way down to everybody else. But everybody knows that that's not how it's worked. Because people in this country, in the middle of the economy, are miserable. They're miserable because they're working harder and harder, and they're not getting anything back in return. Wages have gone up a little bit, especially over the last 4 years, but they're not keeping pace with prices. They have not for decades. And even though this country is becoming much more productive, every worker is way more productive than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago, in part because of technology. The gains from that productivity are not accruing to workers. It's accruing to the owner class, to the capital class. And so there's this separation happening in this country whereby everybody in the middle is just kind of like treading water, and then you have this set of super elites, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the people that were on that inauguration platform, that have more money than they know what to do with. And very little of it is actually ending up trickling down. They are hoarding much of the money that they are collecting. And so this theory has never, ever worked. But greed is powerful. It's powerful. And so that crowd, that economic elite crowd, there aren't any poor people walking around Mar-a-Lago. Everybody that Trump hangs out with at Mar-a-Lago, those are really, really rich people. Really, really rich people. Trump's not, playing golf with, he's cleaner. The people that Trump is talking to are people who are immensely wealthy, and they see a real opportunity. It's not just good enough to have low taxes, they want them lower. And they also want the ability to squeeze as much as they can out of the federal treasury for themselves. So what Project 2025 is all about and what the Trump agenda is all about is first and foremost about a massive transfer of wealth and power from the middle of America to a very handful of elites. And so I want to try to walk you through that for a second. So the first thing that they are doing is trying to set up another round of massive tax cuts for the billionaires and for the corporations. They're going to try to get money other ways, but the most important thing to them is for their taxes to be much lower, for the corporate taxes to be low or non-existent, for them to be able to pass along all their wealth without any taxation to their kids so that you have these permanent billionaire families where nobody ever has to work. The money just gets handed down from generation to generation. For regulations to be gutted so that they can abuse the environment or workers in a way to pile up more money. And they're going to do that in this bill that will be considered later in the year through a process called reconciliation. Now, when Republicans did this bill in 2017, they made no attempt to try to pay for it. It was almost all borrowed money. And it was one of the reasons that the piece of legislation was really unpopular. People hated that tax cut because fully enacted, that tax cut would have sent about 80% of the benefit to the very, very wealthy, but it also was just all put on the American credit card. There was, again, this argument that, A, if we cut taxes for the wealthy, it'll trickle down to everybody else and it'll result in a magical increase in tax revenue because of all the economic activity caused by the tax cut. And that magical economic activity and the tax revenue from it will pay for the fact that we are now collecting less in taxes from the very, very wealthy. That didn't happen. It just didn't happen. We lost a ton of revenue because the rich and the corporations were paying much less. The economic activity that they predicted did not happen, and the deficit grew. The deficit grew. It was a massive explosion in our deficit. No president, up until Donald Trump, had added more to our deficit than he did during those 4 years. So this time, knowing that that tax cut was really unpopular for a lot of reasons, but not least of which the fact that it wasn't paid for, it was all borrowed, Republicans are trying to create the illusion that they're serious about savings. And so part of what is happening with the cuts at USAID, the evisceration, the elimination of USAID, and the next round of cuts at the Department of Education or the Department of Labor is about gutting a series of programs, or at least creating the illusion of cuts that then create a pretext that, hey, we've saved a lot of money. We've cut a lot of government services. We can afford that massive tax cut for the rich and for the corporations. Now, as I talked about with Senator Schatz, a lot of those cuts are illusory. All those USAID employees that have been sent home, they are still getting paid. I mean, it's insane. We have thousands of federal employees right now who are home or are about to be recalled, many of which have lost access to their emails, so they can't even work from home, that are getting paid to do nothing. So some of these cuts are illusory. They don't exist. It looks like you're saving money, but you're not really saving money. But eventually, if you do shutter the Department of Education and you do shutter the Department of Labor and you keep USAID illegally closed, then, yeah, some savings will appear. But where do they come from? They come from a retreat of American power. They come from our decision to stop contesting the rise of China. They come because we've decided to hand Ukraine to the Russians. They come from our decision to stop fighting terrorists. If you close the Department of Education, you'll get some savings, but it will only be because we have abandoned children with disabilities. We have stopped trying to fight bias and discrimination in our school. We are no longer helping kids afford college. If you destroy the Department of Labor, yeah, you will get some savings that you can apply to the billionaire tax cut, but it's because you have shut down OSHA, which makes sure that our factories and our workplaces are safe. It's because you are no longer helping workers collectively bargain so that they can get better wages and better benefits. USAID protects this country. The Department of Education and the Department of Labor help regular people. It's easy for the billionaire class to say, let's shut down the Department of Education. All their kids go to private schools. They don't need the Department of Education. And even if their kids are discriminated against, they can hire fancy teams of lawyers. So some of the savings are illusory, some of them are fake. But many of the savings, if you shut down USAID and Department of Labor and Department of Education, they are real, but those savings are gleaned by hurting real people. Shutting down schools or withdrawing from a fight for civil rights and protections for kids with disabilities, or stopping trying to protect workers from harm done to them by corporations, or a retreat from the world, a decision to just pack up and let China own the world. There's a cost to all of that. And the cost is borne not by the wealthy and the billionaires, but by regular people. Why does the military say, military leaders say routinely, I'll say this again, I mentioned it earlier, that if you eliminate USAID, if you stop soft power, right, you got to buy us twice as many bullets. Because they know that USAID helps keep really dangerous places, places that matter to the United States, like the Middle East, stable. And if you stop focusing on stability in parts of the world that matter to the United States, conflict breaks out, and the United States often gets dragged into that conflict. And when the United States gets dragged into that conflict, it is not the billionaires' kids that are fighting. By and large, we all know this, the people that sign up for our military are middle-class families, are often poor families. And so the billionaires and the corporations, they won't have much to lose if the evisceration of USAID leads to American troops being sent into conflict around the world. It'll be regular folks, the non-billionaire class, that'll get impacted by that when their kids are sent overseas, when their kids don't come home. So this attack on agencies, this illegal shuttering of departments, it's all in service of trying to make it seem as if there are savings happening so that we can afford that tax cut for the very, very wealthy. But then there's this other thing that's happening. And again, we don't know what it is yet, but man, it looks really worrying. So why is Elon Musk inside the Department of Treasury? Why has Donald Trump given him access to this incredibly sensitive payment system? I'm going to admit to you, we don't know yet. It just is unprecedented. And you saw the longtime Treasury employee. I mean, this is a non-political guy. This is just the guy who shows up to work every day trying to make sure that you get your Medicare benefits and you get your refund check. He left. He left. He'd never seen anything like this. He had never seen a billionaire with a political agenda come in and take control of this payment system. And so what's the agenda there? I don't know. But could it be in the same service as the elimination of USAID and the potential elimination of other departments? Could it be that they want to take control of the payment system so that they can strip benefits, admittedly expensive benefits for the middle class so that they can afford their tax cut? If you have control of the payment system and you don't care about the law and you don't care about the Constitution, you can decide to reduce payments or shut down payments. For a day, they stopped paying Medicaid claims. So it's not like this is beyond them. For a day, they shut down the Medicaid system. If Elon Musk has control of the Treasury payment system, and there's a need to save some big money so that you can claim that you passed along the big tax cut to the billionaires and the corporations and you didn't increase the deficit, then maybe those Social Security benefits get turned off for a day. Maybe those Medicare benefits get turned off for a day. I don't know what the hell he's doing inside that payment system. And you can say, well, you shouldn't believe the worst, or you shouldn't just hypothesize, you shouldn't guess. But we haven't been given a good explanation for something that looks like a fundamental perversion of precedent and the law. Remember, Elon Musk can't get a security clearance. Can't. But apparently, he can have access to all of our most sensitive information and data. And maybe it is in service of trying to rearrange payments to save money for that tax cut. I mean, it's stunning the number of programs that he has access to. Social Security and Medicare benefits, salaries for all federal personnel, payments to government contractors and grant recipients, tax refunds. The system holds a lot of sensitive information, including Social Security numbers, all of our Social Security numbers, all of our names, all of our addresses, much of our private banking information, much of our private tax information. News broke today that Musk now has access to even more. He didn't just get access to the Treasury payment system, but now he has access to CMS's payment system. CMS runs Medicare and Medicaid. So now Elon Musk has access to all of the payment and contracting systems that run Medicare and Medicaid. Literally has control of hundreds of billions of dollars in payments to healthcare providers. They got access to that payment system. Today, they also showed up at the Atlanta headquarters of the CDC. They met with Labor Department leaders to begin the process of getting access to those payment systems as well. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Well, it could be that they are trying to save money so that they can afford the billionaire's tax cut, but it also may be so that they can direct payments to the companies and the individuals that have pledged support to Donald Trump, and they can deny payment to people who have not pledged loyalty. And again, I understand that that sounds a little fanciful, but just look what's happening right now at the White House. The president is saying he's going to shut down a high-speed rail system in California, while saying nothing about a high-speed rail system in Florida. He's proposing eliminating FEMA because there was a series of devastating, deadly wildfires in California, but he wasn't, and Republicans weren't talking about eliminating FEMA when there were disasters in Republican states. It seems as if there's a pretty unapologetic preference for political friends. And if Elon Musk has control over the payment system, then why should we assume that he wouldn't use that control to turn on money to people he likes, or maybe even entities that he is affiliated with, and turn off money to entities that he's not affiliated with, or to his competitors? That's why you don't allow a billionaire, that's why you don't allow somebody with massive financial interests to be in charge of the Treasury's payment system. That's bananas. We don't do that because it opens up the opportunity for fundamental corruption. But if you understand one of the key reasons for all of these early actions to be a transfer of power and wealth away from regular people to the billionaire class, then it makes sense. Because you can either use your control of that payment system to bank money that you can use to cut your own taxes, or you can just use control of that payment system to pay people that are affiliated with you or help your business and deny money to your competitors. This is where the firing of the IGs matters. Because if we had inspector generals in these departments, then we would actually be able to have a view as to whether the access to these information systems are being used for corrupt purposes. Here's the list of the inspectors general, or inspector generals. I get confused. I know it's attorneys general. I'll say inspector generals. Here's the list of inspector generals that have been fired. The Inspector General at the State Department, the Inspector General at the Department of Energy, the Inspector General at the Interior Department, the Inspector General at the Defense Department, the Inspector General at the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Inspector General at the Department of Transportation, the Inspector General at the Environmental Protection Agency, the Inspector General at the Small Business Administration, the Inspector General over Social Security, the Inspector General of the Department of Labor, the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services, the Inspector General of the Department of Agriculture, and the Inspector General of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. All those watchdogs are gone, and they are being replaced with no one, because the complaint wasn't that these Inspector Generals weren't good enough watchdogs of the federal taxpayer dollar. The complaint was that there were watchdogs. The complaint was that somebody was looking and watching. All of these inspector generals were fired and replaced with no one for the purpose of darkness descending. Elon Musk got access today to the entire Medicare and Medicaid payment system. Why, we do not know, but it is certainly plausible to believe that there are nefarious purposes afoot, that his access to that system is part of a design to harm our democracy or enhance his economic interests. But we will have a really hard time figuring out, because the Inspector General at the Department of Health and Human Services coincidentally was fired days before Elon Musk was given unprecedented access, an unaccountable, unelected billionaire with tons of business interests inside this government was given access to the most sensitive payment systems in our government. It is not a coincidence. I was being facetious. It is not a coincidence that all the inspectors general were fired right before Elon Musk got access to these payment systems. The intent is darkness. And if your intent is to steal from the American people, if your intent is to use that access to be able to divert money from legal purposes to illegal purposes, if your intent is to transfer resources that are supposed to be due to the taxpayer, instead to the millionaire, billionaire, and corporate class, then you can't have sunlight. You can't have pesky inspector generals, because the public would hate that if they knew it was happening. There are thousands of people showing up to riots, but there would be hundreds of thousands showing up to protests. But there would be hundreds of thousands of people showing up to protests if they knew, through the reports of these inspectors general, that there was thievery happening. We don't know what's happening because darkness has descended upon these agencies. The other part of this plan, related to the shutdown of these departments and the infiltration of these departments by people like Elon Musk, is that another way for the billionaires to get richer, beyond cutting services, influencing the economy by giving themselves payments and denying payments to their competitors, is to just privatize more and more of the federal government so that they get to take it. To privatize more and more of state and local services so they get to take it. Project 2025, written by Russ Vought, amongst others, is very clear about that intention. They, sort of look at the remaining parts of the federal government and our government writ large that are still done just for the common good, not done for profit. And they say, to hell with that. We want every public service to be a source of profit. I think that's a disaster. I think there's an important public-private sector partnership in a lot of parts of our government, right? I think it actually does work pretty well, for instance, the Department of Defense, to have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, to have our military service members be a public service, right? We don't have a mercenary army, right? Our army is run by the government, by generals, by officers who work for the government, but they are supplied with equipment that comes out of the private sector. Because in the private sector, you're maybe going to get some more innovation than you would in the public sector. I think that's a very legitimate public-private partnership. Same thing in healthcare. I don't like how much of our healthcare system has gone to the poor private sector, but I understand that it is important to have a profit motive, for instance, in drug discovery, that private companies probably push a little bit harder to commercialize a breakthrough therapy than might a government laboratory. So I think there are plenty of places in government where public-private partnerships work. There are plenty of places in government where maybe it should all be in the private sector and we just flow money from the public sector to the private sector. But I don't think that works for law enforcement. I don't think that works for protection services. I don't think that works for our public schools. I do not want a private equity firm to own my kid's public school. I don't want the motivation of the administrators of my kid's elementary school to be sucking as much profit out of the school as possible. I want my kid's school to be a place where they only care about quality and performance. And does that mean that there might be a little redundancy built in? Does that mean there might be a little inefficiency built in? Yeah, but I just want the mission to be doing good for my kids. But that's not how Russ Vought sees it. That's not how the Trump administration sees it. They see every existing remaining public service, from the security at our airports to the administration of our schools, as a lost opportunity for the rich to get even richer. I referenced this article earlier, but I'll do it again. This is from a publication called Buyout Insider. It's a pretty long article entitled "Back to School." Cute little heading. Back to school. Investors are bullish again on education. Private equity's appetite for the sector is strong, is the subheadline. And while a lot of this article is admittedly about private equity's interest in ed tech, the technology that surrounds schools and is used by teachers, it also talks about private equity's interest in just buying schools, buying and running schools. It talks about some of the schools that are already being bought and run by private equity. Remember Betsy DeVos, the first Secretary of Education during Trump's first term? She ran for-profit schools, schools where the goal every day was not to educate kids, but to make money for Betsy DeVos and her family. And so part of the agenda here is not just to pass along a tax cut to the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations, but also just ship big parts of our public surface infrastructure into the private sector. I'm a capitalist. We're all capitalists here. I believe in the genius of the private sector. I just do think there are some things that we should just do for the common good. There are some things that shouldn't be about how much money can I make. Billionaires and the corporations, the private equity firms, they're doing fine. Like, they don't need our schools. They don't need our schools. And frankly, there's plenty of evidence to show that when they get their hands on fundamental public services, they do it worse. For instance, if you look at nursing homes that are owned by private equity firms versus nursing homes that are not-for-profit, the not-for-profit homes are better quality homes, Less people die in nursing homes owned by not-for-profit organizations than die in nursing homes that are owned by private equity. Why? Because private equity exists not to keep patients alive. I'm not saying that the owners of these companies aren't moral human beings. I'm not saying they're indifferent to life, but their bottom line is how much money do we make? And there are certain sectors of public life, like the end of your life, like my kids' education, like whether I'm safe at the airport, that I just don't want profit to be the motivating factor. And so it's important to sort of understand the why. The effort to shutter these agencies is in part an effort to send their services into the private sector. The agenda at the Department of Education is not just to destroy the bureaucracy at the department, it is also to outsource the education of our kids to the private sector. They want to destroy these agencies so, in part, they can move the services into the for-profit realm so that the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations can get even richer. So I think it's important to understand that element. There's another piece of this story. Specifically the story about USAID that is relevant to this effort to transfer power into the hands of the elites. You have to ask, why was USAID first? Why was there such a fervor to shut down USAID? I don't know the answer. But what I know is that we traditionally don't allow people like Elon Musk to be this involved in foreign policy because they are conflicted. I understand that that is probably the reason why Elon Musk can't get a security clearance, because he has these massive business interests outside of the United States, in particular in China. And so you have to ask yourself, why is USAID being shuttered? Why does Elon Musk care so much about USAID? And I hate that we're searching for explanations. But the explanation that we've been given on the record is a lie. It's not true. What Elon Musk and others have said is that they had to shut down USAID because it's a criminal organization. I mean, there's not a single United States senator, even the United States senators who don't like the fact that we spend money addressing famine overseas, that thinks USAID is a criminal organization. That's ridiculous. It's not true. Nobody who spent a day looking at USAID thinks it's a criminal organization. This is just normal public service committed people who show up to work every day trying to solve problems for America abroad. So we just have to accept that their on-the-record explanation that they're shutting down USAID because it is a criminal organization is not true. That's not true. So we have to search for what the answer is. Who benefits most by USAID shutting down? I would argue it's China. So China's influence in the world is primarily non-military. China's got a big growing military. We got to worry about that. But China doesn't have military partnerships with countries like the United States does. China has economic development partnerships, technology partnerships, mineral resource extraction partnerships, port ownership and administration partnerships. China's influence in the world right now is primarily non-military. They don't do as much relief aid as we do, but they do a lot of it as well. They do help countries invest in public health infrastructure. They do show up and help with disasters. And that's how they gain influence. The defining contest in the world right now is between the United States and China for who is going to control the piping of the international economy. When I say piping, I mean the navigation of the seas, the information infrastructure, the AI data sets, the flow of critical minerals that are so key to making all of the technologies, the chips, et cetera, of the future. China is trying to buy up that piping. And they do that by creating relationships with governments overseas based upon their non-military relationship, the economic development partnerships, the investments that they make. USAID competes with China when it comes to those non-military investments, so that China won't command that competition over who controls the economic piping of the world. And so when USAID disappears, China cheers. They are cheering right now because now they have the run of the place. They are able to gain more influence when the United States is withdrawn. I say that because Elon Musk has a lot on the line with China. Here's a recent article describing the extent of Elon Musk's business relationships in China. Mr. Musk has a lot on the line in China. His best-known company, the electric vehicle maker Tesla, makes half its cars in China. Tesla sells more cars in China than anywhere else except the United States. And his local competition is getting stronger. And Chinese regulators have not yet allowed Tesla to offer its latest assisted driving and self-driving car technology, while allowing Chinese automakers to race ahead with similar systems. Many of Musk's other companies, including his ventures in solar energy and large batteries, face formidable competition from Chinese businesses. Some of his businesses might benefit from a decoupling of the Chinese and American economies. Goes on to explain all of the different ways in which Elon Musk has real interests in China and real reason to curry favor with the Chinese government. We can't know for certain whether there is a connection between Elon Musk's ferocity in eliminating USAID, a daily thorn in the side of China, and his business interests, but we certainly haven't seen any more credible explanation. And we got more evidence today of how Elon Musk's business interests seem to be dictating American foreign policy. one of the places that decisions get made about the rules of the world, rules that matter to the United States and U.S. companies, is the G20, the 20 biggest economies. We're there every year because we want a seat at the table when the rules of the global economy are set. Because if we're not there, the rules are going to disadvantage America, disadvantage our interests, and disadvantage our companies. Well, the Secretary of State today announced that we would be boycotting the G20 this year. Why? Because we just don't like the place that it's being held. And guess where that place is? South Africa. And guess what Elon Musk has been doing over the course of the last several months and years? Running a PR campaign against the government of South Africa for a host of reasons, but one of them is that the South African government refuses to sign a contract with Starlink. He's very mad that the South African government refuses to sign a contract with them on Starlink. It's because, whether he likes it or not, the South African government has certain rules about diversity and inclusion and equality that he can't meet. And so what did Secretary Rubio announce today? We will not be attending the G20 in South Africa because we don't like their rules on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The very rules that are preventing Elon Musk from getting a contract in South Africa are now the reasons why the United States is not showing up at the G20. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but man, this seems a little weird that our foreign policy seems to be impacted by the billionaire's interests, the billionaire that has such close connection to the policy of this administration. So one of the other ways that American policy and American law can be perverted to serve the billionaires and the corporations is if there is an integration between the interests of the billionaires and American foreign policy. It's just something that we have to have our eyes wide open to. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is, just what's coming with this reconciliation bill. Because it could be that what's happening inside Treasury or what's happening at USAID is partially an effort to try to create savings or the illusion of savings to be able to afford this big tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. But there's also a plan that's put down on paper by a congressman in the House who's very influential in budget circles that lists out a series of cuts that they intend to carry out or want to have on the table in order to afford that big tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. On that list is $479 billion of cuts to Medicare, $2.3 trillion worth of cuts for Medicaid. Medicare insures all seniors in this country. Medicaid insures seniors and pays for many senior services, but also pays for many services for the poorest families and kids in this country. 40% of births in this country are paid for in part by Medicaid. $2.3 trillion. I know nobody understands how much money that is, but that's a lot of freaking money. That's a lot of really hurt people. If you cut $2.3 trillion out of the Medicaid system, $151 billion in cuts to the Affordable Care Act. That means kicking people off of their insurance. $347 billion of cuts to things like TANF, which is assistance for the very, very poor kids in this country, food programs that keep kids and families alive who can't afford food. I mean, this is a draconian list of cuts. Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, food programs, emergency assistance programs. None of these programs that are laid out in the Arrington memo, this is Representative Arrington, none of the programs laid out in Representative Arrington's memo impact billionaires in a meaningful way or millionaires in a meaningful way. There's not a cut here that impacts a corporation in a meaningful way. Every single cut listed in his memo, Medicare, Medicaid, food programs, TANF, the Affordable Care Act, they impact middle-class people, poor people, regular people. Just like USAID benefits regular people, making sure that their sons and daughters don't have to go off and fight a war, just like the Department of Labor and the Department of Education. Protect regular people. Are you seeing the story here? This agenda is about stealing money from the middle class and poor people and rerouting it to the billionaires, millionaires, and corporations. Every part of this story, the shuttering of these agencies, the removal of the IGs, the infiltration of the payment system, the requisition of American foreign policy by the billionaires, the reconciliation bill, it's all in service of the same thing. Taking power and money from people in the middle and delivering it to the very, very wealthy. For what? What else does Elon Musk need? What more does somebody who makes $500 million need? Why do they need another giant tax cut? Why do they need to run our schools or the TSA? Just to be able to pad their pockets. I mean, I don't begrudge anybody making money in this country. That's the genius of America, is that you get to get rich if you have a good idea and you work hard. But I don't support the wholesale rapid transfer of money and resources from folks in need and the middle class to folks that are already rich and don't need any more help. I mean, all we're talking about here is just a real-time shift, cutting Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, shutting down agencies that help normal people, corrupting our foreign policy in order to deliver more money to people who are already billionaires. Nobody wants that. So let me talk about the second goal here that I think is actually in some ways much more urgent. The second goal is to try to either suppress or shutter public dissent, because they know what they're doing is really unpopular. Cutting Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, that's not popular. It's very, very unpopular. Repealing the Affordable Care Act was and still is really unpopular. So how do you get away with that? How do you stay in power and win elections if you do things that are really unpopular? Well, you rig the rules. You rig the rules. The before and after moment is January 6, 2021. I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that the majority of Republicans between the House and the Senate endorsed the idea that Donald Trump should still be president of the United States after he lost the election. That was the majority position for Republicans in Congress, that Donald Trump had lost the election. Now, they said he really won the election. They claimed there was fraud. Obviously, there was not fraud. Obviously, there's no evidence that he lost the election, that he won the election. He lost it by a landslide. He lost it by a landslide. It wasn't like 1 million votes. It wasn't like 1,000 votes. He lost the election by a landslide. But Republicans said, no, I don't care that he lost the election. I want President Trump to stay in power. In many ways, it is the most dangerous day in American politics since the end of the Civil War, because it was an admission by one major political party that they care more about power and keeping power permanently than they care about observing the will of the people. The people elected Joe Biden. The majority of Republicans here said, I don't care. I want Donald Trump to stay in power. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes, including endorsing and condoning violence in order to keep Donald Trump in power. That effort to try to destroy public dissent, to try to eradicate democracy as we know it, so as to keep Republicans and the Trump family in power permanently, has not disappeared. And I think it's important to talk about that. So, as I mentioned before, the most significant thing that has happened in many ways in the last 2 weeks, something that was supported by this incoming director of OMB, is the endorsement of political violence, the pardoning of the January 6th protesters. It's unforgivable what happened. It's unforgivable because the people that assaulted the Capitol that day engaged in unspeakable violence. You know these stories. These rioters who came here with metal poles and beat police officers over the head. The rioter who dragged a Capitol police officer by the neck into the crowd and held him down while his fellow rioters stomped on the police officer's body. The rioter who posted the night before, "The revolution is coming, there will be blood." The scaffolding that was erected outside of the Capitol, the chance of hanging Mike Pence. The rioter who went to the scaffolding after beating up police officers, and posted on social media, "Too bad there's no Democrats here." The police officer who died afterwards. The police officer who had a heart attack after being tased repeatedly by one protester. The rioter who walked around the Capitol with zip ties, apparently looking for any Democrat to be able to seize, to kidnap, to torture. I was here inside this chamber. For my Republican colleagues who remember that day as a day of wayward tourists, none of my Republican colleagues stayed here to welcome the tourists when they were beating down those doors. Republicans ran just like Democrats ran. And so I covered this before, and so I won't belabor it. But Russ Vought is really dangerous, in part because he has been part of this effort to endorse political violence. And I don't know that we ever repair our nation from that transition away from a universal belief that only peaceful protest is acceptable in this country to a world today in which, as long as you are engaged in political violence on behalf of the president, you can get away with it. I mentioned this before as well, but the other component of this attempt to seize power and hold power permanently for Republicans in the Trump family is this attempt to try to control information. It's wild to me that this major information platform, Twitter, is now essentially being run out of the White House. It's amazing to me that President Trump is proposing to spend taxpayer dollars to take a 50% ownership stake in TikTok. It's amazing to me that people like Mark Zuckerberg are making deals with the president in which apparently the company will get some favorable treatment from the administration in exchange for Facebook stopping patrolling false content being posted by everybody, but including supporters of the president. The bullying of the media, the deals that seem to be being cut, are not unfamiliar to those of us that study the ways that democracies die. In democracies that vanish, it is often because the information systems get co-opted or controlled by the regime. We're not all the way there yet today. I admit, even though Twitter is run by an ally of the president, I still post on Twitter, and there's still people that see my criticisms of the president and Elon Musk. But all it takes is one tweak of those algorithms, and all of a sudden, content that opposes the president is depressed, and content that spreads his narrative is accelerated. And it just isn't a coincidence that all the CEOs that were on stage at the inauguration, or the majority of the CEOs that were on stage at the inauguration, run information companies. Again, I've covered this before, but another way in which they depress dissent is by just stopping information from ever getting out into the public. So the effort to fire the inspectors general, the effort to place gag orders on people who work at these agencies, that's just an effort to try to hide the bad behavior, hide the potential fraud, so that folks who are organizing out there to oppose the president's agenda never get access to the information. Second to the endorsement of political violence, I think, in order of urgency for us to talk about, is the seizure of government funding. I talked about the seizure of government funding in the context of how it allows for corruption and how it allows for somebody like Elon Musk to send money to people he likes and deny money to people he doesn't like, how it allows them to unilaterally violate the laws that we've passed to hold back funding so that they can bank dollars to afford a tax cut or a tax cut for a set of individuals or a corporation. But it also suppresses political dissent and speech. And we saw this happen in real time. When those grants were all shut down, we had a hard time during that day to get information from grant recipients, because they were afraid that if they went public, the grant would never be turned back on. And that fear has not completely dissipated. It is very hard to get information from grant recipients even when their money has been turned back on, because again, they fear that if they collaborate with Democrats, they will be a target to have their dollars turned back off. Again, this is exactly why the Founding Fathers said a unitary executive, a single executive, cannot and should not be in charge of who gets money and who doesn't, because they can use that money to reward friends and to punish enemies. And so we are still trying to understand the full scope of the president's compliance or violation with the court orders. But it seems clear to us that there is an agenda here to protest money when it goes to places that don't align with the president's political priorities, and let money go through when it goes to places that are lined up with the president's political priorities. I mentioned the most obvious example of that being the president's threat to shut down a high-speed rail grant to California, but his disinterest in that grant when it is going to another state that supports him, like Florida. The last very, very worrying development is what's happening inside our Justice Department right now. There is a rolling purge that is happening right now. You are watching the FBI squeeze out anyone that was affiliated with the prosecution of the January 6 rioters. You are watching the firing of anybody that was associated with law enforcement actions against the president. And so the message is clear. If you're in law enforcement and you go after Republicans or you go after Donald Trump's political interests, you are not going to have a job. That would be worrying in and of itself. But there is something else that is happening. And that is early threats of law enforcement against opponents of the president. The new acting U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., sent a really interesting letter directly to Elon Musk. Again, Elon Musk is a private citizen. He can't pass a security clearance. But Ed Martin, the acting U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., sent a letter saying it was good to work with the Doge team this weekend. We must keep all our American government employees safe. We must protect the American people's property. I recognize that some of the staff at Doge have been targeted publicly. That's true. Doge is apparently a public agency. If you are working for Doge, you have accountability to the American public. It is true that we are having a public conversation about Doge, about Elon Musk, about the people who work for him. He says, at this time, I ask that you utilize me and my staff to assist in protecting the Doge's work and the Doge's workers. Let me assure you of this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work and threatens your people. You read that again. Let me assure you of this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work and threatens your people. That's extraordinary. The political opposition in this country is allowed to try to impede the work of the majority party. We are allowed to publicly criticize the work of the majority ruling party. We are allowed to protest outside buildings. We are allowed to name individual government officials and criticize them for the actions that they have taken. But this letter from the U.S. attorney says that, be assured, we will pursue legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people. Online, there are many critics of Elon Musk. The other night, one of these MAGA trolls targeted a critic of Elon Musk. And he tagged Ed Martin, the U.S. attorney, in his tweet. He said, I found one right here. Eagle Ed Martin, lots of stuff in his Blue Sky account as well. I'd look into him if I were you. He was threatening to hurt Elon Musk, very unstable figure. This is a pretty mainstream critic of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He's not threatening to hurt anybody, but he's a pretty regular critic of Elon Musk. That critic responds to this troll, and then guess who shows up posting? The U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C. He responds to this MAGA troll, "Thank you for the information. Noted." That's extraordinary. That's a law enforcement issue with the power of arrest and imprisonment. Posting on a thread that includes a very loud, visible critic of the president, Elon Musk, that he's watching him. He's watching him. Coming on the heels of a letter that says, "Let me assure you, we will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people." Now, even if this critic doesn't end up getting arrested, because there is no claim that there is anything that he has done, as far as I have seen, that would ever rise to the level of an arrestable offense. He is just a critic of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Even if he never gets arrested, the chilling effect of a U.S. attorney telling critics online that "I'm watching you," that is authoritarian stuff. And it has impact, because this particular individual is not going to stop criticizing. But plenty of other people, faced with a vague threat of federal investigation for their criticism of Doge, will stop doing it. And I wouldn't blame them for it. If I get threatened with imprisonment because I criticize the president, I won't stop. This particular activist will not stop. But it would be reasonable for many Americans, if they were trolled by a U.S. attorney on their Twitter feed, being told, "I'm watching you," it would be logical for them to just stop criticizing, as it would be for the recipient of federal grants to stop criticizing the president because they worry that if they do, their funding will be shut off, as it might be for any ordinary American to do, knowing now that Elon Musk has the ability to control whether they get a tax refund or not. Democracies don't die in an instant. There isn't this minute when dissent has been crushed so badly that we don't have fair contests in this country. It is a slow rolling death. And why Russ Vought to me is so dangerous is that he helped write the document that is the foundation of all of this attack on democracy that is happening. Put it all together. Information platforms agreeing to the terms laid down by the president because they fear retribution by the president. Political violence being endorsed and mainstreamed. People being told that if you engage in violence to support the president's power, you won't be held accountable. The message being sent inside law enforcement that you will lose your job if you pursue any law enforcement action against allies of the president, and the message being sent to critics that you will be subject potentially to arrest, at the very least to harassment, if you impede the work of the administration. Some people will not stand down, faced with potential political violence, faced with a cutoff of funds to their state or their agency or their organization, faced with the potential action from an unhinged prosecutor. Some people will not be silent. In Hungary today, there are still people who show up for protests, but never enough to topple the regime, because lots of other people just stay home because they don't want to get on the wrong side of the government, because the government decides where the money goes and where it doesn't go, because they don't want to be subject to an arrest warrant. We're not there yet. We aren't. We aren't. But we have never had a series of developments like we have had over the last 2 weeks that pose such a significant threat to our democracy and to democratic norms. And so the reason that we are on the floor tonight, the reason that you feel this urgency from our side of the aisle and from the American public is that we used to think that we were in this together, Republicans and Democrats. We've always had a difference on this philosophy of where wealth and power should accumulate. I think Republicans broadly have believed in this idea of trickle down. They have not believed as much as we have in supporting the middle class with programs like Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. That's a legitimate political disagreement. And if that's what's going on, then the country will survive. But if there's a seizure of spending power by the president, if the president gets to decide by himself which agencies exist and which don't, well, our democracy doesn't recover from that. Because what goes around comes around. Today, it's a Republican president seizing spending power. A Democratic president will do it as well. And then all of a sudden, the people aren't in charge. One person is in charge. I thought that we all were in that exercise together. The defense of the Constitution, the defense of Congress's rightful prerogative to decide how money is spent on behalf of our constituents. What Donald Trump is doing is putting Congress out of business. I think I heard Senator Schatz saying something like this as I walked in. I don't know why you work so hard to get a job like this. If you're just going to outsource all of your power to one man. It's not easy to become a United States senator. Most people spend their entire career fighting to get this job. You got to do kind of ugly, distasteful things like sitting in a room raising money for hours on end in order to become a United States senator. You have to give up all your weekends. You spend less time with your family. Why go through all of that? If you're comfortable with not being in charge of spending, of endorsing the violation of the Constitution and the enshrinement of spending power in the hands of one person, there's really nothing left to do here. There's a lot less to do here if we don't decide how the taxpayer dollars are spent. But even more worrying to me is that it seems like we are getting out of the bipartisan business of caring about democratic norms. I am heartbroken that a lot of people I like and respect on the Republican side didn't stand up to the president when he pardoned the guys who entered this building and beat police officers over the head with poles. I'm even more heartbroken that many of my Republican colleagues endorsed it. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues don't see the ways in which this seizure of power could be used for corruption, could be used so that the executive branch gets to shower favor on individuals and entities that are loyal to the administration while punishing individuals and entities that are not loyal to the administration. I'm heartbroken that my Republican colleagues don't have a problem with what's happening at the DOJ and the FBI. If you're an FBI agent and you investigated the people who attacked the Capitol, you shouldn't lose your job, and we should all be outraged over that. Not just because they were doing their job, but also because they were investigating a legitimately illegal action. Come on, we can't agree that the storming of the Capitol and the destruction of the Capitol and the attacks on police officers are out of bounds? Political violence is a real thing. We have had colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have been irreparably injured by would-be assassins, from Steve Scalise to Gabby Giffords. Just telling you, the temperature rose in this country when all of those rioters were let off the hook. So this is really important, that we raise the alarm as to what is happening in this country. You need to pay attention to the things that matter, and you need to understand the story. That story is about the wholesale transfer of power and wealth from average people to the billionaires and the millionaires. That story is about the destruction of democratic norms in a way that may be irreversible, if not abated, in the next few weeks or months. Russ Vought is the architect of those plans to erode our democracy and to transfer wealth to the very powerful. He does not deserve to be the director of the Office of Budget and Management, and I am very glad and proud of my colleagues for being on the floor all night to raise those concerns. I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you. I want to thank all the folks on the floor from the parliamentarian's office, the floor clerks, for spending the night on this important effort. I want to thank you and your colleagues for occupying the chair, something I had the privilege of doing for the last 2 years. I want to thank my colleagues, particularly Senator Murphy, who's working the night shift along with Senator Schatz. And I share the concerns that I've heard Senator Murphy express about the peril of our democracy and the peril of the people that all of us represent. You know, my view here is that January 6th is not over. I was here that day, as I know you were, Mr. President, and Senator Murphy was. And I remember taking a walk in the morning from the Capitol right here down past the Ellipse, where the President later that day spoke, to the Washington Monument, and then down to Lincoln Memorial. And I didn't have a sense of dread or anticipation of what ultimately happened that day. There were lots of people here who were supporters of President Trump. But, you know, I was looking at them as American citizens. I was nervous a little bit about the signs that were so aggressive. Hang Mike Pence, seeing a gallows that was put up outside the Capitol, seeing the signs about killing Nancy Pelosi. And but I had an assumption that I think all of us had, is that it would be peaceful and orderly. And I never, ever anticipated that there would be a direct attack by a mob on the Capitol. And I don't think any of us were. On the other hand, my walk had ended before then President Trump, in his last days of office, he had 14 more days, had his rally at the Ellipse and encouraged people. He had invited them to come here and go wild. He said that he won the election. He had feverish activity in a number of states to try to assert that it was false electors. He filed, I don't know, 60 or 70 lawsuits, and they were all set aside, I think, except one on a minor technicality. The courts defended the outcome of the election. There was never any evidence that there was significant fraud that in any way affected the outcome of the election. That's not me saying it. That was then Attorney General Barr coming to the conclusion that there was no evidence whatsoever that there was widespread fraud or any kind of fraud that was substantial enough to affect the outcome of the election. So you had 67, 8, maybe 70 courts that rejected all the arguments that the Trump team made. You had his own attorney general reject it. But despite that, you had intense efforts on the part of President Trump to convince people that he won when he lost. And it got so extreme that he got on the phone with the Secretary of State of Georgia and asked him to find him 11,000 plus votes to reverse the outcome of the election. He actually asked the Secretary of State to completely violate his oath of office and, quote, find me the votes. You just don't do that when your job, more than anything else as the President of the United States, is to respect the process of the citizens voting for who the next president will be. And that didn't stop after January 6th. When he got feverish calls from highly respected leaders here in the Capitol, Mr. President, you got to do something. That was after the invasion of the Senate, when Vice President Pence was actually in quite a bit of danger. In the stories are told that when the president was told that at the White House, he said, why do I care? And that attitude persisted. It just went on and on and on. And while the president was in the White House, watching TV, watching things unfold, and there was incredible violence here. Many of us were in the building, and I'll tell that story. I was in the house, and I was in the gallery. And the reason I was in the gallery as opposed to on the floor is that, of course, that was COVID, so there was social distancing, so we were doing our business both in the floor and in the gallery. The gallery is probably the worst place to be in some ways because you couldn't get in and out with any kind of ease. And what I so vividly remember was a couple of things. One, we had the speaker in the chair, and we had no idea what was going on outside. You know, it was on TV apparently, but we weren't watching it. We were watching the floor activities. And suddenly, the speaker was interrupted when a Capitol police officer came on the floor and interrupted and shouted that the Capitol was under siege and we were to stay in place and that we were to take out the gas mask, breathing apparatus that were under the chairs and get ready to put those on. Now, one of the things we still have in the Senate and we had in the House was a sense of decorum. And there might be, in a fierce debate, some talking over one another on occasion. But the chair was always the person who was in charge. And suddenly, we had a police officer literally interrupting the proceedings of the House of Representatives. And I just thought to myself, how is this happening? And of course, he told us that we were under attack. We didn't know what that meant. I had taken that walk, a couple of hour walk earlier in the morning, and I saw a lot of very aggressive activity, but I thought it was peaceful. By the way, the one thing I did see that didn't mean all that much to me at the moment, but meant a lot to me after all the events unfolded, was there were about 3 groups of people that were marching in military formation, and they were singing anthems, which were pretty vulgar about what to do to Nancy Pelosi, but they were in a military lockstep. It was all civilians, or so I thought. But it was a formation that I later in the videos saw was used to overwhelm the Capitol Police who were at the gates, the racks that were surrounding the Capitol. All very, very premeditated and practiced. It was a military kind of formation. So when we were in the going back to the gallery, we were all mystified what to do. We were apprehensive, obviously. And right after that officer spoke, I saw a couple of other Capitol Police come to the leaders, Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer. I was watching that side of the room, and I think and Leader McCarthy as well, were just whisked out. They were just taken out. And then it was just silence, because the mob that ultimately attacked the House side had to get from this side of the Capitol, the Senate side, over there. And we watched and waited. And one of the things, and then we tried to go back in session, and Congressman McGovern took the chair and tried to proceed. And I think part of it was that even though the police officer had told us that the Capitol was under attack, we wanted to get our job done. It was January 6th. We had to certify the election. It's a pretty easy job, because our job is not to have a debate about who won the election. It's just to validate the vote of the citizens of the state we represent, so that their will be officially recorded, and the person that the people of this country and all our 50 states elected will be certified. Very, very simple. And as Mr. McGovern was attempting to proceed, there was more and more alarm. And I watched as our security staff began taking heavy furniture and putting it up as a barricade against the doors. And the doors I'm talking about are the ones that, the iconic doors, where when the President of the United States is escorted to the well of the House to give an address to a joint session of Congress, with the great ceremony and tradition that we have, is escorted over by the Sergeant-at-Arms, and who announces with great fanfare, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Well, those doors were barricaded. And at this point, we all began to hear battering at the doors, those very doors, banging and banging and battering. And then I saw something else I'd never seen. I saw our security staff with guns out. I'd never seen that. And the banging on the door, and then eventually the shattering of glass on these doors on the House side that are right over there, the comparable ones. And I saw this pole coming through the door itself, where the person with the pole had managed to shatter that glass. And there were a number of us up there in the House, and all of us had different levels of fear. And one of the fears that I think a lot of us had is that this is possibly a mass shooting event. All of us know that the tragedy of modern life in this country is that their mass shooting events are all too common. But this is one of the most vivid memories I have. I was standing there and having no idea what was going to happen, but seeing that the police had their firearms out and hearing the glass shatter. And as I was looking at this, and I was feeling actually personally fearful, as we all were, I had another feeling. that was even more dominant than my apprehension about our safety. It was disbelief. Even as I was watching, even as I was experiencing this attack, the breaking of glass, the banging on the doors, the security folks putting up barricades, having guns out, I didn't believe that it was happening. I didn't believe it. And the reason I didn't believe it is that this is the United States of America. We have been able to enjoy something that apparently we took for granted for our nearly 250 years, and that's the peaceful transfer of power. That's the renunciation of violence as a means of affecting the outcome of election. It was shattered that day on January 6th. So, of course, later we found out that there was a huge mob outside, and they did an immense amount of damage. I know they came over here and ransacked the Senate and some of the offices, including the parliamentarian. We had police officers who died. We had many of our Capitol Police injured. And that I want to just talk about one police officer who was in the Capitol with me. It was a young man. He was probably about 35, and I'd been talking to him a little bit. He had 2 kids. He commuted into work, and as many of the folks who work here, they can't live close by. It's too expensive. They work hard, but it's a tough grind. You've got to commute maybe an hour in heavy traffic, coming in, coming out, especially folks with a young family. And he was literally standing over me when I was on the floor with his gun out. And as you know, in the gallery, it's like in the Senate chambers, there are all these doors around the gallery, and they were not all secure, although we did have some Capitol Police up there. And the apprehension all of us had at that point was that there was going to be a mob coming through those doors and attacking us directly. And this officer, a young man, had his weapon out. And he was intently surveilling. And I could just see, or maybe I'm imagining, what was going through his mind. The last thing in the world he wanted to do, the last thing was to have to use that weapon on a fellow citizen who was in the Capitol. And I'm sure for all kinds of reasons. I mean, just think of the responsibility one has if their job is to protect members of Congress and the staff. And in the doing of that job, you actually have to make a decision to use your sidearm. And how traumatic that would be for the officer if he, in fact, had to do it. This person who has a family, who's working hard, whose partner is expecting him home in a matter of hours. Maybe he's going to pick up the milk or pick up his kid at school on the way home. I mean, all the activities of everyday life. That's what is important to all of us. But what I could see is that as horrible as it would be for him to have to take that action, if that's what was required, and in my case, I was the one he was really protecting. He did not want to do it, but I could just see he was determined to do whatever was required to protect us. You know, that's the point where I really got disgusted with the people who were attacking. Because I was wondering, how is it, you know, I get it, you think your guy won, and you're over the top here. You're actually showing up at the Capitol, and you know, some were violent, a lot were really violent. Others were less so, but they obviously were part of the mob scene here. But what disturbed me was the lack of capacity on the part of the folks attacking the Capitol to experience or empathize or see the impact that their actions were having on everyday Americans, not us in Congress. They don't like us. They don't think we represent them. I get that. But what I don't understand is how a grievance you may have against members of Congress on that day, or the vice president, or the actors who were going to actually do the certification, how you would allow yourself to be part of a group that did such harm to, in this case, that officer who was standing over me, to put him in such jeopardy, to cause him such anguish and trauma. You know, there's just no justification. We have an obligation to one another. As passionate as we may be about a political concern that we have, does it justify just treating with enormous disrespect, with physical violence, people who just aren't involved in it? They're just collateral damage. And then to think that while this was going on, President Trump was watching TV, and he was getting frantic calls from people like Kevin McCarthy, the leader, and others. Stop this. It's out of hand. You got to call him off. And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. So that was a dark day. And it's not over. January 6th was the first time in our history where there was a mob attack like that on the Capitol by a group inspired by the President of the United States, where the purpose was to stop the Israeli clerical administrative process of certifying, not electing, but certifying the victor of the election for President of the United States. And what the president's team had done is cooked up a bunch of theories, all of which were dismissed by the court, to make it a case that the electors should be rejected and substitute electors provided to get an outcome that the person who lost the election wanted in order to claim that he won the election. But the fact that the President of the United States, who is the custodian really, and the one most representative of the whole people of the United States, and the need and importance of us having traditional commitment to the peaceful transfer of power, was rejecting that and encouraging people to act against that tradition. And he did an effective job in persuading a lot of people who supported him. And in fact, many of the folks who came on January 6th later testified that they thought the president wanted him here, and they believed the president when he said the election was stolen. There's an immense amount of power in that office and in the person of Donald Trump. So a lot of people who came here thought they were doing patriotic work. And then, of course, the Senate and the House reconvened, and we did certify the election. But the dispute continued. And many in this House and many in the Senate voted against certification. In my view, without any justification whatsoever. But there was enormous turmoil among the people of our country, because a lot of folks did believe, inspired by President Trump's assertions, that the election was, quote, rigged. And then, of course, after the certification and even the swearing in of President Biden, the continuing assertion by President Trump was that the election was stolen. He never stopped that narrative. And I'm not enough of a historian to know if what happened on January 20th with respect to the inauguration was unique. But President Trump did not show up. He did not sit on the dais. And the tradition that we've had, of course, in this country as part of the peaceful transfer of power is that the outgoing president does sit on the dais and acknowledge the arrival of the new president elected by the people. And it's a wonderful ceremony because it reminds us that the power that a president has is derived from the will of the people. And it's temporary. It's while that person is in office. They hold the power of that office until they don't. So I've been to a few inaugurations, and the only one I've been to where the outgoing president wasn't there was that one. You know, and another thing is so incredible. The first inauguration I went to was in '08, and of course that was George Bush, a transfer of power to Barack Obama. And the ceremony that I remember most vividly was not what happened on the dais in the taking of the oath by President Obama. It was after. You know, the president takes his oath. Following that, he comes into the building, the Capitol, and there's a dinner with legislative leaders and others, the guests of the president. And a lot of fanfare, a lot of people around. But after all that happens, on the East Steps, the president and first lady, the vice president, and the second lady that time walk down the steps just themselves. And on each step is a uniformed military person from each one of the service branches. And there's not people out there. There's some press far away so they can record this. But my wife, Margaret, and I were out there watching, and I got a pretty good view because I was a member of Congress then. And they have the ceremony where the branches of the military, each of them, wears a uniform that goes back to when that branch of the service was originated. And they have a solemn parade past the president, the newly elected president. He's been president for an hour or 2 hours. And it's a beautiful thing to see military march when they do it in formation. And each branch comes by, and as they get right across from the president, who may be 100 feet away, they all turn and salute. And I just thought, this is a miracle that we have a country where at 11:59 a.m., all of those people who just marched by, their allegiance was to the then president, President Bush. In 12:01, their allegiance is to the newly elected president, at that time, President Obama. And what is so moving to me is the power of this democracy that we have, where these magnificent, wonderful people who serve in the military, who make this choice to serve, respect the constitutional order that ultimately the power belongs to the people. The person they elect is the commander-in-chief, and their allegiance is not just to that person, that newly elected president. It's to the constitutional right that the people are in charge, not a military. You know, we take it for granted here because it's been there since George Washington. That's not the way it works in so many parts of the world. If there's turmoil that's political, in many parts of the world, the military steps in and they take over. But this incredibly durable strength of our democracy, where it's civilian control of the military, is a testament. And I witnessed that then, and I witnessed it again in the inauguration of President Trump, although that parade, because of the weather, had to be downstairs in the Capitol Visitor Center. But what made that happen? What made that happen is not just that the military has that respect for the Constitution, they certainly do, but because all of our leaders, all of our elected presidents understood that there was a tradition we had here that was absolutely vital to maintain and preserve, and that's the peaceful transfer of power. That's to accept the outcome of an election. And we've had close elections. That one wasn't a particularly close election. You know, just think of Bush v. Gore. It whole came down to a few votes hanging chads in Florida, and ultimately a Supreme Court decision. A lot of us disagree with that decision, but Vice President Gore then accepted the outcome of the election, including the role that the court played in that. So we've had, and there's enormous heartache for the losing side. But what all of us have experienced is the pain of defeat. Maybe not all of us, but you know, most of us, and if you haven't experienced it yet, is waiting for you. You know, and sometimes it can be an ambition that's thwarted. Sometimes it can be your health that's compromised. But if we're fortunate, then we understand you get set back, you lose, you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and you get back in and fight again. You know, in my political life, you know, I've lost 2 elections. And it is, you know, it is a big deal when you put yourself out, whether it's running for office or trying to get a job, you know, and you get set back. But it's universal, it's there. But in politics, it's not so much about you losing an election. What's really critical is that we don't lose our democracy. And each of us has an obligation, when we win or when we lose, to move on. And if we lost, we get a chance to fight another day. And that's what we all knew. You know, you lose an election, the Democrats lose, Republicans lose, you come back, run again, your party runs again, and you got a shot to get the support of the American people. January 6th shattered that. And the lingering effects of January 6th are still here. As we know, President Trump never acknowledged that he lost that election and Joe Biden won. And a big part of his comeback was a continuation of, quote, the big steal. And it's really a danger to our democracy that now, emboldened by his win, and he won, okay? He won the popular vote this time. He won the electoral vote. His boast that it was a landslide is totally false. It was about 1.5 points margin of victory. We're a divided country. You know, a Lincoln-esque kind of president would acknowledge the obvious. It was a close call for the American people that he won, but his job is to represent everybody, whether they voted for him or not. And I think, you know, all of us in the Senate, Mr. President, if we won, we're here, we're really happy that we got the approval of the people we represent. But I think all of us know that whether people voted for us or not, you know, I have an obligation to everybody in Vermont as you do to everybody in Wyoming. They have a right to be heard. And what we're getting, I think, is a version of leadership at this point that rejects that. So where we are now, and it's very regrettable, is we've got an administration that is talking about going after people that they perceive as political adversaries. And that'll have real effects. You know, we had hearings about among the Mr. President, and on the Finance Committee. And in the Judiciary Committee, we heard from Pam Bondi, the nominee and now Attorney General, and Kash Patel, who we have not voted on yet, but the FBI director. And in the case of Pam Bondi, I was very impressed with her. She's a quite accomplished person, Attorney General in the county that she grew up in Florida, and then she had the gumption to run a statewide race in the third biggest state of our country, and she won that to be Attorney General, and by all accounts did a really good job. But one of the questions that she was asked, Mr. Patel was asked, and others have been asked, is the simple question, who won the election in 2020? And President Trump cannot tolerate anyone acknowledging that Biden won. So the standard answer now that they go through in their preparation for the hearings is that President Biden was the president, or he was certified. But they can't say, because it would infuriate President Trump, that he lost or that the other guy won. Now, why is that so worrisome to me? Because it's a continuation of the denial of the decision the American people made. And it's an indication of a demand of fealty that the president is imposing on people who are going to be in very important positions. In law enforcement, where an attorney general and FBI director have enormous power to prosecute, and where aggression is a good quality. You want to be ambitious and hard and work hard for the American people, bring lawbreakers to justice. But restraint is also extraordinarily important in those positions, because the power you have by bringing a prosecution is the power to ruin the life of a person. So there has to be great caution and reservation and restraint in folks who have that awesome power. And my take on the insistence by the president that an individual that's going to serve him not acknowledge who won the 2020 election is an indication that first and foremost the president's demanding fealty to him as opposed to fealty to the Constitution. Now, we're in the first whirlwind weeks of a new presidency. And I'm alarmed. I'm alarmed at what appears to be a disregard for the law on the part of President Trump. Number one, the order the president sent out impounding money that was appropriated by Congress is a direct challenge to the institutional responsibility and authority of the United States Senate in the United States Congress. Under our Constitution, Article 1, the Congress has the power of the purse. The Congress decides how to raise money. The Congress decides how to spend money. We had a president in the past who tried to end run that and take away the power that the Congress has. And that, of course, was President Nixon. And the court found what he did illegal. And Congress passed the Impoundment Act to prohibit the president from doing that. Although allowing a president to come before Congress to seek a revision in an appropriation that we made. That's the way to do it. This Impoundment Act cut across all levels of government and completely rejected the authority of Congress. Now, some people may not care about that. Let the president decide. So why is it really important? Just as the peaceful transfer of power has been a hallmark of our democracy and has served us well, the system of checks and balances of three branches of government co-equal, where ambition is challenged by ambition, in the words of one of our great legal philosophers. And what that meant was you have an ambitious executive, that's fine, but you have an ambitious Congress where it knows its role is to protect the interests of the people that we represent and assert our authority and stand up for the rights of the people we represent if there's an overreach of executive authority. So we've got the three branches, and there's a tug of war oftentimes. But the last thing in the world any of us can do, in my view, as United States senators, is to abdicate our responsibility under the Constitution to be a separate branch of government. That's for me, that would be a violation of my oath. And where you have a direct challenge by the executive, as you do with the Impoundment Act, that memo that the president sent out, basically picking and choosing which appropriations he's okay with and which he isn't. That's a direct challenge to the authority of the Congress. And as I say, this is not about us individually needing authority. It's about good governance. It's about the constitutional principles of how, as a large and diverse country, we navigate the political questions that have to be addressed in every generation. Questions about war and peace. That we do everything that is within our power to protect that separation of powers and stand up for the institutional responsibilities of the United States Senate. You know, that the other aspect of this that's very disturbing to me is reminiscent of my experience when I was in the gallery with that police officer, that young man who wanted to go home to his family and who was now in enormous jeopardy, if not physically, the trauma of what he had to experience and what may have been required of him to do. There's a kind of callousness to that on the part of the attackers, where he's just erased. His feelings don't matter. Whether he gets home with the milk that he promised to bring, whether he gets there to pick up his child at soccer, doesn't matter to them. What reminds me of that is the impact of this impoundment and what it did to everyday people. And of course, I'm talking the impoundment, but also I'm talking about the letter that went out telling people who were working in countries like Malawi. They're working for us with USAID. They're working in Rwanda. They're working in Ethiopia. They're providing food to people who are starving, and providing vaccines to people who may be sick. They're teaching young girls. I was in Malawi with Senator Murray, and this young, beautiful young woman, young girl really, she's probably 12 years old, at a school that USAID had put up. She came up to Senator Murray, threw her arms around her, and just thanked her that there was this school. She could go to school. But this letter went out, an email. You wake up, open up your inbox, and it says, you no longer work. You're done. How cruel is that? It's cruel to this person, a U.S. aid worker, whose life is to serve. That's why they're in USA. That's why they're in USAID. They get gratification from serving. You take that away from them. But then think about that young girl who threw her arms around Senator Murray and is thrilled. Here she is in Malawi. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. And she is thrilled that she's reading, that she's thinking maybe I could be a doctor. She's thinking that she can have a big life and be independent. And that teacher who has been showing up for the past several months doesn't appear. And there's no explanation to her. That's happened in country after country after country, and aid project after aid project after aid project. So there's a cruelty here that is just, it's just bad for us. I mean, that's not how we treat one another, no matter how much we disagree on politics. So that actually makes me sad about what's happening. You know, there's really large issues here that affect us. I was listening to Senator Murphy, and I thought he made some really terrific points, you know, about our democracy, about what dynamic is happening here with this new administration, about the wealth transfer that's happening. And you know, I'll give President Trump this. He did tap into a lot of heartache and a lot of anxiety and a lot of concern that people around the country had. They didn't like the way things were going, and they felt, I think, economically, they weren't getting ahead despite working really hard. I think that's something that he tapped into. And I think to some extent, we Democrats did not do the job on the securing of the southern border, in as much as we did with many of the initiatives, economic initiatives of the last administration. There's a reality that confronts all of us, Republicans and Democrats, that if you're a young family and you're trying to buy a house that's out of reach, the health care that you used to be able to count on is getting incredibly expensive. The cost of child care for young families, it's like going to college. I mean, these things are really tough on people. And we've got to address them. But those challenges that I just mentioned, they're in all America. It's not like that's just red America or blue America. You talk to a family in Vermont, you talk to a family probably in Wyoming or Idaho or Ohio. The challenges they face are very similar. And what that suggests to me, Mr. President, is that the problems that we face, that the people we represent face, those are real. And in a campaign, we can argue about who has the better prescription to address them. And you won that campaign last time. You did. And by the way, I can say Donald Trump won the election. I don't like to say it, but I can say it, and I should say it because he did. But now is a time where the focus we have together should be to try to solve those problems that make life better for everyday people in your state and in mine. But you know, if you listen to the inaugural speech of President Trump, I didn't hear any words about housing. I didn't hear any words about child care. I didn't hear any words about clean air. I didn't hear any words about strengthening rural hospitals all those things that we share in common and our real challenges, they weren't talked about. The big emphasis was on these tax cuts. And, you know, those tax cuts will help some everyday people, some of them, but an immense amount of the allocation of those tax cuts is going to go to folks who are doing really well, and our corporations that are doing really well. And those tax cuts are going to come and be paid for by cutting into some of the services the government provides through the private sector oftentimes to the citizens in every one of our states. And Senator Murphy went through a lot of those. I mean, the House is now taking the lead on this tax bill. They're trying to come up with ways to cut the spending in order to pay for the tax cuts. And Medicare is in jeopardy. Medicaid is in jeopardy. Child care, to the extent we help, is in jeopardy. So there's a real wealth transfer that has been built into this major agenda item. The other aspect of this that is disturbing to me is just the impact that it has on people in Vermont. And there's a lot of turmoil for our businesses and for our service providers. Let me just talk about some of the effects of these across the board cuts that the president is talking about and how it would affect Vermont. It would freeze funding for Head Start. And as you know, that's like 1,200 kids in Vermont. It really makes a difference in them getting off to a decent start. And it's poorer kids, oftentimes don't have the nutrition that they need. And a lot of these kids, with the benefit of Head Start, go on to become very successful people. A freeze in funding for community health centers. You know, when the administration sent out that directive saying, really freezing funding, one of the community health centers we have is the Wells River Health Center, Community Health Center. And I was talking to the director, and they provide health care for people in what we call the Northeast Kingdom, and it's a very low-income part of our state. Very, very hardworking and proud people. And they have an operating cash margin of like 0 to 5 days. So when the funding is cut off, and of course the website to get payments through the website to find out what was going on was closed down, just unilaterally. Something Mr. Vought thinks is a good idea. When that happened, the director was in an incredible bind. He had workers who were showing up. He had moms who were bringing their kids in for a dental appointment they've been trying to get for 7 months. He had support staff that had been working there for years. And with this directive, they couldn't pay the bills. Okay, so I'm not even quite sure what their status is right now, but that directive imposed on the director of the program this horrible decision where he had no capacity to have any confidence whatsoever that he could meet payroll. So why would you do that? You know, if you have a plan where you're saying, hey, we're spending too much money, we've got to figure out how to tighten our belts, and then you take some time to have a plan, there's some consultation with the agency and the people who are affected, that's a responsible way to proceed. But just a bolt out of the blue, you open up your inbox and you're told you're shutting down, and then the ripple effects that has in a community, and then of course people who work there have to make their plans because they can't wait indefinitely to get the decision as to whether they will or won't have a job, whether the community health center will stay open or it'll close. there's a lot of destruction that goes into an action that the administration took with that. You know, we had a couple of round tables because people were really, really stressed and calling all of our offices. And we're a small state like you are, Mr. President. And, you know, one of the privileges that I think you and I both have is being a senator in a small state. We really get to know an awful lot of the people we represent. And I've talked to you about this, and the great joy we get is in that interaction with the folks we represent. And that's whether we agree with them or not, whether they voted for us or not. But it also makes it a little more painful because it's very real. It's not abstract. So I'll just tell a few stories about some of the Vermonters that got affected. Sarah Robinson with the Vermont Network Against Sexual and Domestic Violence. She said, federal funding in Vermont supports emergency shelter and hotline services for victims of domestic and sexual violence. They get a call in the middle of the night. It's a woman who's getting battered, and they respond. They have a network of volunteers that go out and they'll they'll bring that woman to safety, and they'll have a safe house for her. That's a pretty amazing service, and suddenly that's cut off. Andy Barter from the Little Rivers Healthcare Center. That's the one I was talking about earlier up in Wells River. He said, this has been a week like none other that threatened the continuation of our health center and operations that has dearly affected the feeling of safety for our staff and patients. You know, you get these local institutions, they're so important to everyday people. You count on being able to bring your daughter, your son, to the doctor and somebody you know. I mean, again, Mr. President, I have such respect for you and admiration in your career as a physician and the healing that you do. And I know, you know, the joy you get in that service. But suddenly we've got doctors who have that same ethic that you have in Vermont. And suddenly the people that depended on them can't go there. Vermont State Representative Kate Logan works at Elevate, said, our agencies are serving 78 young people, youth, and if they don't get the resources, they're not going to be able to continue their services. And this is about housing and homelessness. And of course, that problem in Vermont, like in all of our states, has increased very, very significantly. Sonali Samarasinji, U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants, said, we have 79 families in temporary housing. This is very challenging for us. We don't have the funds, and it's a public safety issue because there's homelessness and we don't have the funds to go on paying their rents. I mean, this is not new funds they're seeking. This is the funds that they've been authorized and have committed. And boom, out of nowhere, they're told they're out of business. Karen Price, the Vermont Family Network. She said the executive order and the memo has thrown all of our funding that we have relied on into disarray. We suspended all of our planned activities. We talked about furloughing our employees. Cash flow for a nonprofit like the Family Network is tight. We can't sustain a prolonged non-receipt of funding. Every day since Tuesday has been filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Steve Schmida from Resonance. They do a lot of work with USAID. He told me 70% of our work is with the USAID in the State Department. Before the Secretary of State's and Secretary Marco Rubio's foreign assistance stop work order, 62 of those have now been laid off. This is in the inbox. You're not working anymore. It's no different than if we went home tonight, each one of us had a nice meal with our family, went to bed looking forward to resting and getting up and facing today, got up, and boom, in the inbox we're told, don't show up for work. So the two features that I've seen so far in this administration, it really is a continuation of the January 6th ethic, is a willingness to disregard the law, the shattering of norms, and a casual infliction of cruelty for no reason on everyday Americans who just want to keep doing the job that they have and do the work that needs to be done. So, Mr. President, I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. President, thank you for being here. Thank you to the floor staff, to the clerk, the entire Capitol team here who's been here overnight. This is actually my first time that I've ever spoken on the floor. I'm a freshman senator, newly elected from the state of Michigan. I did not anticipate doing my maiden speech so quickly and in reaction to what is going on right now in the country. You know, they tell us that the maiden speech is supposed to be something you think about and you build up to it in the first 3 or 4 months. You give your first speech, and I find myself here early in the morning participating in an attempt to stand up on behalf of something very, very simple, which is the U.S. Constitution. Before I was a senator, I was a dedicated career public servant. I was a CIA officer. I'm what's called a 9/11 baby. I happened to be in New York City on my second day of graduate school when 9/11 happened. It completely changed my life. I got recruited by the CIA right out of grad school, and within a year, I was on my first of 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. I worked at the CIA, I worked at the Pentagon, and I worked very proudly for both Democratic and Republican administrations. I was detailed to the Bush White House, the George W. Bush White House. I was there the Friday that he left office and the Monday that Barack Obama walked in. I did the same job proudly for 2 very different presidents from 2 different parties. In those 2 administrations, I briefed the president and other senior officials on the most serious national security issues. I eventually went on to be nominated to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. I was at the Pentagon for 7 years, and that's where I was until 2017. In 2018, I decided to run for Congress. This was never a body I was looking to be a part of. When you grow up in the national security world, briefing Congress, doing hearings, you're not often looking to be a part of this body. But to me, it was important to get in the fight for the country that I love. In 2018, I won my first race for Congress, and then just most recently won my race for the Senate. I'm very keenly aware that I won as a Democrat on the same ballot as Donald Trump, right? So that means the very independently minded voters of Michigan voted for Donald Trump and Alyssa Slotkin on the same ballot. That gives me a very specific mandate. That means wherever I can, I'm going to be looking for places that I can work together, and on things like veterans issues or broadband internet, agriculture. But I think every day my challenge is going to be to figure out what are the things I have to compromise on and what are the things I should never compromise on. And in my short 30 days here, what has become clearer and clearer to me is that the issues that I should never compromise on go right to the heart of who we are as a people. That's our Constitution, our democracy, and our rights. And I think there's going to be plenty of areas where I can overlap with Trump policies, right? The auto industry, agriculture, dealing with China. I think there's going to be overlap. But what has disturbed me the most in my first month here, 30 days on the job, is the willingness of people in this city and in this body to roll over as the Constitution, our most sacred document, is pushed aside. We are here all night because of the nomination of a guy that probably most people in Michigan I know have never heard of, Russell Vought. He's to potentially run an agency that most people have probably never heard of, the Office of Management and Budget. But what they don't know about this wonky side of Washington, they felt last week. They felt it. For the first time, the Trump administration reversed something that they did in their first 2 weeks. And why did they do that? They reversed themselves on a full federal freeze of all funding, right? The Trump administration froze every single dollar that was going out across the country, not for a future budget, but for money that had already been appropriated by this body, by people who sit in this room, by people who have been here for 30 years. And again, that might not have really caught much notice in a place like Michigan, except for the fact that that money had already been planned for and in use by thousands upon thousands of organizations and people. So we heard an unprecedented number of calls in my office. I think we had 5,000 calls come into our office when that funding freeze went into place. We heard from people in law enforcement. I had deputy sheriffs in my office saying, hey, we get a chunk of money to pursue sexual assault cases. We hire deputies with that money. Do I need to fire those deputies or let them go? We heard from cancer researchers and scientists who said, I'm trying to research better treatment for cancer and it's just been cut off. One of the most painful calls that I got was from a doctor at the National Institutes of Health, pediatric oncologist, who does trials, critical trials for very sick children, who said, I don't know if I can continue my trial or not. We heard from Head Start. We heard from our superintendents. We heard from people, Democrat and Republican. This was not a partisan thing. This was people who had built a budget and who were serving the people of Michigan and now who couldn't receive their money. We organized a very quick Zoom. We had 1,000 RSVPs. And I think while it created chaos in the system and instability in the system and questions about what these agencies and organizations could do, it spoke to a bigger issue, and that was the constitutional issue of who gets to decide how to appropriate money and who doesn't. And luckily, we have a very easy guide for this. You just have to read the Constitution of the United States and the division of powers. It made this body a co-equal branch of government and said that money that's appropriated by this body must be spent in that way. The reason I bring this up, first, the Trump administration, again, reversed themselves in less than 48 hours because they don't like being unpopular. They don't like when the people in places like Michigan are unhappy with them, Democrat, Independent, Republican. So they reversed themselves very quickly. But Mr. Vought, Russell Vought, who is up as the nominee for the agency that spends the money, that puts it out into the world, he has said very clearly that he does not believe that this branch of government is, as the founders intended, able to appropriate money for a specific reason, that the President of the United States can actually decide how to spend it. I had the opportunity to personally question Mr. Vought. I'm on the Homeland Security Committee. He came in front of our committee, and I don't care that he's been in Washington for 25 plus years, that he's, been burrowing himself in think tanks and has very specific kind of Washington, D.C. ideas about things. I don't care about that. What I cared about, and the one real fundamental question is, will you uphold the Constitution? You're going to swear an oath. Every single person who gets sworn in swears an oath to the Constitution to protect and defend it. I have taken it many times. Many in this room have taken it. You do not swear an oath to protect and defend any one person, any one president, any one king. You protect the Constitution. And he could not articulate that if he was asked to do something that contravened the Constitution, he would push back. Again, this is a small soda straw issue on a much bigger trend that's happening in the first couple of weeks that President Trump has been in office. I personally do not question that President Trump won the election. I do not question that he and his administration have the right to nominate their own people, and they have the right to create a new budget, forward-looking budget that they propose here. I don't question that they're going to perform policies and put out policies that I'm going to fundamentally disagree with. That's not in question. To me, The only thing that matters is that any administration uphold the Constitution, because if not, what are we? What are we doing here? I certainly don't know what my colleagues across the aisle are doing in this body if they're not interested in being a co-equal branch of government, right? And I understand. You can have those conversations in private. I understand people are concerned about sticking their necks out. We have a culture of fear that is dominating Washington right now. But to me, it is important to stand up for the very core things that make us Americans. Now, we all know that we're going through something as a country right now that's not hidden from anyone, no matter what your political affiliation, right? We are going through turmoil. We're pendulum swinging between parties, right? Just look at going from Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden to Trump again. We make policies every 4 years and then the next president comes in and undoes them. That's not normally our tradition in this country. Our tradition in this country is administrations have different policies, but they don't radically swing from one to another. And if you come from a state like Michigan, right, where my neighbors on both sides are devoted Trump voters, where we are purple, we have political views that differ even within families. Thanksgiving dinner has become uncomfortable in the state of Michigan. We understand that there is something going on that is just different in the United States of America. So how do we understand what's going on? For me, you know, I'm aware that next year we will celebrate our 250th anniversary as a country. And while that seems like a long time on some scales, in the scale of human history, that is not a long time. We're a pretty young country. I personally believe we are going through our teenage years, right? We all know what it's like to have a teenager who can't make up their mind, who's angry and then happy and then sad and then excited, and who's turning against their own family and their friends, but then wants a hug from those same family and friends. We all know what it's like to deal with a teenager. What do you do with a teenager who's making themselves at risk, right? Who's putting themselves at risk with their behavior? You just try to get them through alive. You just try to get them through those teenage years, out the other side, when they sort of settle, have a bit more maturity, and can say, I'm going to think clearly about what's important in my life. So that's what I see our job as senior elected leaders in the United States. There's 100 of us. We have the responsibility to see our country that we love through this period in our history, through our teenage years. And how do we come out alive? What does it mean for our country to survive? We got to support the Constitution. We got to invest and believe in our democracy and not wipe it aside because we happen to like one politician over the other. I understand that President Trump was elected with a mandate to bring in disruptors to the government. That is very clear, right? My colleagues on my side of the aisle who say, well, this is disrupting everything. I said, that's the point. That's what President Trump ran on. So that I don't question. But to me, what I can't understand is the willingness to say that I'm willing to violate or bend the rules of the Constitution in order for my own party to win. Now, I would say last week, after we saw the reversal of the funding freeze, it got a lot of people's attention. Veterans groups, universities, people of both parties, my mayors and town supervisors were screaming from the rooftops. It woke people up to an issue maybe they don't think about all that often. And since then, we've heard incredible stories of people and what it would mean to the average person if this funding didn't come through, right? Things like the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, just caring for our Great Lakes, which is one of the most bipartisan things in the state of Michigan. We heard about chronic disease prevention, again, veterans programs, opioid treatment, all kinds of things, rural health programs. And then we heard about the things that were connected to national security, right? This is the thing that I think people don't understand. You know, we're having this conversation about federal funding. It can seem very far away. But when you yank federal funding that's already been built into local budgets, that's already been built in to national security agency budgets, you're literally putting people at greater risk, right? These things have consequences. I think the other pieces that we're seeing that to me are hard to process are things like the sort of across the board pushing out of people in the civil service, right? And I say this as a former civil servant. What's going on at the FBI? What's going on now at the CIA, at the Director of National Intelligence Office, NSA. I'm a former intelligence officer, and I understand what people do every single day in the dead of night when no one is watching to protect us. And again, as someone who was in the federal government, I will be the first one to say that there is fat on the bone. I will be the first one to say that when I was a boss in the federal government, I couldn't fire people who deserved to be fired as easily as I wanted to. That's, to me, not a question. And I actually don't have a problem with a group taking a hard look at cutting back federal government and the different departments and agencies. I think what I take issue with is the complete lack of strategy or even understanding of what those across-the-board slices are going to do to the average security of someone on the ground in Michigan. When those proposals first came out, the letters saying you can leave the government, first of all, I think those letters have almost no credibility, okay? The letter, which was a carbon copy of what Elon Musk sent to Twitter employees, said, you can go ahead, we'll pay you out. Okay. This body appropriates money. So any commitments of money by the executive branch, right there, like that's extremely fishy. Number two, they said, you can leave. We will pay you for sitting home for 8 months. But you know what? If you want, even better, go and get a job. Go and get a job somewhere else. Like, best of luck to you. I think they were misunderstanding that there is federal law that a federal government employee, as I was, cannot take a job in the same field. It violates laws on conflict of interest, right? If you work on the railroads at the Department of Transportation and then you go and work for a private railroad company, that's an inherent conflict of interest. And by the way, if you're a CIA officer and you go sit home and then a Chinese company wants to hire you because they know you understand the intelligence community, massive conflict of interest. So those offers to me are worth the paper that they're printed on. And I think, again, speaks to this complete lack of awareness of what this does to real people. Some of the first people who got those letters in Michigan were FAA flight safety instructors and evaluators. Is there anyone in America who thinks we need fewer flight safety instructors? Is there anyone in America who wants fewer people from the FAA watching and deconflicting what happens above our airports with everything that has gone on, with all these tragedies that have gone on, including another collision, I understand, just in the past 24 hours out in Seattle? So, again, trim fat, but are we sure that the American people want less people looking at their security, their safety here at home or from threats abroad, right? Most Americans don't understand. I was someone who specialized in Middle Eastern terrorist groups and militias, the groups that were shooting at U.S. forces and plotting against the U.S. homeland. Every single day, decisions are made to keep Americans safe, and Americans are sleeping at home in their beds and have no idea. By pushing those people to leave and not being thoughtful about it, you're pushing out some of our best in a generation and then purposely hiring no one behind them. And to me, again, this isn't about pieces of paper. This is about the safety of American citizens. You know, the other thing that is just rubbing people the wrong way, that is just fundamentally feeling wrong to citizens of all stripes, is the idea that a group of billionaires are coming in and leading around this administration by the nose, leading them around, right? We're all here talking about confirmation of officials. What's the point of confirming a cabinet secretary at the Treasury if a billionaire can just parachute in with a bunch of 25-year-olds to tell him what to do? I mean, that's humiliating for the cabinet level official, not to mention what that does to the President of the United States, right? Just look online. American citizens don't want unelected billionaires with their private data, all their tax information, their Medicare health care records, right? Is there anyone who wonders what Elon Musk and anyone else is going to do with that data? What do they want it for? The goals of a billionaire are not the same as the goals of the average American citizen. He has other conflicting interests. And let me just say, the number of interests he has in China is public record. The closeness of that relationship is well documented. And his relationship, by the way, with his competitors, right? I come from Michigan. We are American Autos. He has no love for our car companies. And now he has the data of every single competitor, of every single person he's ever negotiated with, of every single person that he doesn't like. Is there anyone who wonders that he's going to put a backdoor on that information and have access to it for the rest of time? American citizens care about their privacy, especially their tax records, their health care records. So I think this idea that this administration is being led around by its nose by billionaires does not pass the sniff test. And I've had a lot of people call me, write me, text me, who are Trump supporters, who said, hey, you know, I voted for Trump and I still think he's the guy, but I don't like them sharing my data with these seeming oligarchs. So I think, again, I don't dispute that Trump has the ability to do things that I'm not going to like. It's the things that violate law. And make no mistake, a new government employee who hasn't turned in a financial disclosure form, who hasn't gone through the full background check, who's just been stamped an employee, does not have the right to have all that information. And now we have lawsuits that are coming. So this will be metered out in court. But I think the bigger question is, what does it mean to have a president that's beholden to a bunch of billionaires? What does that change about their calculus when they're sitting in the privacy of the Oval Office making critical decisions? Why is the President of the United States tweeting about South Africa? Is there anyone, at least in the state of Michigan, who woke up this week and said, South Africa is super important to my personal interests in Michigan? No. He's tweeting about South Africa because Elon Musk told him to, right? He's being led around by his nose. And I think people are starting to see that. And again, if Elon Musk wants to help look at how to reform the government, that's one thing. Access to our data is a whole other ball of wax, and it is not for the interests of the United States. Now, I think, you know, there's a lot of questions about how we get through this period, these teenage years of American history, this pendulum swinging, this anger between people, neighbor arguing with neighbor about politics, right? I know in Michigan, there's a heck of a lot of people, including in my own family, where we just say, we're not, you know, we're going to get together, we're going to tailgate, we're going to hang out, but we're just not going to talk about national politics. It's become something we can't talk about. And by the way, in Michigan, that was never the case. We were always politically diverse. My dad's a lifelong Republican. My mom was a lifelong Democrat. We never used to argue with anger in Michigan. We were more likely to argue about sports than we were about politics when I was growing up. Michigan versus Michigan State, you know, hands were thrown, but not over politics. That was not our way. And you'd kind of rib someone, you know, if my dad, again, lifelong Republican, if his friend from childhood came in and he was a liberal or something, he would say, here comes the commie. You know, he'd make jokes. It was sort of a ribbing kind of thing. It wasn't this anger that we can't stand, right? That's made us uncomfortable with our neighbors. So how do we get through it? How do we get through this period in our history? Well, the first answer is we can't have our citizens just turn off, right? I've heard from a lot of people who say, you know what? I'm just going to stop reading the news, stop looking at my alerts on my phone. I'm just going to pretend nothing's happening in Washington and just, you know, put my blinders on. That doesn't work in a democracy. Guess what? This is a team sport. But there are basically 4 things that we can do to help our country get through this moment in our history. We gotta be strict upholders of the Constitution, even when that contradicts people we have supported, and that goes for Democrats and Republicans. So we have four options. We have legislation and appropriations, the things that this body does. We can make laws that respect our values, that push back. I want those, they have to be, and based on how the Senate is divided, that has to be bipartisan. Bipartisan answers are durable answers. They last longer. They're not pendulum swinging. We can appropriate money based on our values. That means making sure we have flight safety instructors and making sure we have the right people in the Pentagon and the CIA who are protecting us. We have litigation. And unfortunately, that's become an important tool. We have lawsuits going on. I mean, I think it must be dozens at this point that are just trying to uphold the law, and we want them to move swiftly through the courts. We need people to be invested in those court cases and watch them and start to educate yourselves on those cases. We have communication, right? We have the ability, each one of us in our phones, to communicate with our fellow citizens, right? To talk about how concerning it is that we have a president that's being led around by their nose by a bunch of billionaires. Talk about that. Your neighbors aren't happy with that. And then ultimately elections, right? The fourth category. That's how we meter things out in this country. And we'll have new federal elections in 2 years where people can decide if they're comfortable giving the President of the United States unfettered authority, if they feel like he's been a good shepherd of our Constitution. Now, I'll just say in closing that this body has a special responsibility. There are 100 of us. We are the senior most, or some of the most senior elected officials in the country. That means we have the roles here in legislation and appropriation. It also means we have convening power. We have the ability to pull people together and lead. And that is what the country is asking for right now. They're asking for leadership from this body, from Democrats and Republicans, from people who are new and people who have been here 35 years. They're asking for us to stand up for them and to keep this country alive through these volatile years. History will watch this period, right? History will watch what we do on both sides of the aisle. And for me, as someone who's new to this body, 30 days in this body, I will always seek to work where I can with my colleagues, but not at the expense of the fundamental freedoms and our democracy. That may not be politically palatable back home, but I don't care. Because if we can't do it, what is the point? What is the point of being senior elected leaders in this body if you don't stand up for the country that you love? There's no king in this country. There's an elected president. Please stand up on behalf of your country. And with that, I yield.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, since the beginning of the Trump administration a little over 2 weeks ago, my office has heard directly from Arizonans about how the cronies of this president are impacting their day-to-day lives. In his first act, the president in the Office of Management and Budget moved to freeze the grants and loans to Arizonans that work tirelessly each day to better the lives of Arizona families. These are not people who do the work because they are chasing a high salary. They're not doing it out of a drive. They're not doing it out of drive to be millionaires or billionaires. They're doing it to help their fellow Arizonans. The programs impacted by the federal freeze include assistance to firefighter grants, so our firefighters can purchase equipment, staffing for adequate fire, emergency response, or better known as SAFER grants, which funds hiring of firefighters, sexual assault services, which provide rape kits to sexual assault survivors, and preventing the trafficking of girls, which supports the prevention and early intervention services for girls who are at risk of or are victims of sex and or labor trafficking. The Rural Violent Crime Initiative, which supports the implementation of violent crime reduction strategies, improves investigations, improves services to victims, and enhances collaboration between local stakeholders. Public Safety Officers Benefits Programs, which provides death and education benefits for survivors of fallen officers and firefighters. Violence Against Women Formula Grants, which improves our capacity to reduce domestic violence. The Burn Memorial Justice Assistant Grants, which is used to purchase critical technology, infrastructure, etc. for police departments and other public safety entities. And the CHIPS Research and Development Programs to grow Arizona's semiconductor industry and the country's. These life-saving programs and economic drivers were canceled not because they were ineffective, not because Congress voted to cut them, but because they were in the way of one man's crusade to tear down the federal government. And that man is OMB nominee Russell Vought. Russell Vought is a danger to the United States. He has been a staunch advocate for drastically eliminating or cutting our safety net programs such as Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. He helped design Trump-era budgets that sought to cut trillions from these programs while simultaneously advocating for a tax cut that overwhelmingly benefit the wealthiest of Americans. So let's make sure we understand what's happening here. He wants to help some of the poorest Americans to make sure that there's enough money left over to give it to the richest Americans. And his vision for America is one where billionaires thrive while the families of Arizona and America struggle to get ahead. Vought has shown complete disregard for our democratic institutions. He was a key architect of efforts to politicize the federal bureaucracy and push for policies that would replace career civil servants with partisan loyalists. He played a significant role in enabling Trump's administration's refusal to cooperate with congressional oversight. His actions set a dangerous precedent and is a playbook that the Trump administration is looking to deploy and has deployed in this second term. A playbook of reducing transparency, accountability, and disregarding the power of Congress in favor of an empowered executive branch. The Office of Management and Budget is one of the most powerful agencies in the country. It is responsible for crafting the president's budget, overseeing regulatory policies, and ensuring the efficient operation of government programs. The OMB director must believe in the fundamental mission of government, which is to serve the people. Vought, by contrast, has spent his career trying to dismantle government institutions and push an extreme agenda that benefits only a select few. If confirmed to lead OMB, Vought would have the ability to impose cuts on essential programs, further politicize the federal workforce, and continue his assaults on democratic institutions. His leadership would result in policies that worsen economic inequality, weaken national security by defunding key agencies, and eroding public confidence in government. The confirmation of Vought would not only be a step backward, would also embolden extremists seeking to undermine the role of government. His approach to governance is not about responsible budgeting or efficiency. It is about dismantling the federal government from within. The stakes are too high to allow such a dangerous individual to return to a position of power. Russell Vought is a major threat to our democratic institution. His track record makes it abundantly clear that he is unfit for any leadership management role in government, especially as one as powerful as the Office of Management and Budget. Confirming Vought would only allow an individual with a history of extremism, obstructionism, and divisiveness to control the country's budget and regulatory framework. His vision for America is one where governments serve only the wealthy and the powerful, while ordinary citizens are left without support and the services that they need. In the face of such a threat, it is crucial that we reject any attempt to put Vought in any position of power. The future of the country depends on leaders who believe in governance, transparency, and fairness, not those who seek to destroy it and the institutions that make this all work. The Senate and the American people must stand firm against this administration, against this confirmation, ensuring that those who wield power to do so in service to this nation understand why they're doing it, understand that it's not just for the sake of an ideological crusade that we should be putting Vought in power, but to make sure that we have a government that answers for the people and by the people. And in conclusion, we must remember at the core what is going to happen and what is happening. Just yesterday, I met with many of my local healthcare centers in Arizona, more than 50 of them. And I asked them, what is going on in your communities? What is happening right now? And many of them were telling me about the fear that they're hearing in the communities. What many of them also told me, these very critical community health centers, some of the health centers that are the front lines of taking some of the most poorest communities, taking care of some of the most poorest communities in the country, with some of the largest health disparities in the country, people that are chronically ill and going to these places because it's the last place that will see them, since they do not have doctors, they don't have access to hospitals, they don't have access to insurance. And these community health centers were telling me that right now, most of them still cannot access payment. The organizations that are essentially taking care of the poorest of this country cannot get payments for services that they are giving to these poor communities for the contracts that we signed with them as a federal government, because people like Vought want to freeze those grants. They want to freeze out those types of groups that are taking care of the poor in order to save as much money so that they can give this money and these tax cuts to the richest of Americans. It is the most cynical thing that we could be doing, the most cynical thing that this Trump administration could be doing, and certainly is a very dangerous thing that OMB nominee Vought will be doing. With that, I yield back.
Democratic Whip.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Arizona, originally from Chicago, for taking the time to come this morning to the floor of the Senate. Let me also thank the presiding officer and the staff who have weathered this experience as we consider the nomination of Russell Vought for the Office of Management and Budgeting. I know it's been a personal and demanding sacrifice on their part, and I thank them for being here. Why are we doing this? We're hoping to call attention to this nomination. Most people in America, if asked, would not be able to identify the initials OMB, Office of Management and Budgeting. And if they could identify it as a federal agency, they'd be hard-pressed to describe what it does. I've been in politics and congressional government for a number of years. I have an insight into what the agency can do, and I want to tell you that the head of the OMB, though not a very well-known figure across America, has more power than almost anyone in the president's cabinet. This person decides the policy and spending that supports it across the federal government, and it can make a serious difference. Russell Vought has had a chance to show America what he will do if given another chance to head the OMB. You see, in the final 2 years of the first Trump administration, he had the same job. So we saw him in action. and we saw what his philosophy might be. I want to read you something which sounds incredible, but I'm afraid is true, from a press release by the Union of Concerned Scientists. Here's what they wrote in their position paper, branding Russell Vought as a dangerous choice to head the OMB. Quote, as director of the OMB under President Trump's first term, Vought would occupy a powerful position over federal agencies and the federal civilian workforce. Here's what Vought had to say in 2023 about his intentions for these hardworking civil servants under a second Trump administration. And I'm now quoting Russell Vought. We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they're increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. End of quote, Russell Vought, what he would do if head of the OMB. Honest to God, is that what we want in America? A person who takes a look at federal employees that do a myriad of responsible tasks in our federal government and treat them as villains, traumatize them. For Mr. Vought, this sounds like a political game. But for many of these people, first it's their lives, their careers that they've dedicated to their country and their government to do the best they can, and some critical jobs, which we may take for granted on a regular basis until that moment when we realize how important they'll be. It was just a few weeks ago when we had a horrible plane crash near Washington National Airport. I followed that closely because I will tell you literally, I have flown that flight pattern 1,000 times, 1,000. I return home to Illinois every week that I served in the House, 14 years, and in the United States Senate, now 28 years. So I know that piece of real estate pretty well. Planes come down the Potomac River to avoid noise in the city of Washington, and some have to make a rather abrupt turn into the runway 33 that is available to them. This evening of the accident, an American Airlines plane made the turn and came into contact with an Army helicopter. 67 people died. We checked to see what was going on with air traffic control, and we realized that the air traffic controller was doing double duty that night. He had to do not only the civilian side, but the military side. It's not beyond a person's capacity, but it's not preferable. There should have been more air traffic controllers on the job. Air traffic controllers are federal employees, Mr. Vought. Want to traumatize our air traffic controllers? I don't. I want to feel safe in an airplane. I want to be able to travel with my family with the comfort knowing that a professional who works for the federal government is doing his or her job well. And of course, if you're going to traumatize and call them villains and make them the object of your political fantasies, that's what you get with Mr. Vought and the OMB. It's not fair. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to the American people. These people who work in our federal government do responsible, important jobs day in and day out. My staff advised me yesterday that this is reaching a point where no one seems to be in control. They've decided to save money by eliminating the publication of public health brochures that are put out regularly on a weekly basis to notify people all around the United States and the world of outbreaks of illnesses and diseases that could be dangerous. For the first time since 1961, we've stopped publishing those in the last 2 weeks. The Trump administration has decided to, quote, save money, close quote, by reducing the information available to medical professionals all over the world. They used to look to us and count on us every single week to put out this publication. We stopped doing it, quote, to save money, close quote. I'm afraid the day is going to come where we regret that decision and a lot of things that flow from it. I want to say a word, too, about the Department of Justice. Yesterday, I had an individual come to see me who is seeking to be the Deputy Attorney General. Good fellow, I've never met him before, and he talked about his career in the law and what he had done as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. His resume is certainly strong. And I asked him a question. When he worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office, was he given assignments or did he choose his caseload? Oh, he said, when you're brand new, you take what they send you. And put me to work on files and cases as they wish. And I did them willingly. That was my job as a member of the Department of Justice. So I said, you had no really personal decision over these cases. You just did what you were given to, by your superiors. And he said, that's exactly right, and that's how it works. And I said, would it be fair to say that when it came to the assignment of these cases, some hierarchy made that decision, not yourself? He said, of course. I said, do you know what's going on in the Department of Justice now? They're asking the employees of the Department of Justice to fill out a questionnaire. The Trump administration wants to know, did you play any role in the prosecution of those accused of violence here in the Capitol on January 6, 2021? And clearly this is being done to separate out those who prosecuted those thugs who came into this building and attacked us. I don't know where this is going to lead. We're going to have to watch it closely, but it's not been done before. If they are dismissed, terminated, it's fundamentally unfair. As this individual who wants to be part of the Trump administration told me, he had nothing to say about the assignment. He did what he was told, and he did the best job he could. And now to fire these individuals because of the January 6 rioters is just fundamentally unfair. Mr. President, you're new to this chamber, and I've been here a while. And I'll tell you that day, January 6, 2021, is one that I'll remember for the rest of my life. I was sitting at this seat on the floor of the Senate. Vice President Pence was the presiding officer. We were going about our responsibility under the Constitution to count the electoral votes and to announce who won the presidential election. It's a rather routine assignment in the past, and people haven't noticed, but it's taken on new importance and attracted more attention now because of disputes over votes in various states. 2020 was one of the most graphic examples of that, when President Trump announced afterwards that he did not lose the election, that it was stolen. And he gathered together his supporters who believed that point of view into a rally on January 6th on the Capitol Mall. Thousands of people showed up at the president's invitation, and he invited them to come to the Capitol and go wild. They sure did. They went wild by beating down the doors, breaking the windows, crashing through the doors, coming into the United States Capitol building while we were meeting here. Vice President Pence, at about 2:10 p.m., I saw him turn to one of the Secret Service agents who was protecting him, and the agent grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the chair you're sitting in right now, took him off the floor, and we were sitting here with no one presiding. Chuck Grassley, President Pro Tem, was going to take the chair, and a member of the Capitol Hill Police instead walked up to where you're sitting and announced to all the senators in the chamber and their staff people to stay in this room. This was going to be a protected room, a safe room, and that other people were going to join us. Meanwhile, outside you could hear the roar of the crowd as they were crashing through the doors and beating up on Capitol Hill policemen. We were here for about 10 minutes when the same Capitol Hill policeman came up and said, change of plans. We can't keep this room safe. Grab your belongings and leave quickly through that door, which we did. We went to a building nearby and waited to see what would happen next. I was part of the leadership that was called to a secure location, and I was with Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi as we followed the proceedings of what was happening on the floor. It was a horrible scene. We were able to see the Senate chamber through C-SPAN and realize that the thugs who were taking over the building were sitting in your chair, going through my desk, posing for pictures, jumping off the balconies. It was a scene you couldn't imagine. It was sickening to me. This building means something to me. It's been an important part of my life. I went to college here in Washington. I used to come up on my assignments on my part-time job and get a chance to steal away for a few minutes and sit in the gallery and follow what was going on the Senate floor. Just to be in this building I considered a privilege, and I still do. And here were these people doing horrible things in the building and beating up on the Capitol policemen and the DC policemen who were trying to keep us safe. That was the reality of what happened. These people who work for the Senate and the House are federal employees. In Russell Vought's view, the villains, that's what he calls them, risking their lives to keep us safe and being called villains by Russell Vought. For goodness sakes, has he no sense of responsibility for the men and women and their families who risked their lives for this building? Those who were prosecuted for this ended up being in the hundreds of individuals, some for misdemeanors, for trespass, others for more serious crimes, assaulting police officers. One of them already has been released by a pardon from President Trump and went on to defy a policeman in Indiana, and there was a gunfight that followed, and this individual was shot dead on the scene just a few days after he was released by the president's pardon. The point I'm trying to make is that there are important and serious jobs taking place here in Washington and around the nation. We count on federal employees, and we count on people to be held accountable if they violate the law. I am sickened by the fact that these men and women in uniform, whom I've come to know over the years, are considered to be disposable, dispensable. In my mind, they're not. Their lives are worth something, and those who attack them should be held responsible. So when the wheels of justice turned and these individuals were held responsible, it was through the Department of Justice. Now, there is a hunt on in the department to find out each and every one of their names. If they're going on a list to be terminated, I would just say to the Trump administration, you're in for a fight. These men and women did their jobs. They were responsible for prosecuting the individuals who raided this Capitol, and they did it well, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sad to report that Kash Patel, who is President Trump's nominee to head up the Federal Bureau of Investigation, does not agree with me, and I'll tell you why. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has 28,000 federal agents around the world, 400 different field offices. These individuals are the premier law enforcement agency of the United States of America and have an international reputation. Mr. Patel wants to be the person to head that agency. And yet what he decided to do, this Kash Patel, was to make a project out of music from those who were convicted of crimes on January 6, 2021. He gathered together a number of them. He swears that he doesn't even know their names, and created a recording, a song that he wrote, and proudly played at President Trump's rallies, by the song to be sung by the prisoners, and they called them the J6 Choir. As we asked Mr. Patel to tell us more about this, he said, well, all the proceeds from that album would go to the families of the prisoners. I said, did you ever consider the proceeds going to the families of the men and women in uniform who were risking their lives to keep this building safe? No, he said he focused on the families of the prisoners. He called them political prisoners. Of course, they were convicted under the court of law. Many of them pled guilty. They couldn't deny the fact what the videotape showed of their conduct. So Mr. Patel was raising money through this recording being played at the Trump rallies of these individuals. He said he just didn't know their names or who they might be. And we're considering this individual to head up the FBI. What would morale be like at the FBI if a person is put in charge who was entertaining America with songs by the prisoners in jail who raided this Capitol? I often think, I wonder what we would have thought if the tables were turned a little bit on January 6th and didn't happen here in Washington, but happened in London. If we heard that a mob had crashed down the doors of Parliament and taken control of the House of Commons, my reaction would have been, it's impossible. I've been there, I've seen that. It's carefully guarded and watched, and it's a venerable institution when it comes to parliamentary law. I can't imagine that a mob would take over the House of Commons in London. Well, think about America and think about the impression of what happened on January 6th to other people around the world, that this had happened in our time in this building. We have to go back to the War of 1812 to find an invasion of an enemy force. And now we come to January 6, 2021, the so-called political prisoners, some call them tourists, who came in and desecrated this building. That was the reality. I'm only making that point because I think it's a serious historic event and one that we'll think about many times again. And individuals who were involved in that were federal employees, excuse me, and they were doing their job and risking their lives in the process for doing it. So what is going on through the Office of Management and Budgeting? There's a man named Matthew Vaeth, V-A-E-T-H, who issued an order to call for a freeze on federal spending not that long ago, 2 weeks or so. I don't know if he thought through what he was doing, but he said he was doing it to make sure that there would be no federal spending which would support transgenderism. That was one of them. Or what he called Marxian, capital M, Marxian equity, or some Green New Deal. So he wanted to make sure there was no political investment in those causes across America. Do you know what he shut down? He shut down a Head Start program in Chicago, Illinois. It's called El Valor. It's been in business for many years. Families of moderate income that live in the neighborhood send their kids to this Head Start program and are very proud of the results. These kids are learning how to read, they're learning how to socialize, they're going to be ready for kindergarten and ready for school as a result of it. Well, Mr. Vaeth, OMB, decided to shut it down and cut off their funds. And at least overnight, there was a fear that that's exactly what would happen. It was only when there was a national response in opposition to that that they reversed their position and decided to keep some of the things open. Head Start is open in Chicago that I just mentioned, but there are others that are questioning whether they're open as well. I got a phone call as well from some doctors in Chicago during this shutdown, this OMB shutdown under President Trump. And I said, what impact has this had on you? They said, we're researchers for the National Institutes of Health. We work in laboratories looking for cures for diseases, heart disease, cancer, all sorts of different challenges. And we frankly were told at 5 p.m. on the day of his order to stop working on what we're doing. Most of the projects that we're involved in are long-term projects involving a lot of work that goes beyond regular work hours. But we were told to stop medical research because of this order from the federal government that came out of the OMB. So when we consider what happened just a few days ago, and it's still reverberating around the country, and consider the nomination of Russell Vought, you have to ask yourself, honest to goodness, do you consider that to be a villain who's working at that laboratory in Chicago for a National Institutes of Health project? I consider that person to be a great professional, and I wish them all the success and luck in the world. To characterize them as villains, as Mr. Vought has done, is unfair to them and an indication of his values. So we are trying to appeal to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us with a few votes to stop Mr. Russell Vought from taking over the Office of Management and Budgeting. This is an important responsibility, and it's one that needs to be left in the hands of those who will accept that responsibility personally. I see that my colleague is joining me from Maryland. I'm glad she is here. I'm going to wrap up by just saying that we're going to rue the day if we put Russell Vought in this job as to what he's going to do. When he characterizes our federal employees as villains and says we want to put them in trauma, do you want our air traffic controllers to be in trauma? Do you want the men and women who are responsible at the FBI for keeping our country safe from terrorism to be in trauma? I want them working for America's future as they have in the past, and to characterize them as the enemies is unfair. I'll be voting against Russell Vought, and I hope other colleagues will join me. I yield the floor. Made it up.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator
from
Durbin.
Maryland.
Democrats have been here all night, and guess what? We are not letting up. Because right now in Maryland and across this country, the administration is conducting a witch hunt for federal workers. See, when the president said, "I am your retribution," he meant that he will scapegoat, bully, and attempt to silence the federal workforce. It is a retribution that they do not deserve. And I really want to paint a picture of who these federal workers are and who they are not. They are not partisan hacks hell-bent on pursuing some kind of political agenda. They are not part of some deep state conspiracy that apparently keeps this president awake at night. In fact, to the contrary, these people are hard-working Americans who believe in this government, regardless of who the president is. As a matter of fact, they are my friends, many of them are my neighbors, and they are my constituents. They are Marylanders. See, I represent over 150,000 federal workers. In Maryland, we are proud to have the highest number of federal workers per capita in the country. They are public servants in the truest sense of the word, who are not guided by party, not moved by vicious news cycles, but they are driven instead by mission, a mission to serve this country to the very best of their ability, under any president of any party. And in just 17 days, this president has put all of their livelihoods on the line. How shameless, how reckless, how callous, how depraved. There have been so many actions that this administration has taken to villainize and hurt our civil servants. And I want to be explicit about exactly what they are up to. They have fired inspectors general, the people who conduct independent audits and investigations within government agencies to detect and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. To replace independent watchdogs, this is the plan, with loyalists. Now, you want to talk about making government efficient? Might I suggest not firing the very people committed to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse of our taxpayer dollars? Next, we have the whole federal buyout scheme. Yeah, a scheme. And today marks the last day of the so-called fork in the road buyout. But the administration continues to suggest that should enough people not take the buyout, they will begin mass layoffs. Hardworking Americans who've done their job dutifully, some for decades, I've spoken with them, fired for no reason whatsoever. This week, USAID missions overseas have also been ordered to shut down. And I've heard from Marylanders abroad who are doing critical work to prevent wars, who don't know if they'll even have a job anymore. We've learned that FBI agents and employees were asked by Justice Department leadership to fill out a 12-question survey detailing their roles in investigations stemming from the January 6th attack on this Capitol. This led to the FBI turning over details of 5,000 employees who worked on January 6th cases to the Trump Justice Department. We know the administration has issued a freeze on federal hiring. Dozens of employees at the Education Department have been put on leave, and more are expected. Rumors continue to circulate that this administration wants to shut down the department itself. At multiple government agencies, agency heads were asked to identify employees on probationary periods or who have served less than 2 years, likely because these employees are easier to fire. The administration issued a memo pausing potentially trillions of dollars in federal aid, sowing chaos throughout the government. Thankfully, This directive has been partially halted thanks to legal challenges. They've issued a stop work order in the United States Department for all existing foreign aid. 160 National Security Council staff members have been sent home while the administration reviews staffing. They ordered a review of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, as the administration considers whether to close the country's lead disaster response. How reckless, how callous. We've gotten reports of more than 40 Head Start providers still unable to draw funds after last week's funding freeze. This is, of course, despite a court order, because this administration not only sows chaos, but also has set the example of what lawlessness looks like. These are illegal actions, and these providers who help make sure that our vulnerable kids get what they need to thrive have all been put into a position of being insecure and uncertain. They provide for our children food, education, and so much more. And these are the very people who have been targeted by this administration. Our veterans haven't been spared either. The administration froze federal aid for critical programs serving veterans and their families, and then fired the VA's top watchdog official in charge of protecting veterans from waste and wrongdoing. They're firing the very people charged with making the Veterans Administration more efficient to better serve the great men and women who serve this nation. How callous, how reckless. Each and every one of these moves inflicts pain, and they all have a ripple effect. Pain on the civil servants who do the work these programs and agencies fund, and pain on people who rely on the work of these programs and agencies. It's a raw deal for Americans, period. And what's clear is this witch hunt has only just begun, because today, this very body is going to be voting on a nominee who wants nothing more than to see the federal workforce burned at the stake. He said it himself. About civil servants, he said, "We want to put them in trauma." That's unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. And I'll repeat, he said we want to put them in trauma. What manner of person speaks in that way? But those are the words of Russell Vought, the man that this president has chosen to lead the Office of Personnel Management. So when Russell says he wants to put them in trauma, I'm going to take him at his word. Because this isn't one of those situations where we need to see what Vought is going to do. History has already shown us. In the president's first administration, Russell Vought was the lead author of his budget requests for fiscal years 2020 and 2021. Each plan contains a blueprint for robbing the American public of the services that their tax dollars are supposed to fund. He called for $500 billion to be cut from Medicare. And I will note very significantly that over 1 million Marylanders are enrolled in Medicare. 2 of them are my parents, 77 years old, worked their whole lives. And these are the kinds of people that this president and his administration have determined that they will target. $900 billion from Medicaid. I will note nearly 2 million Marylanders rely on Medicaid. Up to $71 billion cut from Social Security. And I will note 1 in 7 Marylanders receive Social Security benefits. By the way, it's so important to note, these benefits are not ones that have been given to these Marylanders, because these are benefits they have earned over a lifetime. $170 billion in cuts to college affordability initiatives, This flies in the face of everything that Americans say that they desire. It has never been said that Americans want us to cut benefits to our elders. It has never been said that they wanted to cut benefits to those who are disabled, who rely on Medicaid and others. And it sure has not been the case that so many of our young people who came out and voted in this last election cycle hoping to get a government that would make their lives better, and instead they're making it worse. I will note that 25% of Maryland's undergraduates receive student loans, and over 100,000 Maryland college students receive federal grants in the FY 2023-2024 academic year. How shameful it is to target these students who will be the next leaders of our country. And this isn't just the classic case of the past becoming prologue. In the interim, between administrations, Russell Vought has continued on this anti-worker crusade because, yes, federal workers are workers. No matter what Russell Vought or anyone in this administration says, they are hard workers, dedicated workers, Maryland strong workers. And the crusade continued when Russell Vought raised his hand to help write Project 2025. In particular, I want to hone in on the goal to deploy Schedule F. And here's what the American Postal Workers Union had to say about it, and I quote, Project 2025 seeks to undermine this expectation of efficiency and expertise in public services by dismantling the federal government and reinstating Trump's 2020 Schedule F executive order. This would allow the ruling administration to reclassify many civil servants as policy-making or policy-evaluating workers, thereby removing their civil service protections and making them at-will employees. President Trump could then install whomever he pleases based on his favoritism and loyalty to his administration. Deploying Schedule F to replace dedicated civil servants with inexperienced cronies removes the very people who are experts at their jobs and have the knowledge to help our government serve our communities in the best possible way. Installing employees based on who you know, favoritism, effectively removes the nonpartisan and professional nature of civil service. Civil servants should simply be the most qualified for the job. That's why tests like the ones postal workers must take for employment exist at all. An unbiased exam means that workers earn their jobs based on their skills, not who we know or what color our skin is. Furthermore, in the long run, this practice could effectively dismantle public trust and efficiency in government services, letting billionaires like Donald Trump and Elon Musk make the case for a privatized, capitalistic government that profits off of its citizens, instead of a government that exists to uplift workers in our communities. Russell Vought isn't concerned with making the government more efficient. All of us recognize this. No one's confused about this. I highly doubt that he cares anything whatsoever at all about whether government works or not. What he cares about is making sure that every single federal employee supports President Trump. This isn't a blue state or a red state issue. This is a United States issue. If this man is allowed to enact the president's revenge, there will be a collective and uniting pain that courses across our country. People, whether they voted for this president or not, will feel the devastating impact of not only a less efficient government, but a government unable to deliver on the services that it promises to provide. That's what this administration refuses to understand. When you target federal workers, you are also targeting the people that they serve. You know who federal workers serve? The American people. When Russell Vought says we want to put them in trauma, let's talk about who he's talking about. A woman I spoke with who has worked at the Department of Health and Human Services for over 35 years. She has been put on leave as a part of this president's executive orders. What has she done? Nothing to deserve this. And yet her family is a family that's been targeted, a person who has served 35 years. Another woman I spoke with who has worked for 37 years at the Department of Agriculture. And believe it or not, she was placed in her current position under the president's first administration. And guess what? As a result of this crazy and callous and corrupt witch hunt, now she's being let go as well. Remembering, of course, that these two women are women who have worked now for several administrations, both Democratic and Republican presidents, and they have done so honorably. The Marylanders at the FDA who make sure that the water we drink is safe and that the food we eat is safe. Let's talk about scientists and doctors who are actively researching cures to cancer at the National Institutes of Health. They're targeting civil servants at the Pentagon, working every day to protect our national security. When I think about the Pentagon, I can't help but think about my own grandmother. Her name was Sarah Daisy. Sarah Daisy was a person who was a housekeeper, but it was her greatest dream to work in the federal government. And so many will remember that there was a time, however, when you went on to work in the government, you'd take a civil servant's exam and take a typing test. Well, my grandmother, Sarah, couldn't afford a typewriter. And so she went into the family's kitchen and put a white piece of paper up on the refrigerator. And she drew on that white piece of paper a keyboard. And my father told me that in the one-bedroom apartment that they all shared, my grandmother, her 3 children, and another family member, she stood in front of her refrigerator every single night and taught herself the keystrokes so that she could take the typing test to get herself a job in the federal government. Well, she went on and took that typing test. She passed it. She got herself a job in the federal government, and she was so proud of the work that she did as a civil servant. She showed up every single day, took buses to get to her job at the Pentagon, and she would often tell me she was so proud, she couldn't wait to tell me, I passed General so-and-so, I passed General so-and-so in the hallway. She was very proud to have served her country. But Sarah Daisy isn't the only one of her sort. Civil servants who show up every day just to serve the American people. And those are the kinds of civil servants who are being targeted by this administration. We think as well about FBI agents. And look, I'm a former prosecutor. I spent 13 years working in courtrooms, and I worked alongside many of our best and brightest in the law enforcement community, including the FBI. And never once did I ever wonder if they had voted for me. What mattered is that they were honed in on the same mission that I was, building safer communities for the people we collectively serve. And people like my grandma, who I spoke about, again, these are all people who serve every day doing the very best they can. She never came home and told me whether the people she served at the Pentagon were Republicans or Democrats, because guess what? It didn't matter. It didn't matter. And this is who we are talking about here. So there have been so many calls to my office. And, you know, the question we should be asking ourselves about people like my grandmother and about the other agents that I work with as a prosecutor who have given their whole life to civil service, what we should be asking is how can we repay them? Is it by villainizing them, taking away their jobs? It's ludicrous. It's outrageous. There have been so many calls to my office Some people have even shown up to my office in person looking for support. I stepped out the other day and there were 3 women who had driven here from their homes, and they were exasperated, couldn't even bear the thought of calling or emailing. They needed to come in person to let me know about their displeasure about the actions that they are seeing from this government. We've received a call from a federal employee as well, who has worked in an agency for 17 years and is now furloughed. On the verge of tears, she was afraid not just for her own livelihood, but for the fate of those losing their Title II food aid. She was thinking of malnourished children who will stop receiving food because of this administration's callous actions. We received a call from a federal employee concerned about Elon Musk and his access to confidential information. He said he feels helpless, and after 22 years of service to our nation, he's afraid that he will lose his job. He said, "It feels like a bad movie." A former federal employee of 10 years called my office, scared about how this is impacting her neighbors and her community, how it will hurt all her friends who work in the federal government. There was one call from a woman in her 60s. She was debating whether or not to take this buyout. She's close to retiring. And in the end, she told us that she wanted to continue this work. When I learned of this particular call, I immediately thought of my grandmother, yet again, and the pride that she had in her work at the Pentagon, the joy that she carried with her, knowing that her job had purpose, that her service was meaningful. The North Star she always looked to was helping her fellow Americans. It came as no surprise to me that this Marylander wanted to continue her work. I don't think it would come as a surprise to any Marylander who has answered the call to serve their government in this way. We take great pride in this work. We believe in the power of the federal government to do good things for the people of this country. And if you ask any civil servant, could the government use improvement? Well, you would hear a resounding yes. I think every Democrat and every Republican believes that we can make government more efficient, but firing a bunch of hardworking Marylanders because you think that they may not agree with your policy, gutting agencies that work on behalf of the American people, well, this isn't going to make government more efficient. In fact, dismissing experienced workers who care deeply about the mission is only going to weaken government functions. It's going to hinder the government's ability to do its job. Everything from Medicare to Medicaid to veterans benefits to law enforcement to cancer research to, the list goes on and on and on. In this brazen and callous mass firing, President Trump is going to end up with a government incapable of doing what the people expect of it. And it's shameful, and it's un-American. Because let me say this painfully clear to anyone considering supporting this nominee. The trauma that Mr. Vought describes won't just be exacted on the federal workers that he despises. It will extend to the people in this country who utilize the programs of the federal government. The exhausted mother of that child who calls the 988 lifeline for support on the darkest of days. The single dad who has to call out of work because his daughter's Head Start classroom closed its doors. The family business that didn't get their disaster relief check to rebuild after the floodwaters receded. The grandmother stretching her fixed income to feed a nourishing meal to her grandkids, turned away at the checkout line, when her SNAP EBT card declines. The woman seeking refuge from an abusive partner, the kind of woman that I've represented for many years as a domestic violence prosecutor, just to be turned away from the local family violence shelter. The first-generation college student that loses their Pell Grant and federal work study and can't afford to stay in school. The veteran whose appointment at the Veterans Administration gets canceled, delaying his screening and treatment from his battlefield exposure. When Russell Vought talks about inflicting trauma, none of us should forget these people. In these times of chaos, we must remain vigilant. We must not only acknowledge the deep pain being felt by so many American workers now, but transform that pain into action. The tools at our disposal may be limited, but our resolve must remain limitless. And my promise to the people of Maryland is that it shall. I'd like to just end my comments, because I see my colleague has joined us on the floor, and say, there's a prayer breakfast happening this morning. And it's my understanding that the president is there to attend, and many others. And it is my greatest desire that their prayers today will be for the American people and for our country. And there is a scripture that is so clear in the Bible, and it reminds us, and the president professes that he is a person of faith. And it reminds us of one fact, irrefutable fact, is that the Bible tells us that they will know us by our love. In fact, it says they will know that you are my disciples if you show love, that we should love one another. And I believe that ought to be the guiding principle that guides us in all that we do. It is only thing that will last is what we have done, and that we will exude the light of God. And in so doing, we will have love one for each other. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Mr. President, I rise today in the strongest terms to oppose the nomination of Russell Vought to serve as Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And I do so not just for his poor performance and lack of transparency before the Senate Budget Committee during his confirmation hearing, but because of his truly dangerous and damaging vision for the future of our country. I want to be very clear. If Russell Vought is confirmed to lead the Office of Management and Budget, it will be working families in America that pay the price. If he's confirmed, he'll work to slash the social safety net, threaten Medicaid and SNAP benefits, and to balance the budget on the backs of our most vulnerable neighbors, all in service of cutting taxes for billionaires and for large corporations. Now, let me start this morning by saying that if we were hoping for some sort of clarity or some commitment, some reassurance from Russell Vought during his confirmation process, we certainly weren't given much to work with. During the confirmation hearing, and yes, I'm a member of the Budget Committee, at best, he was non-responsive to our questions and inquiries. In fact, he was actually pretty evasive when asked some of the more pointed questions. And as I reflected on his testimony, I observed that it was what he didn't say that spoke volumes. It told us everything that we needed to know about the dangers of reinstating him to this hugely important and consequential position. Other Trump nominees, right, other confirmation hearings and other committees that I've been a part of, at a minimum, they've committed, or at least they uttered the words that they would respect the Constitution and abide by the law. That should be the bare minimum for someone seeking Senate confirmation for any position that is to serve the American people. That's the minimum. But Mr. Vought couldn't even do that. He refused to commit to following the law as it pertains to implementing the spending plans and priorities established by Congress, including us, colleagues. We are the United States Senate. Why would he refuse to commit to that fundamental premise? Because if he were to do that, he'd be lying under oath. He made it abundantly clear that as director of OMB, he has every intention of ignoring the laws passed by Congress, including the spending plans. He's been very explicit about that. Now, if this was, any other nominee by any other president, and he refused to make such a commitment, we might be left wondering about what his true priorities are, what his true agenda is. But for better and for worse, Russell Vought has already shown us exactly what he intends to do. We don't need to deal in hypothetical scenarios when it comes to him. For starters, he has served as head of the Office of Management and Budget before. You'll recall during the first Trump administration. In that time, in that capacity, on multiple occasions, he illegally froze congressional appropriated funds and withheld taxpayer dollars in order to obey President Trump's political demands. And even today, Russell Vought has already restarted this effort, as unlawful as it is, restarted this effort even though he hasn't even yet been confirmed by the Senate. He's already played a central role in OMB's attempt to withhold funding these last couple of weeks. Funding for programs including Head Start that so many families across the country rely on. Withhold funding for job assistance programs for our veterans. Yes, veterans. The very women and men that we honor for their willingness to serve, their willingness to pay the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of our country, who need our assistance when they return home from service. That's who he's going after? He's withheld funds for countless other programs that working families across the country rely on. His actions in these last couple of weeks have plunged not just the federal government, but frankly, the country and our financial markets into chaos and confusion. And like I said, he hasn't even been confirmed yet. And this is what's already happening. But colleagues, if these early signals weren't enough for you to grasp what he's capable of, what he is hell-bent on doing, if you're wondering what else he may have in mind and in store for the OMB, I guess you're in luck, because he literally wrote a playbook for what he intends to do. I invite you all And folks watching at home, if you haven't done so already, go to project2025.org. And as you call up this report, you call up this playbook, you'll call up this agenda, you'll see that he is one of the key authors. And while President Trump claims he hasn't had a chance to review his budget director's vision for the administration, and while many members of this body might have been a little too busy these last several months to read it for themselves, let me try to help by giving you just a very, very brief summary, some of the key points. Because when you boil it down, the main goals of Project 2025, as the authors, including Mr. Vought, have expressed, are this. Number one, give the office of the President of the United States unprecedented power. And two, to use that power to slash the rest of government in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. It's that simple. That's their goal. That's their objective. That's their agenda. They want an unchecked president to gut investments that Congress directs to help working families in order to give even bigger tax breaks for big corporations and billionaires. Billionaires, by the way, just like the ones he surrounded himself with in his inauguration. It's not a secret. It's not a veiled attempt. It's blatant. It's out in the open. They are literally working to steal from the poor to give more to the rich. That's the Trump agenda. And that's all that Russell Vought is working towards. But again, colleagues, don't just take my word for it. Let's look at the record. Now, it's easy to chalk up these first couple of weeks of the second Trump administration just to chaos. That's how they operate. We've known this. We've seen it coming. Well, it certainly has been chaotic. Some of that chaos may be due to incompetence. I think a lot has been very, very intentional, and clearly a lot of it due to an utter lack of empathy. But what is intentional is chaos by design. You've heard these terms. They're proud of it. Flood the zone. Traumatize federal workers. Yes, they've said it. I'll come back to that in a couple of minutes. But they've sought distractions from the scale of what they're trying to do. So through it all, to my colleagues and to the nation, I urge us all to keep our eyes on the ball. See the Trump administration exactly for what it is and who they are. To understand this administration, you simply have to understand their single biggest objective. Huge handouts to the largest corporations and the wealthiest Americans. President Trump is trying to one-up his first term when his signature legislative accomplishment wasn't infrastructure improvements, as much as he tried to talk about that. It wasn't increasing access to health care or quality of health care. In fact, they worked so hard to try to take it away. The single biggest accomplishment of President Trump's first administration was record deficits brought to you by record tax breaks for the wealthy, and by cutting the corporate tax rate by 14%, from 35% down to 21%. That's right, he was giving huge tax breaks to corporations to increase their profit margins. And it's not that they weren't making money, they were making plenty of money. Who wasn't making plenty of money is the workers who made those profits possible. The wage growth wasn't what American workers deserved it to be. Now, that was the first Trump administration. We've just begun the second Trump administration, where you would think that maybe, just maybe, they'd work hard or making good on their campaign theme or campaign pledge, whatever you want to call it, of putting, quote, America first. I'd love to see it. They could put America first if they chose to invest in our education system and help educate and train our future workforce in ways that would grow our economy in the years and decades ahead. Or they could put America first by tackling the high cost of housing and grocery prices. But no, that's not what they're doing. They're right back to focusing on tax breaks for corporations by hundreds of billions of dollars. It's the only thing that President Trump's about, frankly. Look at his record, look at his life. He wants to make life even easier for himself, for his family, for his wealthy friends, for the top, not just the 1%, the top 0.1% of America. But you can't just give these tax breaks away for free. Got to pay for them somehow. Somebody's got to fund them. So in order to pay for these tax breaks, the administration is determined to cut as much spending from our communities and our most vulnerable as they can. Like I said, they're not even hiding it anymore. On the campaign trail, President Trump enjoyed playing dress up at McDonald's and staging photo ops with garbage trucks. But on day one of his administration, who did he surround himself with? Not a fast food worker, not a sanitation worker, not an auto worker who he claimed to reach out to in recent years, or a steel worker as much as he wants to champion blue-collar workers in the Midwest. No, he chose to surround himself by the richest men in the country, some of the richest men in the world. Remember his inauguration? They were right there in the front row. You recognize the names: Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk. To hardworking Americans who may have voted for him in November, sorry to tell you, he used you. He used you for your votes. He got what he needed from you, and now he and Russell Vought are about to make you pay. For an idea of what the next 4 years with Russell Vought and Donald Trump in charge will mean, let's review again these last couple of weeks. It's been decision after decision after decision following Russell Vought and Project 2025's playbook. Empower the president, and then enrich themselves and their wealthy friends. Now, we've long known that this president could care less about the guardrails put in place in our Constitution. Since when has he cared about what's constitutional or not? But after the Supreme Court granted him blanket immunity, he's using his newfound powers to eliminate any opposition or dissent around him. From day one in this second administration, President Trump has used his powers to seek retribution against anyone he perceives as a political enemy. And he sought to undermine and threaten any potential opposition. On day one, he issued 1,500 pardons for the January 6th rioters, if you want to call them that. Insurrectionists is what I call them. Folks who desecrated this United States Capitol, who attacked law enforcement officers in an attempt to overthrow an election. The last couple of weeks, they've begun to investigate and fire professional career prosecutors at the Department of Justice who did their duty when asked to investigate the crimes committed on January 6th of 2021. Prosecutors who were required, when assigned to, required to investigate insurrection, sedition, violence against law enforcement personnel. Serious crimes, folks. Serious crimes. President Trump's team even sent out a survey to members of the FBI regarding their involvement in January 6th investigations. Now, just this week, CNN reported, and I'll quote, FBI turns over details of 5,000 employees who worked on January 6 cases to the Trump Justice Department as agents sue, end quote. And President Trump's illegally fired 18 inspectors general and over a dozen career prosecutors from the special counsel's office who worked under Jack Smith to investigate and prosecute criminal actions from his first term in office. Still early in the second administration, but the message is already crystal clear. President Trump will threaten anyone who might show a willingness to hold him accountable for his actions. It's the same reason why he's not just firing folks, but he's installing loyalists at the Department of Justice, especially at the FBI, so that no one will dare tell him no. Now, how do we know these are loyalists? The newly sworn-in Attorney General of the United States has served as President Trump's personal attorney. Well, people say, well, there's a conflict there, just delegate it to the Deputy Attorney General. So who might that be? Oh, surprise, surprise, another former personal attorney. Where will the conflicts end? But of course, there's still dedicated public servants out there willing to do what's right, even if that means standing up to Trump. But it is indeed getting harder and harder. Now, earlier this week, the New York Times reported that the head of the FBI's New York office, wrote to his colleagues and vowed to dig in. That's what he wrote, quote, dig in the face of this assault, not just on law enforcement personnel, but justice. He wrote, quote, today we find ourselves in the middle of a battle of our own. As good people are being walked out of the FBI and others are being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with the law and FBI policy, end quote. That's what's happening. Retribution for folks who were doing their job simply because President Trump doesn't like it, fears the consequences and accountability. Even if it was just at the FBI, even if it was just the Department of Justice, it'd be cause for alarm. But a similar trend is happening across departments and agencies not involved in our nation's law enforcement. When President Nixon fired just a fraction of these numbers, it was called the Saturday Night Massacre. And it led to his resignation. In comparison, I can't help but note that what President Trump is doing is not a Saturday Night Massacre. It was a January massacre. And as astonished as I am at what President Trump is trying to do, I'm equally astonished at Senate Republicans who are standing by and watching it happen, letting it happen, letting it unfold as if you have no choice, as if you have no power. They're unlike their Republican predecessors who had the courage and the moral compass to recognize the harm that a president could do to the country and to tell President Nixon that enough was enough. The Trump administration is hoping to force out thousands of experienced career federal workers who have served both Democratic and Republican administrations so that he can replace them with people whose only qualification is blind loyalty. We've heard about the loyalty tests, right, that he required of folks who wanted to be considered for appointments. President Trump is attempting to twist the United States Code to redefine what non-political career workers are, to give him even more power to fire and torment our federal government workforce. One of the ways he's initiated this effort is by trying to offer a buyout or a severance to nearly all federal workers, hoping that non-loyalists would choose to leave rather than stay and be tormented. He's doing this, by the way, with absolutely no authority to do so. I focus on this point because it truly hits home for us in California. For federal firefighters who have spent the first month of this year working 24-hour shifts, battling life-threatening fires in Los Angeles County. They returned home, not just federal firefighters from California, but from a number of states. They returned home to find a message from President Trump. Now, you'd think, after weeks of 24-hour shifts, fighting these life-threatening wildfires, that they'd come home to a thank you message from the president of their country. That wasn't the case. The message they came home to was a request for their resignation. How outrageous, how insulting, how offensive. So much so that I think it's worth repeating just a couple of the messages that I received from federal firefighters who reached out after these buyout offers went out. The first, and I quote, "It's hard to put into words just how disrespectful this feels to any civil servant, but especially to someone who's given so much, sacrificing precious time away from family, risking everything for the greater good." Another reads, quote, "Today I returned home after a 2-week fire assignment in California. A slew of executive orders over this last week have put myself and a lot of others on edge. I am worried for my livelihood and my future. A purge of federal wildland firefighters will have catastrophic outcomes. Our fire seasons are only getting longer. Neighbors continue to expand well into wild landscapes. We cannot control when a fire will choose to wreak havoc on a community, but we will show up. We want to show up." Can't help but see it the way they see it. This is a slap in the face to federal firefighters. And it's a gut punch to the confidence and the pride that so many dedicated federal workers have in the job that they do. But I'll remind us again that that's exactly what Russell Vought wants. He has said, and now I will quote him, quote, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. And, quote, we want to put them in trauma." Mr. President, let me repeat that last sentence. We want to put them in trauma. This is Russell Vought on behalf of President Trump speaking. We want to put them in trauma. Let that sink in. What kind of person says that about the people that they're preparing to work with and about the workers who they will be responsible for? Quote, "We want to put them in trauma." What kind of person wants to inflict trauma on anybody else? Is that really the kind of person you put in charge of the Office of Management and Budget, the nerve center of our federal government? Now, clearly, in Russell Vought and Donald Trump's government, you're not rewarded for your love of country and service to country or for standing up for the Constitution. In fact, you're punished and you will be made to suffer. And by purging the federal government to make way for loyalists, the Trump administration is trying to further protect a reckless president from any accountability for his actions. President Trump's goal remains clear. He wants to destroy the founding principles of our country. He wants to eliminate the separation of powers the checks and balances enshrined in our Constitution, and to strip Congress, yes, one of the three co-equal branches of government, of its power. That's not an exaggeration. Congress, particularly those involved with the appropriations process, know and respect the power of the purse. Congress, of course, has the power to create laws. And Congress has an important power to conduct meaningful oversight, to serve as a check on a presidency and an administration, just as the founding fathers intended. After all, the United States was created fleeing a dictatorship. We chose better, a democracy where the power lies in the people and the Congress, representatives of the people, and between the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary, checks and balances. Let's not let power become overly concentrated. Well, despite President Trump's attempts and Roosevelt's enabling of further concentration of power, no matter what President Trump wants to believe, Congress, the president, and the courts are co-equal branches of government. Yet at the start of the president's second term, once again, we've also received calls from officials in our nation's health agencies. They've had to abruptly cancel meetings. Now, with every new administration, we might expect a temporary pause on some external communication, right? There's often some legitimate transition activity. So if there's a pause or a momentary stop to social media communications, Facebook and Twitter maybe, that's one thing. But to deny Congress and the American people important information on public health, that is truly dangerous. But sadly, again, it seems that our Republican colleagues are simply unwilling to exercise their constitutional authority. Mr. President, I'm 51. Now, that may not be considered old by Senate standards, but I am old enough to remember when Republicans used to be concerned about presidential overreach. And it wasn't that long ago, like in 2017, when then Attorney General Jeff Sessions called former President Obama a, quote, emperor for his use of executive actions. Jeff Sessions, former member of this body, as Attorney General, used the word emperor in describing President Obama's use of executive actions. Or when former Speaker Paul Ryan referred to President Obama's executive order on Tennessee as, quote, a dangerous level of executive overlap, end quote. Also, the leader of the House, saying executive overlap wasn't that long ago. So I can't help but ask, what's changed? What's changed? 8 years later, 2025, the Republican Party is clearly the party of Donald Trump. And with more power in the hands of of the president reject the federal government, are Republicans willing to serve as accomplices in selling out workers in America in order to pay for these big tax breaks for billionaires and large corporations? That's the question. Now let's take a minute to look at who's winning points for Donald Trump these days. Before he was sworn in for a second term as president, Trump handed over the keys to the government to the richest man in the world.